Hey, how is everybody today? Welcome to another Sunday. Finally back. Couldn't stream last Sunday because I was pretty sick, as you could see, or probably still hear. You will hear me cough. You will hear me have to run out at some point, probably to either blow my nose or something like that. So still not 100%. The service is doing well, just working overtime. Also saw D-Sphere almost 2 a.m. is crazy. Although it's not that crazy. I've stayed up for like really late streams before. Oh, actually, shoot. My sync is probably off. All right. Now it should be fixed. I realized I had the thing on that actually knocks it out of sync. It should be in sync now. If I'm monitoring my voice, I had to monitor my voice for something else. Yeah, for whatever reason, if I monitor my voice, that throws it out of sync. But yeah, I had to do it for some stuff for work. I was actually recording some interviews with people that I was doing. Even though it's my week off, I had to do it, or else I feel like I would have been underwater during the actual work week. So I was interviewing some people and recording it through OBS. What was I gonna say? It was like research. It was like a research project. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, I've stayed up late too for like streams, like especially Max, because Max is on the West Coast, so he tends to start stream usually around like midnight Eastern time. So I will have to be up I will sometimes be up, especially if those long FF7 chats. I will like be up to like 3-4 a.m. sometimes. Depends on how much, him and chat are cooking. Otherwise I might save it for like the VOD or whatever. So a lot of stuff going on. We have, a lot of topics you'll see here. So the VOD will have timestamps for everything we're going to talk about below. The first thing is going to be a re-trilogy boss tier list. That is actually going to be cashing in on, actually, let me turn on some music too. That's going to be cashing in on one of the bets that we had for SGF. The bet being, which was the bet? Which bet was this exactly? I want to remind myself. This bet was for... If the title was not returns, we were going to do a boss tier list. Actually, it's funny because the other thing I wanted to do, but I was like, you know what, it's too much for this stream. But I've always been jealous of watching the Warriors of Hype guys, and then them sort of doing the sort of like ranking of the chapters in Remake and Rebirth, because I've always definitely had my opinions on that. I was like, oh, do I do both the tier list for the boss fights and then also do like a ranking of the chapters? But we'll save that for another stream, because there's a lot more stuff, because Ever Crisis dropped with a big update with the Lifestream Sequence. I've watched the beginning part of it, not the actual Lifestream Sequence part. I've watched like the part before it. So we'll watch that. It's like an hour long. And then I have a whole conversation about the Lifestream Sequence and like how it works. That will segue into actually watching the Ever Crisis version of it. Because I've been working on a new video. And so I'm working on 2 new videos. One will be about the Revelation reveal, sort of as a whole, and like what it means. And then I'm also working on a bigger theory video, which is like what the Sephiroth video has morphed into. And in that process, I studied a little bit of this Yogacara stuff, which, I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. I prefer that pronunciation of all the ones that I've heard. And there's things in it that I think are actually pretty interesting. I had never finished the E33 video. At this point, I don't know when that's going to happen or if that's going to happen. Because yeah, I was in the notes process of that and then like just never had it. And then like Revelation drops. So now I'm fucked. I might do it eventually one day. But now we're in the revelation cycle, and I really need to work on that stuff. So who are we kidding? That's definitely something that people are looking forward to, so I should prioritize that. But anyway, so I have two things in the works for Revelation, like FF7 related. And so I'm gonna talk a little bit about it now. The cam is still a bit out of sync. I can say I fixed it. Oh, that's an old stream, sorry. The E33 videos in production hell. It's in development hell. So the big thing I want to please look forward to it. So the thing I really want to talk about is somewhat related to what's in that big theory video. But it's not actually super theory, it's more like mechanics of the world, and how FF7 works. And it's even it applies to the original, and it applies to even the Lifestream sequence. So you'll see what I mean when we get to it. It's going to be a long part of the conversation. I have many slides about it, but it's not too overwhelming. Like, I know we've talked about it in the Discord of like, it's kind of overwhelming as a topic. And I pride myself on making things relatively easy to understand. And a lot of that is like me trying to understand the thing first, so then I can try to communicate it in a way that's sort of easy to get. So all that said, I think it's probably about time, Jesus Christ, to get started with the proper stream. How is the volume on the lo-fi? Is it like, well, now this song is ending. I just don't want it to be too loud, but let me bring this up, because we have a lot to get through, so I can't beat around the bush. All right. So this is the topic of today's stream. We have a couple big things. We have, like I said, all the FF7 stuff. We do have the Britt and Cody interview that dropped. We're going to talk about that after we go through all the Ever Crisis things. I haven't watched it yet. So aside from like the first couple minutes where they're bullshitting and talking about food and like Britt wanting to have Buc-ee's, aside from that, I haven't really heard anything else. And then we have NieR, Ending B, and I already did some prep for NieR. In terms of like collecting pretty much all the weapons. There's only one weapon that's missing, and apparently I get it automatically when I beat Ending B. So that'll hopefully expedite the process for Ending C, but I think there might be some extra stuff for Ending C. I've heard Ending C and D is a little bit of a grind, but we will definitely get Ending B today, because where I left off, even on stream, was like right before you go to the final dungeon, basically, for Ending B, or for NieR Replicant. So we'll definitely get to that today. Recently finished Uncharted 4, and now Revelation needs an epilogue like it has. I know I've talked about it so much. I need to read about the weapons. I usually have read the info about all the weapons, but I can read it again. I can maybe go through and just like click through the info on the weapons again. I also finished the DLC part of Replicant, where like going through the mom's diary. So I did all that, and I got the weapons from that as well. Yeah, Uncharted 4 is so good. And expect like that feeling that you get Virtua J, and it's not for anyone else who's experienced it, because I know a lot of you have. That feeling that you get at the end of Uncharted 4, that is what I want to feel at the end of all this. You know, like that is what I want to feel, that feeling of like completion and just, you know, it's like you feel like you get everything you need to know about everything and everyone. Granted, that game has like a lot, it's not like as geared toward mystery as FF7 is, or geared to things like fate or anything like that. But you do have this feeling of like, oh, this is the perfect bow to top the series. Yeah. So I'm hopeful that that is what we're heading toward with Revelation. So real quick, so jumping in, first a quick shout out to everyone on Patreon. We do have a couple of new people this week, Silvertooth86 and Alex White, who joined the Patreon. You can do that yourself at patreon.com/SubTXT_. Unfortunately, I couldn't just get the regular, just my name. I had to add the underscore. But you can go there, add it. You can also support the stream just by like liking it on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube right now, a simple like goes a long way in terms of making sure it shows up on people's feeds, so people can watch it either live while we're going through it right now, or they can catch the VOD afterward. So again, thank you to everyone who supports over there. So let's chat. What's going on, Sia? So real quick, I wanted to talk about this because it's been a hot topic this week. I'm not going to belabor it because I haven't, because everyone's talked about it ad nauseum, right? So Sony made a big decision this week, and there's been some conversation about it, a lot of conversation about it, both among people, but then I also saw this article from GameIndustry.biz where game companies were talking about it. We're profoundly disappointed by Sony's decision. Game companies expressed dismay at the end of PlayStation disc production. And so I went through and I looked at what was in the article. And there's some pretty good quotes. There is something about it though that it would be worth talking about. So one is, we are profoundly disappointed by Sony's decision to suspend physical games production in 2028. Physical games are vital to games preservation, ownership, and consumer choice, values that have guided IM 8-bit since our first physical release in 2016. Our commitment to these values remains unchanged. Long live physical media. So that was IM 8-bit. They did Blueprints, for example. We have spent a decade alongside the fans and collectors who kept this flame alive long before us, proving that people still want to hold their games, to own them outright, and to keep them on a shelf for good. We're not slowing down either. That was limited run games. They did the Tomb Raider Definitive Edition. And then as a company on a mission to preserve video games, who are deeply saddened by the recent news from PlayStation on ending physical disc production from 2028, we aim to do everything in our power to preserve video games to the best of our ability. That was Lost in Cult, who did Thank Goodness You're Here and Immortality as an example. Also, thank you, Ricky Dickey, for the $5 super chat. Amazing, all the studios just can't stop shooting themselves in the foot. Now, what was interesting about this, when I saw this, I was like, this is good. It's a little concerning that pretty much all the developers who came out publicly, at least, and said anything, were all like indies, right? Which all of these are financial decisions, and so these aren't exactly the financial heavy hitters in the industry. So it's great to have the conversation about it. I mean, the thing that was tough for me that I've been going through is sort of like Drake Sparky. Well, I thought you were saying you're fully digital. You're saying if it's fully digital, I won't buy a PSX. Interestingly enough, I have been pretty much digital only for over a decade. So when this news hit, for me personally, I was like, okay, sure. I mean, it sucks, but I don't tend to buy physical anymore. I always have it in my head, like, yeah, it'd be great to buy physical, and I do have a couple of physical games. I do have Remake and Rebirth on disc, but I don't play it on disc. I just bought those to have them, like it's a keepsake, a souvenir, well, not a keepsake, a sort of like collector's thing, right? And I will get Revelation physically too. I have also Last of Us Part 2 that way. I've God of War Ragnarok, but I actually don't play on them. So they're just in my drawer, sort of untouched, just to sort of like have them. But I don't play them that way. I play them digitally. So I have double dipped in those instances. Like actually Remake, I bought it digitally first, and then probably like a year or two later, I got the deluxe edition physical. So, you know, it hasn't really affected me too much in terms of like this news, but I obviously have seen all the conversation, how upset people are. And the one thing I have seen is like the data that supposedly like digital games are, you know, like 85% of digital purchases are digital. And so when I heard the news, I was like, it kind of sucks. It's disappointing. But at the same time, I sort of like understand that the trends may be going that way or whatever. That said, there have been a couple instances where it has sucked for me. I have a slide on it later, and I talked about it a bit on Thursday, but you know, for the most part, for the vast majority of games that are available digitally, like kind of always stayed available. But there have been a couple instances where things have either gone away or been changed. So this literally happened with Final Fantasy VII. on Steam, the PC version, where I think it was this year. They released a new version of it and then removed the old original PC port. And that was like a big deal. I remember we talked about it on the stream. I told you guys that, hey, you should probably buy that version of FF7 on Steam if you don't have it already, before the new one comes in and replaces it. So that's like one example, literally from our, corner of gaming. Another one for me personally was like, I remember watching this documentary on Telltale, and because I like a lot of the Telltale games, and I didn't realize they had made a Back to the Future game. So I looked it up and I couldn't find it on any of the stores, and realized that because of licensing or whatever, it just wasn't available anymore. Presumably if I had bought it whenever I bought it, even if I bought it digitally, it'd probably still be in my library. Because so far, nothing gaming wise that I know of has been outright removed from people's libraries. That has happened with movies. That literally happened like this past week, where 500 movies, hello Adam fellow, thank you for the follow, like 500 movies that people bought through the PlayStation Store were like removed from their available library. But usually if you have it purchased already as a game digitally, it stays at least available in your library, like on PC, for example, like on Steam, the old version of FF7. Even if I were to delete it, because the old version was attached to my account, as far as I understand, I can still download it at any time. That's why people were saying like, oh, go buy the old version of FF7 before it goes away, so that you can download it whenever you get a PC to download it. So real quickly flip through chat. For digital, physical games should exist on principle. Yeah, I mean, the big thing about it, honestly, is also competition. Like now, Xbox is kind of dying actively before our eyes. They've tried some new things with the new CEO, but now they're also like apparently closing down half a dozen studios. Like it really seems kind of dire, despite like the initial things that happened when Asha came on board that seemed positive. So they seem like they're kind of pulling out of gaming in some ways. And then, it's like removing the competition aspects from retail. Now, I know a lot of people this week have talked about how like, oh, a big thing is that they're going to want to keep the prices the exact same. It's going to be like kind of like Nintendo, where it's full price all the time. There's been screenshots of like, see, here's God of War Ragnarok currently on the PlayStation Store for full price. And if I go to Best Buy, I can get it for $25. I will say because I'm such a digital buyer, I've shopped digital sales a lot. Like there have been a lot of sales, a lot of really good sales. I've gotten crazy good deals on PlayStation Store digitally. So I don't know exactly how true that will be. I think the one thing about physical is that games stay discounted are available at a discount more often and more readily, right? Like if it's just digital, you have to wait for those moments where it's like, here's the PlayStation summer sale, or here's, the Black Friday sale, whatever it is. It's a little less frequent that you can just like pop onto bestbuy.com or wherever like people are doing this week and like finding good deals. Also, it completely removes the used market and the ability to sort of like get a game, secondhand or used or whatever. So that is, a big part of it for sure. The kids love going computer exchange and browse the used game aisle and picking up a game for PS5 or Switch 1. Yeah, I mean, that's such a, like, that's a big thing too. It's just like the availability for kids or like families who, especially don't have, a lot of expendable cash, which is like everybody now. Like even groceries are incredibly expensive. Gas is incredibly expensive. So like just being able to just go out and buy a used game for super cheap is like a big deal, in a big way that, a lot of people and a lot of kids especially like get games, because it's like for a parent, it's like, okay, so it's just $10, just $15. Okay. But getting a brand new game is a big impact. Just going to redirect collector stuff. It's licenses that are partnered by PlayStation and Sony. That's a good thing because they're going to be different in the industry. I'm old-fashioned, like going out and buying my games. I'm only done digital if I'm desperate. Yeah, I'm a sucker for the convenience, unfortunately. Libraries, yeah, people do rent games from the libraries as well. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about was, so when this news dropped, like I said, I've been fully digital, so I'm like, well, it sucks, but it's not going to impact me personally a whole lot. And I'd heard this like stat about like 85% of games are digital, but some people have dug into this some more. And starting with this one that kind of got shared around by a bunch of people, but did a little research into the 85% of games bought on PlayStation are digital. So I decided to look at the exact wording of what that meant. Spoiler, it's not out of 100 copies of Spider-Man sold, 85% are digital. Here's how they calculate it. Digital units sold divided by total units sold times 100. Straightforward, right? In Q4 of 2025, Sony sold 74.6 million copies, 6 million units in total. That is with digital and physical. But the 85% of all games bought or digital is a huge skew to it. Why? Because there are thousands of digital-only games that do not get a physical release. Think of the $5 to $28 indie titles, etc. So basically, he goes into this whole long thing about it. He sources that, this info comes from Sony itself, and basically says that the way they calculate it is a bit deceptive. But probably even more interesting is this tweet, where it looked at some of the more like specific splits of certain games. So seen several quotes of PlayStation's 78% of digital game full game sales, thus omitting important context. That figure includes countless digital-only releases from back catalog to indie games. Even Capcom revealed 84% of its sales were older catalog titles, many of which are only available digitally. So using such data is somewhat misleading. To gauge real physical demand, you need to look at splits of games that release both physical and digital only. Thanks to the Insomniac leaks, we have such data on PS first-party games. Now, granted, this is a bit old because I think the Insomniac leaks happened... When the fuck was that? Insomniac leaks. I think it was like 2022? Yeah, it was 2022. So, in it, there was just straight-up raw sales data. So, Sackboy sold 77% digital, 23% physical. Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart sold 76% digital, 24% physical. Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut sold 71% physical, 29% digital. Demon Souls sold 70-30. Miles Morales 66-34. Spider-Man 66-34. Returnal 61-39. Last of Us 2 61-39. Ghost of Tsushima 51-49, almost a 50-50 split. And then MLB The Show 39-61. Weirdly, MLB The Show was mostly physical. It was mostly digital. Sorry. Yeah, it's digital first. Oh, it's physical digital. Wait, so it's physical first? I didn't even see that. Sackboy was 77% physical? Wow. So these are dramatically flipped. This is actually saying majority is physical. In my brain, I thought it was the opposite. So per Sony's own internal data, 31 out of 33 first-party games from their chart sold more physical than they did digital. Uncharted 4 actually has an insane 83% physical split. Holy shit. Granted, because I haven't read this fully until reading this with you guys, granted it only covers to a few months into 2022, but we can see from other recent data, things haven't drastically changed. For example, GSD data shows 60% of Astro Bot sales across Europe were physical. So what skews revenue and data more digital beyond digital-only releases and platforms? The answer is games with live service components, especially multi-platform ones. As you can see from Sony's internal data, MLB is the highest digital split, and it's a live service game. Generally, the highly popular live service or annualized games such as Call of Duty, NBA 2K, FIFA, etc. have higher digital splits, as gamers are constantly launching them, often daily, and don't want to be constantly switching discs, thus skewing digital physical splits. It's very different to single-player games, which are shorter and have different play and consumer trends. So again, context matters. Then there's a massive audience of gamers that aren't even accounted for in any of this data, the countless consumers that buy and sell used physical games because they simply can't afford as many new games, but still buy own consoles, accessories, games, services, etc. Everything from poor parents, kids, etc. Ultimately, the data rejects the notion physical is dead or meaningless, even if digital accounts for the overall lion's share of revenue/sales, especially when you look at things with the proper context and or focus on single-player tentpole games, which is PlayStation's bread and butter. Keep in mind, physical platforms make a 50% licensing fee from third parties on physical games, while they get a 30% cut on digital. Likewise, first party lose 30% cuts of retailers on physical, while they keep all the revenue on digital. As I said before, this move to kill physical is more about PlayStation trying to make far more profit and squeeze away the last remnants of consumer ownership, control, flexibility, and resale, and could have greater negative market ramifications. Shit. And these are the actual data, bits of data showing physical versus digital, or showing at least the digital percentage. This is kind of nutty, actually. Like, I hadn't read this in full. I just knew, I saw the tweet at a glance and saw these SKUs. I actually thought they were the opposite. I thought it was 61% digital, 39% physical. It's actually the opposite. So I was thinking, okay, well, it doesn't show as dramatic of a difference. It doesn't show like it's like 85%, 90% digital, but it's actually crazier. So this is even a crazier move by PlayStation, because like, yes, technically they take in more of the revenue. They don't need to share 30% with the retailer. For example, on their own games, they can get like all of the revenue. But this is removing a big part of, like, if these are even remotely still accurate to what the data is like 4 years later, this is removing a big part of their sales. Like, fuck me. And I did hear that Astrobot was like he said here, 60% physical in Europe. I did hear someone say that, like, a data point that I heard in another podcast was like, apparently Astrobot, which is a fairly recent game, was something like 55-45. So it makes it even more curious. Like, yes, technically it's all business at the end of the day, AJ, but you're also removing a big way that people buy these games. Like, that's actually pretty fucking risky. If, like, the majority of people, or close to half of your, like, software sales are still coming via physical, then completely removing it is kind of nutty. That's removing a big buying behavior. Shit. It's not only just screwing your customers, Neva, it's screwing yourself. Because what is the guarantee that these people are going to switch to buying these games digitally? You know, and especially these are your own games. Granted, they actually make way more money on stuff like Fortnite microtransactions. Like, this is the most profitable generation for PlayStation of all time. And a lot of it actually comes, weirdly, from shit like Fortnite. Of like, microtransactions on Fortnite are actually a massive part of their revenue, rather than their own games. But either way, that's still huge to take a pretty fundamental part of your business and, like, completely remove away that 50 to 70% of people are purchasing. That's actually way more risky than I thought before even starting this conversation. Off topic, but for some reason on Twitch, it's 7020p only for me. Not sure if there's anything you could do while stream is live, but I thought I'd mention it regardless. Interesting. I'm curious if anyone else on Twitch can check out the resolution thing. I would assume, I mean, I'm outputting at 1080p, so it should be available in 1080p, but so very interesting. Like I said, there was a couple examples of this where it sucked for me, like Back to the Future. I really wanted to. Back to the Future, the game, you could find some disc copies still. Oh, 1080p is for Twitch partner. Okay, well, I'm not a Twitch partner, so that might be why. So yeah, so it's kind of a shitty situation. Most profitable generation at the same time. It's just FF7 Rebirth machine, the Spider-Man machine for a lot of people. It's also just NBA 2K machine for people. It's just a Call of Duty machine for people. Just a Fortnite machine for people. There are a lot of people who just play only a couple or a handful of games, really. Maybe the newer game split is different. I was thinking that, but even that is still kind of crazy. Because it was just 4 years ago. It wasn't like crazy long ago. Do you have any reasons for support or considering using a PlayStation besides version exclusives? I mean, for me, I do like the convenience of it. Like, I have a PC now, a gaming PC that's pretty good. What I do like about PlayStation is still just couch gaming. And I know it's possible to set up a PC to be like in a living room on a TV. It just feels like a much more of a pain in the ass. So I tend to like to play still on console for the most part, just because it's more comfortable. But that's just me. But I know there's a lot of people who are like that. Also, you don't have to worry about any kind of stutter or any kind of like, you know, futzing with the settings of things. Like that has happened with Rebirth for me. You've seen it on stream if you've been here for that. It just works really well. Like Max has talked about it a lot when he's, you know, throwing on Rebirth to play it, and he's compared the PC and the PS5 version. Now, granted, they finally there's a mod that's really helped Rebirth, that DX12 one. And I've used it a bit and it does run more smoothly. But just the outright consistency of the PS5 version has been reliable and might be the way that I play Revelation for the first time, just to make sure that it just runs perfect. Sadly, it's one of the easiest portable devices rather than carrying a PC around. Yeah. Opinion on Steam Machine seems expensive as fuck. Like, in theory, it's a cool idea. Like, in theory, I would be intrigued by one, you know, to have that couch experience, and have more flexibility. But for however much it's going for, like $1,100 or up to like $1,600, I think, is kind of crazy. So to move on to the next topic, let's do the boss tier list. You guys can still chat stuff about the physical digital if you want, but and I'll read it, I'm sure. But real quick, boss tier list. I thought this would be a fun thing to do. It was included in the bets. Before we get into the actual like tiering of the bosses, I actually wanted to look at it. I went back yesterday and I went into both Remake and Rebirth, and went into the enemy intel on them. Hard mode. So, you know, it's funny how, in terms of like how I'm gonna rate these, it's kind of difficult. I think my mind is gonna tend to think about what the hard experience was like. So I'm probably gonna focus more on like my I guess my opinions on it are gonna be informed more by the hard mode playthrough of these bosses. It's gonna be informed by even other aspects of it too, right? Like I can imagine, like I think music will actually play a part in some of this. Like for example, when I was pulling all these bosses yesterday, only story bosses for now. Just because I've done a lot of the extra bosses, but I just didn't have time to like pull the art and like make the little thing, and because I made this tier list. So we might do like that probably after because I haven't done all the Rebirth. I've done all the extra bosses in Remake, but I haven't done all the optional hard bosses on Rebirth yet. So I couldn't even give an opinion on those yet. So I'll probably save that for another tier list after I've done the Rebirth ones. So yes, like music might even play a role in how like it's gonna be a vibe. It's just gonna be like, I don't have like a crazy criteria in my head. It's just gonna be how I felt about the fight as a whole. Like I said, including music, for example, the fighting in Gongaga with the like weird experiment wasn't like that amazing of a fight in a lot of ways. It was kind of cool, but the fucking Mako Overdose song was incredible. So that might give it a couple of points in my head. That was one when I was going through it yesterday. I was like, oh man, but the music in that was so good. You do a waifu tier list? Absolutely not. I am not running into that meat grinder of a topic just because of how the internet would treat any and all that shit. The track for the Palmer fight is amazing. I know the music for Palmer fight is actually kind of legit too. So So I went through yesterday, and I was like, were there any interesting, I just wanted to look at all the enemy intel as well. And just like in case there was anything kind of interesting that stood out from any of these, like just in general, like just kind of interesting little bits and pieces or whatever. So crab warning, weirdly, there was actually kind of like a nice little detail in it I'd never really noticed before, but it's described, Josh Cole, some hard bosses were insane without brutal spam lame. It might actually impact the red dragon ranking, I think. Like parts of how that boss worked, even as much as I loved it, there were aspects to it that I felt were a little cheap. So that might actually knock it down a little bit. So a large Sentry weapon manufactured by Shinra's Advanced Weaponry Division. It is an outdated model used during the last war, so it is kept in storage in the Corkscrew Tunnel, slow but heavily armored and bristling with powerful weapons. Just a little factoid that it's like an outdated model, like used in the last war, and it's sort of like kept in the storage, stood out to me because it was like, yeah, when you run into that boss, you're just like going through the tunnels after you jump out of the train, and it's kind of like, there's kind of a bunch of bullshit around, like it's kind of like a scrap heap a bit when you run into it, and I just never really connected the dots on like that aspect of it. But it's like, yeah, it was like clearly just sort of like left there, and then we kind of like woke it back up. So that was a kind of like a fun little factoid that I found. Elagor had another thing in its intel that was interesting, but there's another reason why I brought it up that you'll see in a minute. But in the intel, and this is a bit of a stretch, but its intel says a ghastly fiend that haunts the train graveyard and feeds on human fear to grow stronger. It is a manifestation of the memories and sorrows that linger in the train graveyard. And so it just made me think about how like this is such a topic or such a theme in the remake trilogy in terms of like the effect of emotions. And I think that part's not a stretch, but it's like, because Sephiroth talks about it, right? Like when he's talking about, war, and it could, beget, anger and hate and fear and all the things that Yoda talks about. And like all the negative emotions, and he talks about that again at the end of in the Forgotten Capital at the end of the game. There's such a focus on that, but I thought there's something interesting of a manifestation of like the memories and sorrows that linger in this area, and sort of like how those like sorrows in particular really can like weigh on a person, right? And that was such a focus of like the trials in Rebirth. That's such a focus of like Cloud and Advent Children. So it's just interesting to think of this theme of like an enemy being manifested from like the sort of like, sorrows that you have about life or the way things went or whatever that probably are haunting the ghosts that are in this area. So just like a fun little factoid, or a fun little like lore thing that I hadn't thought about before that just hit me when I was reading this intel. But the real reason I brought it up is because of this demonic ass horse, and it reminds me of another demonic ass horse in real life that some of you may know about, some of you may not know about it. I personally lived in Colorado for several years, so I know about this, and it is the Demon Horse of Denver International Airport. I don't know the official name of it, but that is what I've always called it. And this is a real statue. It's at, like I said, the Denver International Airport, and it's random as hell. It's just there as like on the drive to the airport, and it has red eyes legitimately, and it's creepy as shit. Here's a better shot of it, like way more higher resolution, and you could see like it looks strikingly similar to Elagor. I'm sure Elagor was obviously not based on this, but it is like a hell of a coincidence that this thing that is haunting me on the way to the airport forever is here. This horse actually killed the artist that made it. No shit. So like, why is that there? I think it's like, it's just like a deal with the devil. Where like this thing got made and it was gonna fucking go up no matter what. But literally it fell on top of the artist who made it and killed him. And for some reason they put it up and it's still there. that airport had all kinds of apocalyptic paintings. We'll talk about that in a minute. And in case you're like, is this real? Like, I've personally driven past it many times. Here is a goddamn plane flying by it, right? Now, the funny thing about Denver International Airport is that it's known for this kind of shit. And so it like they kind of leaned into it years ago when they were doing all these renovations to the airport. And they had this like little ad campaign about the renovations. Like they had signs up being like, you know, apologies for the mess and whatnot. So they showed like lizard people. It takes really big drills to get to the underworld. Yes, Denver's got some secrets. Since the airport's opening in 1995, there have been endless rumors and theories. People say our underground tunnels lead to secret meeting facilities for the world's elite. Our blue horse, the horse I just mentioned, is thought of to be cursed. Some believe we are connected to the New World Order, the Freemasons, and are home to lizard people. So they actually had this stuff up around the airport. And I remember seeing it in person, like, because I would fly back all the time because my family lives in Colorado. So it's pretty funny. In the big memory sequence in Lifestream, if players had full remake and rebirth files, do you think side quest progression and small choices in the previous games can affect little details or give small add-ons, whatever mind-blowing thing we see? You know what? I kind of hope not, Elias, just because of the way that remake and rebirth incentivizes you to do certain things, like those small choices, may not be a true reflection of like what you wanted out of the game or how you wanted to approach it. So for example, to see different resolution scenes in remake, you had to do certain side quests for one character but not one for the other, or just like no side quests at all. That's how you got the Barrett one versus the Tifa one and the Aerith one. So I played all of them. I did all the scenarios. I did it to get, actually my very first playthrough, I got the Tifa one. Then my second playthrough, I got the Aerith one, and then finally I went back and just like skipped all the side quests and got the Barrett one. And then Rebirth was like the opposite. Rebirth, I got the Aerith dates first, and then on my second playthrough I did the Tifa route, and then because there were just so many, I think I just ended up using the menu select to see the other scenarios. So like the things that are impacted by player choice are people sort of manipulate their own playthroughs to sort of like get it to go a certain way. Like I want to see what happened on the Tifa situation, so I'll play it toward that end, or I want to see what happened in the Aerith version, so I played to that end. So if you just pulled the hard raw, save data, it might not be an accurate reflection of like how you were playing the game, or like maybe the way you wanted to play it in a certain way. I don't know. So I just don't think it would. I don't think reading that old data would be very reliable, basically. I got Barrett for trying to get Aerith because they chose him as Queen's Blood. Oh wow, really? That's funny. Yeah, there was I remember seeing I've seen so many playthroughs online of people who are like, I really want Tifa, or I really want Aerith, and then they end up with like Red 13 as the like their first gold saucer date, just because of whatever like small choices they made throughout the game. So it's kind of funny. Also with that old data, it would suck for people to choose switch platforms. Oh, it's another good point. Yeah, if somebody was playing on PlayStation and then they on the last one decides to play it on PC or Xbox or Switch or whatever, that's another good one. That's another good point. So yin and yang. Sorry. And I'm washing it down with coffee. I'm just a mess right now instead of water. So yin and yang, an artificial abomination that combines two opposing elements into a single body. When yin is happy, yang is filled with disappointment. When yang is angry, yin cannot help but laugh. I just found this funny. Of like, when yin is happy, yang is filled with disappointment. When yang is angry, yin cannot help but laugh. And you can even like see their faces a little bit, right? Like you can see the big smile on this guy's face. Really, it's really funny how like their moods, it's at least cannot, or like within the lore, explain that their moods kind of impact each other in the opposite way. I forgot how funny Yuffie is when Aerith's singing. She goops around backstage and Cloud is trying to get her to chill. She's on your... Oh, really? I don't think I've seen that. I actually don't think I've seen that. I've seen her date, but I haven't seen her during the song. That's kind of funny, actually. Anaran Suppressor. So yes, this is your boy Palmer. The reason I bring this up is actually because I found this part. Well, there's two reasons. One, I was like, what the hell does Anaran Suppressor even mean? Like, what is the, like, what is that? Like, what even is that? Like, I just wasn't sure what that even was. So given that I was pressed on time, I just like typed it into Gemini. I was like, here's the name of this enemy in FF7 Rebirth. Like, is there any reason for this? Like within FF7, or is there some other like etymological reason for the name Honoron? Because I don't know what the hell that is. And it gave me this answer back, which is kind of interesting. So Anora is the order that contains all frogs and toads, from Greek and without plus aura, tail. The name refers to the fact that adult frogs, toads, lose their tails after the tadpole stage, unlike most other amphibians. So Anaran Suppressor literally reads as frog-type suppression unit, and that tracks exactly with the boss's actual design. It's a large robot that resembles a giant frog, continuing remake Rebirth's pattern of animal-shaped mech bosses like Scorpion Sentinel, Crab Warden, the Gigantopede, and Grastropod. And I was like, oh, it's kind of interesting. So Anaran means like frog type, and it is true that a lot of the mechs that we fight throughout these games are actually kind of based around animals in a way. It's kind of interesting. And yes, the song is a banger. The other thing that I found funny is it says a riot control tank developed by the Advanced Weaponry Division. It is equipped with a highly advanced AI support system, allowing the mech to consistently operate at peak performance so long as its pilot is not completely incompetent. Which would never be the case. That would never happen. You would never have an incompetent, weird pilot, you know? Like, you know, this is a serious company. It's a serious, you know, this is a war machine. So whoever would be operating this would be entrusted to be of the highest, you know, order for this. Except this guy. So it was a good call. Then there was this this enemy, the specimen H1024. This is in Rebirth. What is your stance for the future of everything Revelation? Do you want to live under a rock, or do you want to see everything that will show? I will see. It's the same. It's my same approach, Roland. My same approach that I had for Rebirth. I will watch everything up until the final trailer. I will not watch that final trailer. There's no shot. Does this mean there is hope for Triceratank? I do have this footage at some point as I was going through everything. I didn't include summon bosses now. I only like included main story, because like the summons are kind of like separate fights. If I do a summon boss thing, I'll do it like part as like the optional boss list. The problem with Tank Ceratops, as I like to call him, is there is an enemy in Rebirth. Actually, let me see if I can find it real quick, because it was definitely in, because I recorded, like last night I was going through to grab all these things, and I definitely pulled it up at one point because I was pissed about it. Let's see if I can find it real quick. It's in Rebirth. Looked at it at one point. It's probably here. Oh, here it is. So they had this enemy in Rebirth, and it's in the area where Tankceratops usually does appear. And it's called Maloceros. And it's described as large herbivorous beasts found in forested regions, true tanks of the animal kingdom. They boast thick hides, sturdy muscles, and 2 giant horns. And it has been assumed by many people, including Shinra Archaeology Department, that like this true tanks of the animal kingdom is sort of a reference to Tankceratops without giving us Tankceratops. Apparently even like the name Maloceros, I think, might in some way relate to the original title of Tankceratops, maybe even in Japanese. I forget the exact detail. But either way, there was like enough reason to think that this was kind of their answer for Tankceratops, which is a goddamn joke. It is a fucking joke. You hear me, Square Enix? This is unacceptable. This is not Tankceratops. Don't give me this true tanks of the animal kingdom horse shit. Okay? This is not Tankceratops. We need a Triceratops with literal tank treads on it. And if we don't get that in part 3, this whole trilogy is a goddamn sham. You know, even more than all the stuff that like people get mad about with like the ending of Remake or messing with Aerith's death or any of that. No. The thing that decides the legitimacy of this entire goddamn trilogy is if there is an actual tanks. I will forgive them for the spiral staircase. And you know, chat, you know, I have been pissed off about the lack of spiral staircases, especially in the Forgotten Capital and in Nibelheim. It's been a big topic of conversation on these streams. But I will forgive them if they give me a goddamn Triceratops on top of tank treads. Like if they do that, if they give me a mini boss like that, and I want them in the world, I don't want them in VR, then I can maybe start to forgive them, you know? Maybe start to. Tank Triceratops and some goddamn tea is what we demand. God damn you, you're right. You're right, OST Mustus or Mustus or Mustus. OST, I just call you OST usually. That is our 2 demands as a fan base. We want Tankceratops and we want Sid to say some goddamn tea. That's all we need. That's all we want, Square. Is that so much to ask? Is that so much? I don't think that's a lot to. I think it's a very reasonable demand. You know? They need to put the boss on the spiral staircase. I mean, most of the enemies you do fight in the world at first. I mean, not a lot of the bosses, at least. There's a lot of like extra bosses that have been just in VR. Hey, don't forget the spiral staircases. Hopefully it's a secret boss fight in the Gaga reactor for the huge materia, even though we don't go there. Yeah, they have to find some reason, some way to make it work. Some way to make it work. But anyway, will I play and record myself playing Revelation? So my plan is, I'm hoping that I will be able to get an early copy of Revelation. And since I am an easy target for spoilers, because if I were, for example, I put out a big Rebirth Theory video. Some people really like it, some people don't like it. But either way, I put out some thoughts on like how I think things will work out. I'm gonna have more videos about that topic. So there will be a large incentive for people if I were to stream it without having played it. You know, if I were to stream it my first playthrough, there'd be a large incentive for people to come in and spoil it. Like, oh, you were wrong, or oh my god, you were actually right about this or that. Like if they play it, if they get ahead of me. So I am deathly afraid of that. Just straight up. I am deathly afraid of people spoiling me. So my plan is that if I get an early copy, I guess it doesn't matter either way. Either way, I'm going to play it for the first time offline because I don't want to get spoiled. So if I get an early copy, the plan is I will play through it. Probably hopefully have a review in time for like when it comes out. I will keep that review spoiler free as much as I can. I mean, I've literally thought about this in terms of like how I'll phrase it, like depending on how things go. I was like, I don't want to give it away to people. Like I don't want to be like, because my reaction, like how I react to it, that alone will give people like some sense of like, did they, change it or did they not? By the way, this song is so goddamn good. I love this song so much. The Under Junon, Sunless Oasis, fuck. So I don't want to give that away to people either. So I'm going to try to keep any review that I do pretty spoiler free. But I will record my very first playthrough. So my plan is, even if I play it before release or whatever, I'm going to record my first playthrough. You'll see me, see my reaction and stuff like that. And I'll post it as like a recorded playthrough with like, so you can hear my commentary, my thoughts, and see my reaction to stuff. So that's the plan. So rather than doing it live, I'm going to pre-record it and upload it to the YouTube channel. If that's the plan. What if the Ultimate Edition was a full game and standard game cut? It blocked a lot of story. I don't think that's going to happen, Johnny. I know there's been conversation about that because of the DLC thing this week. But the biggest thing, thank you, Konchan, for the sub. The big thing that Hamaguchi has said like constantly throughout all of this is that this is going to have like a definitive ending and whatnot. I think the DLC thing, we talked about it a bit on Thursday. I think basically it's much ado about nothing right now. Like it's still so far from release and who knows how locked in any of that stuff is. A lot of those DLCs are most likely things like fits and like outfits, like skins, and stuff like summons and other materia, equipment. I think it'll be things like that, like all the like individual DLC, because like that's how it's listed when you download a game that has that stuff like Rebirth and Remake. Those downloaded as like individual bits of DLC that you then access through the menu. So I think that's how that'll work. In terms of story expansion pass, I have no idea what to make of it. But I don't think they're gonna hide any sort of like major story content behind something. And we talked about this a bit on Thursday. Like, truthfully, they just can't. They just don't have the financial like weight, the commercial weight to sort of like throw their ass around like that, because these games have not sold incredibly well, right? So they can't. It's not like GTA, where GTA is like so high demand that you could put things behind like some kind of like extra price gate, and then people will just buy it because like, well, I have to get it. You know what I mean? That's not the case with this franchise, and with this series. They're definitely trying to gain more people buying this game outright. They have a 65% off sale. They, advertise that. They're now on all the platforms. I don't think they don't have enough power to get people and demand to get people to pay extra to get the story that they expect. So I personally don't think they'll do that. Let's mostly, it's not impossible that it's epilogues. I just think that like, because we've seen it with actually perfect opportunity for me to bring this up, because Blitz sent this to me the other day, because he checked the Epic DB for Rebirth. He found it, and they similarly had a lot of like numbered DLCs. So this was Rebirth. Again, this was FF7 Rebirth. You can see the Rebirth art. This was the Epic DB for this, right? And look at all the stuff that it has listed. It has YAR Main Digital Deluxe Edition Audience, General Audience, DLC 3, DLC 8, DLC 6, DLC 4, DLC 7, DLC 2, DLC 9, DLC 5, DLC 1, the mini soundtrack and digital art book, the actual game itself, DLC 6, 5. I don't even know what all these things are. Like, I don't even remember all of these DLCs related to Rebirth. So just going off of like precedent, just going off of like this prior example, like there are some DLCs for Rebirth for sure. There was like a couple summons and a couple other things. I don't remember 9 of them. There was also the digital soundtrack and art book, which was listed as its own thing. So this wasn't even, these 2 things weren't even one of the 9 DLCs apparently. So all that's to say, again, I think people are getting really spun up over this whole like random DLC listing for Revelation, but Rebirth had the same thing. And there's no story expansion pass. That is true. But in terms of like all these numbered DLCs, they had a shitload listed as well. So lo-fi sounds loud to me. I'm going to pull it down a little bit. So Specimen H10 whatever. Oh, hold on. Move this over here. I can't wait to buy DLC 6. So back to the Specimen. When I was looking at the enemy intel for this, so monstrosity created by Shinra's R&D division. Although this Mako-chugging creature miraculously survived Professor Hojo's experiments, it has taken on a vile new appearance, nigh unrecognizable from its former self. And something about this entry kind of made me feel bad for it. Like, it kind of made me feel sad for this thing, right? Like, the fact that it, like, miraculously survived Professor Hojo's experiments, and it's, like, a vile new appearance, nigh unrecognizable from its former self. Like, Hojo has just been fucking with this thing. And so I actually was looking at it in more detail, another victim, and you can kind of see it. It's just like this crazy monstrosity, right? That it has this like small little face here, but then like all these other faces up here and like fangs and stuff. This monster also has flowers growing out of it, which is interesting considering the symbolism. Oh, really? I don't know if I noticed any flowers. But I just felt bad for this poor guy. Again. And then I did like the camera, the free cam hack to get a different view on it. And it's just, yeah, I feel really bad about this experiment. I literally titled this video "Poor Experiment." Yeah. And Hojo's the devil we want to be in every character. We gotta take him out. We gotta take him out. We can't let Hojo continue on to Dirge of Cerberus, where he can, as Max said, be a VTuber of Vice. Can't let that happen, chat. Can't let that happen. Hold on. Let's get a message. Forgotten Specimen. This is another one I took a look at that I found something kind of interesting in it. So the results of a failed experiment at creating a life form capable of shape-shifting, kind of like a Genova ability, right? It alters its body composition based on enemy attacks, but doing so causes the creature to gradually break down from the inside. I didn't even think about this when I pulled this, but this aspect of like creating a life form capable of shape-shifting, I wonder why Hojo was trying to accomplish this. I wonder if he was inspired by like maybe even the stories of Genova being a shapeshifter. And so trying to see if he can make that thing happen. I hadn't thought about that until just now, but that's interesting. But the reason I pulled it was like the fact that like by altering its body composition, it actually like breaks down from the inside. I do feel like, if I remember correctly, it did feel like it did sort of get a little bit weaker over time, which is kind of interesting lore. Red Dragon, there's something interesting here too. An enormous worm who has sworn allegiance to the Cetra and now serves as guardian of their temple and its labyrinthine halls. It possesses a unique organ that allows it to spew incinerating flames. I just found it interesting that like the worm, like this dragon, swore allegiance to the Cetra and now serves as guardian. Like the swore allegiance to them just made me think about the time of the Cetra. There's just so much about that time that we don't know, you know? And I'm very curious of like how the Cetra got this dragon on their side and just all that. I don't know. There's all those like little bits of interesting things about the Cetra that's just a complete mystery. probably best to stay a mystery because they probably wouldn't explain it that well. Sometimes bits of lore are best if they're not fully explained. We'll know more in DLC 5. There you go, AJ. We'll have the Red Dragon DLC. That's exactly it. In theory, it would be cool to learn more about the Cetra time and like how that what exactly happened in the EC. What? Wait, hold on. What event was this? Ever Crisis Cetra event. The Cetra. Oh wait, I saw this. Oh, but Bahamut and stuff. That's right. The Cetra story, birth of the. Oh, I feel like I did watch this. Interesting. All right. Well, I'll go back to that if there's something super. We have so much today that I don't even want to. I don't want to open that Pandora's box because, but I'll look into it. I'll look into it because we have a lot to talk about today, and we're currently. How long has stream been already? We're an hour and 17 minutes in, and we still have like 2 1-hour videos to go through, and NieR. So we still have to go through the Ever Crisis new chapter, and then I have a big talk about that, and then we also have the Cody and Britt interview, which I haven't watched yet. That's also like an hour long. So, and then NieR. So I'll table that. And we still have to finish that. We actually have to do the tier list. Okay, so fuck, running out of time. We're running. All right. So now remake lore stuff, right? So I took a look back at these intel, enemy intels again. Whisper Rubrum, an entity from a future timeline that is manifested in the present day. It fights with a sword to protect the future that gave shape to it. We know this from English. As you'll see in a little bit, actually, in Rebirth, you could set the menu to show the Japanese text, but there isn't that option in Remake. That said, I did get a translation of it from Shino Archaeology. So this was their translation of the original Japanese entry, which was Whisper Rubrum is an entity drawn from a future destiny and made manifest. Using the full range of its physical techniques, it tries to protect the future from which it was fashioned. It's like the words are a bit different, but the concept is still the same, right? Like it's still drawn from the future, made manifest, and trying to protect the future from which it was fashioned, right? From where it came. So it's still effectively the same. Do you know where to find Revelation Japanese trailer translations? Technically, no, because technically I did it with, like, in partnership with Shino Archaeology Department. So I pulled all the Japanese myself, gave it to them, and got them to translate it for me. So I have access to it, but not everyone does. I guess it's not public. So this HP is Whisper Rubrum's HP in Remake when I was fighting it, but then Whisper Harbinger. So the original entry, or the English localized entry, and a creation of whispers, the so-called arbiters of fate. The creatures appear when someone tries to alter destiny's course. They're connected to all threads of time and space that shape the planet's fate. You'll kind of see very similar language to this later in a Rebirth entry, but again, like all threads of time and space, that's something that even Ever Crisis has talked about in terms of like how the live stream is like connected to every iteration of everything. And then the more Japanese, the more direct Japanese translation, an agglomeration of whispers or arbiters of fate. It stands in the way of any who would seek to alter the course of destiny. It is connected to all junctures in time and space within the destiny of the planet. So again, very similar language for the most part. Like words may change, like junctures or destiny of the planet instead of the planet's fate, but the overall concept is still effectively the same. Bahamut Arisen Whisper. I can't remember if I even really read this. This Harbinger infos and need of revelation. What does it mean? How are they connected to time? So Bahamut Arisen. I was reading this one. So this one reads, An evolved version of Bahamut, as formed by the Whispers, by bringing its overwhelming might to bear, it annihilates all those who oppose it, as well as the very fates by which they are bound. I know that was kind of interesting that it brought up fates again, specifically in terms of like the fates of the characters or the fates that they're bound to. It's like trying to annihilate the people and the fate that they're connected to. And so, like I said, in Rebirth, you actually can adjust it through the options to like show the Japanese. So I did that, and got Shinra Arch to translate this for me. And they said, an evolved Bahamut manifested by the Whispers, it demolishes the fate of all who oppose it with overwhelming power. So again, just interesting how they've kept up the theme in terms of like demolishing fate and fighting fate, but this time it's going the opposite way. So I thought this one was really interesting. So this is the White Whisper. So the White Whisper, a unique arbiter of fate that opposes all who attempt to defy the inevitable, intrinsically connected to the planet's destiny across all of time and space. And I thought it was interesting as well to have to say like to defy the inevitable, because in some ways I'm like, well, isn't the inevitable already like cut off, right? Because we defeated the Whisper Harbinger. So, you know, in theory, wouldn't the inevitable sort of, you know, is there still an inevitable? And then the Japanese version says, a variant of the Whispers, so-called arbiters of fate, they obstruct those who attempt to change the course of destiny. They're connected to all time and space within the planet's destiny. There's a couple things that are interesting here, right? So it sounds like, this sounds a whole lot like the original Whisper Harbinger description, right? An agglomeration of whispers that stands in the way of any who would seek to alter the course of destiny, it connects to all junctures in time and space within the destiny of the planet. Versus they obstruct those who attempt to change the course of destiny. They're connected to all time and space. It's very, very similar to even the Whisper Harbinger description, like original description. And one of the things that makes it so interesting to me is thinking about how they act in the final chapter of Rebirth, where they actively are blocking the player from entering the Forgotten Capital. They're stopping Cloud and the party from like entering into the space where Aerith is praying and everything that happens there. Like they form a wall. They form the opposite of like the way that the Black Whisperers blocked off the end of the highway at the end of Remake. It's a white wall that blocks it at the end, in the end of Rebirth. And then you break through it using Sephiroth's Whispers, the Black Whispers. Just kind of interesting that like, I'm curious why the White Whispers, if they're effectively acting a whole lot like the Whisper Harbinger and trying to like protect destiny as it should be, or the inevitable, whatever it is, like, why would they stop Cloud from going into the Forgotten Capital? Because that is supposed to happen, right? So, I don't know. It's just another question mark. In a sense, the planet was sacrificing Aerith in that way. Yeah, maybe now that I think about it. Because at least we do see the possibility of him stopping Sephiroth, even though it goes through, it still happens, she still dies in the universe that we know. I would say to keep Cloud from cutting her, which when he was at his weakest. He doesn't in the original, nor does he in... But he doesn't in the original, and he doesn't in Rebirth either. I don't know. There is that struggle, but it's also with the Black Whispers. Like the Black Whispers are what surrounds the sword at the end. Yeah, it doesn't seem like Cloud is losing it when he's going to swing at her. It feels like the Whispers are making him, yeah. Let's look at it real quick. Actually thinking things I hadn't thought before. Yeah, both whispers kind of. What's kind of funny is that I've always wondered, is the black ones knocking the white ones out of the way, or I don't know, they're surrounding him. I'm not going to overthink it too much. Here, he's just fighting against the wind. He starts to pick it up. Volume's kind of loud. The black whispers are circling. It's kind of hard to tell. But then when you have control of the, thank you Alexa Blue for the follow. The R2 L2 sort of like fights against it. There's a lot of like wispy things around the sword. But the actual whispers technically aren't on top of it either. They're surrounding it, they're circling it. Well, yes, they are kind of circling it. And those are Sephiroth's whispers. Oh no. Wait, what the fuck? It went black for me. The screen. Doesn't look like it went black for you, but I can watch it on OBS, but not on my actual screen. Huh. Interesting. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. But it is interesting. If the whispers signifies between the two, Aerith's Sephiroth, and if we assume the whispers are people's souls, they might try to help them. Do we ever wonder if Sephiroth needed Cloud to be at the altar to puncture the defenses of that room that might keep him out? That's an interesting thought too, Elias. I don't know. So it is interesting. But the whole point of this is more so like tier listing the boss fight. So just an interesting nugget to chew on, to think about. But interesting to think about. Sephiroth Reborn is described as a resurrected being who now wields unimaginable might and commands the arbiters of fate. He seeks to pierce through the layers of existence and reunite fragments of space-time. He shall rule over the planet and create an eternity. So I was just curious about this too, because it has some like weird ass language in it. That'd be good to see what the Japanese said. And the Japanese said, a transcendent entity reborn through the guardians of fate. He seeks to pierce the plurality of worlds and fuse shattered space-time, whereby he shall rule the planet and forge an eternal future. I also put this into like Google Translate, and it did say like instead of plurality of world, this is like multiple worlds. I mean, basically means the same thing, but you know, a lot of this, you know, so the layers of existence versus the plurality of worlds is like an interesting difference. Shattered space time is a bit different from fragmented. You know, I mean, still trying to fuse fragmented, fuse shattered, or reunite fragmented, fuse shattered. Shattered describes a slightly different effect, maybe, that caused its fragmentation. But you know, still relatively similar. Like I don't think they're dramatically different. You know what I mean? But just interesting to look at at all the language and just double check all the details. Piercing the plurality of worlds, pierce through the layers of existence. It's all going to be part of the revelation. All a part of the revelation. So that said, let's actually do this. Let me get some water as well. Hold on, give me 1 second. Where's my water? I can't find my water jug. Hold on. All right. All right, so let's do this, chat. Let's do this. Actually, how would it look if I do full screen? Okay, you can see it. Zoom in a little bit. No, I'm a little bit in the way. Okay. So nothing major different. No major differences in the let's turn on this. So no major differences in terms of like the tiering system. S, A, B, C, D, you know, this is pretty standard. And I have them basically in order. So this is both remake and rebirth, all the bosses. So the first one, Guard Scorpion. This is the very first boss that you fight in all of the games. In both of the games. I remember at the time being like shocked at how intricate it was, because you know it had so many mechanics and it was like so many phases. I'm like, this is just you've been looking for the past 45 minutes. I suspect we haven't talked about the recent Cody tweet yet. Is there a Cody tweet also? But no, I don't know about any Cody tweet. I do know the Cody and Britt interview, and we are going to talk about that. We're going to watch that, but I don't know about any tweet. Is he even on Twitter? What the fuck? For no reason whatsoever, I decided to Google the definition of tourist. Turns out there's usually a duration strongly associated, and learned that tourists stay in a destination for a temporary period of time, ranging from a single day to a few months max. Interesting stuff. I have no idea what this means. like, this is way over my head. Definition of tourist. Turns out there's a definition of usually a duration strongly associated. Learn that tourists stay in a destination for a temporary period of time. I mean, yeah. I was confused and then I randomly saw the context on my timeline. Yeah, dude. This is totally me right now. People were calling him and Britt tourists to the FF franchise. Oh my god. It's some shipping bullshit, isn't it? I'm sorry. But oh my god. Anyway. That's all I have to say about it, I guess. That's all I have to say about it. That's my opinion. Jesus Christ. Anyway. To more actual things to talk about. So Guard Scorpion. Basically, you know, I was surprised by how much you were able to do with Guard Scorpion, considering it is the very first boss. It was kind of impressive at the time. But in the long run, it's a C. You know, it's really not that engaging on replays. It's kind of a bore. It might even be a D. It's not that great of a fight. But it was impressive for the very first time. I remember the very first time I engaged with it, it was like, holy shit. That was cool, you know? C is still fine. C is still acceptable. I've been debating D. I've been debating it because it's really not that engaging. It's a C. I'll give it a C. It may move down over time, but I'm gonna keep it a C. I might be a tough grader. So I guess in terms of like what's in my mind as I think through this is mostly the mechanics of the boss fight. Somewhat the difficulty. Usually like I've played both these games most recently on hard mode, so like that's really what's in my head. And I'm also thinking about like this, like the true difference of like all of these, right? Like it's like I see people saying like B It could be a B, but it's really not that engaging, so I'm not willing to. I'm a tough grader. I feel like I might be a tough grader. So like I was considering D more than B. But I'll keep it at C for now. Roche. So this is technically the second like story boss. It really teaches you how to use Punisher mode like blocking, and so it's like parry it. But it's kind of it's not that amazing. It's not that amazing. It's fine. There are better Roche fights later in the series. So for that reason, I'll put it above Guard Scorpion, but I'm also keeping it in C. Remember Jess Capricorn rating Aaron's friend as Little Caesars? That tier list was so funny. That whole tier list was so funny because like she had no context for any of the characters or anything. All right, then there is we actually talked about him just a moment ago. I forgot the official name, but the mech that you fight underground in the tunnels. This one had the Crab Warden had the electrified rails, which were kind of cool. It's maybe a C, but I'll put it as a low B. Right now it's the only B, but I think it counts for the B just because of like having to position yourself and all that. I'll put it in that position. All right. Airbuster. So Airbuster is certainly an A, for sure. Possibly an S. Hard mode was pretty incredible for this boss. It was very difficult. There's a lot of aspects to it. There's like the aspect of like when it flies off the platform. There's when it's in the middle of the platform and then it does things. There was a crazy situation in I just remember, especially in hard mode, where the stupid hand grabbed my character, brought it to the middle of the platform. While he was in the middle of the platform, he revved up his big middle attack, and then the hand dropped me into the beam attack, killed the character, which was fucking insane. And the music is pretty unbelievable. So you know what? Airbuster goes in S tier. It deserves it. It deserves it. It has a lot of mechanics to it. The hands become separated. You gotta handle them in a certain way. There's a lot of aspects to it. I really like the Airbuster fight. It holds up incredibly well in hard mode. It becomes even more interesting. Its core dynamics become even harder. It's S tier. It's definitely S tier. And then obviously there's the music. Guard Scorpion is a place in my heart because of the constant talking and reactions between Cloud and Barrett. That's true. There is good banter in it. Reno. The first Reno fight. There's a lot of things to like about this fight, right? It has a lot of good aspects to it in terms of just the story of it, the character of it. But it's a relatively straightforward fight. It doesn't have a whole lot going on. I hate the stupid balls that he summons. They have to fight. I'll put it as high B for now. I'll put it as high B. It's good. It's not totally unremarkable, but it's also not amazing. It could be a C, like Johnny Long is saying in chat. It could be a C. But it's not quite there. Interestingly enough, the Rude fight after it. I know Reno's a fan favorite, but I'm a lot more. I like the Rude fight a lot more. I like the Rude fight a lot more. Now I'm thinking about these grades. I think I have to get a bit tougher. I have to get a bit tougher. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know. Look, Reno will be back on this list, and he will be higher. He'll be back on this list, and he will be higher. I'm just trying to be as objective as possible. It's a perfectly okay. You're rating remake solely off remake, yes? What do you mean exactly? I'm thinking about the entire totality of the trilogy so far, both games. So, in that sense, it's just not interesting enough of a fight. The actual fight of it is not interesting enough. The rude shit is funny, yeah, him getting like tossing him and stuff. And also like the little storytelling detail of like him not attacking Aerith is kind of funny. Like he'll put her to sleep or whatever, or like, you know, kind of he tries not to hurt her, which I think is kind of a cool thing. Along with everything that's happening in it. I like the Rude fight a lot. Hot take, I like that first Rude fight more than the Reno fight. Reno was a more popular character, but I like this fight a lot more. Hell House. I mean, who are we joking? Who are we kidding? There are aspects of it that are like, ooh, but where does it go? It's definitely an S. It's definitely an S. I'm deciding on where it goes. If it goes ahead of Airbuster or not. It has the barrier thing. It has so many forms. It was like the very first time I played this boss. It was on normal mode like everyone else because hard mode's not available. The surprise factor is incredible. It's almost like the surprise factor of this versus the music. Oh, I'm blocking it. Shit. It's almost like the surprise factor of Hell House versus the music of Airbuster in terms of like placement. And I'm really undecided about that. But the very first time I did Hell House. The very first time I did Hell House, I really struggled with it. I was actually like poorly equipped from like a material standpoint. I actually had fire elemental set on my sword. I remember it vividly. So I was healing the motherfucker whenever he went into like fire form. And it took me forever. I went through every single potion and every single curative that I had. Ethers as well. Like I was not set up for it. And I actually, because I went through every healing item I had, I ended up reloading the fight and doing it a second time with a different loadout so that I wasn't screwed from an item and inventory standpoint. So he really wrecked me. In hard mode, he throws out the tomberries and stuff. Maybe he does take just here's what it is. The balls of the dev team to like take this weird enemy, not just include it. He wasn't a boss before, but then take it and turn it into an iconic boss fight. I guess that has to put it a little bit above Airbuster. And then the hard mode mechanics with like throwing out the tomberries and stuff, it just adds a little something extra. So, Hell House is so easy if you poison it. Yeah, I did notice, yeah, poison actually does affect it. Like bio, I think it is. Yeah. But you are right, Nick. You are right that like I feel like Airbuster is still more interesting in hard mode. Like once you solve Hell House, it's not that difficult. Airbuster, I still feel like is a little bit trickier in hard mode. I'm still keeping it S for sure. And as for if I were including like optional bosses, like super hard bosses and stuff, it might just be an A. But you know what? Because of the fact that the breakability of Hell House versus Airbuster, actually you're right. I'm gonna put Airbuster above it. I am. Next one is Abzu. Abzu is fine. I do like the aspect of like the water in it. This is the first Abzu fight. The staging aspect, but it's not really difficult. You know which sides to go on, and it is what it is. Let's see. Let's see. It's not particularly fun. I don't look forward to it. Let's see. Ghoul, which is the big ghost that you fight in the train graveyard. It's an interesting, you know what? I like it more than Abzu. It's pretty fucking difficult in hard mode. For that alone, I could technically put it above Reno, but out of respect for Reno as a character, maybe I'll keep him higher. It's kind of an annoying boss. Yeah, it's, and I feel like it doesn't feel intuitive in a way. Like there's like the physical versus the magic, and you do sort of get a feel for it, and it doesn't feel, for whatever reason, and it's never fully clicked with me for whatever reason. So I'm gonna keep it a C. Eligor, the Denver International Airport guy. I actually like the Eligor fight a lot. I'm gonna put it in B. I think there's like some interesting, like I like when it flies. I like when it like goes around the combat field, and you have to like hit the wheels, or like you have to, I forget exactly how it works, but I just remember being pretty engaged with it and like all of its phases. I was maybe a little annoyed of it because I was tired of like the train graveyard, and I was like ready for the train graveyards to be done. But just isolating it as a boss fight, I actually like it. I think it's a pretty good fight. So I'll keep it in the B tier for now. We'll see how things shake out. You've already seen me move stuff from B to C and C to D, so things could change. But for right now, I'm gonna keep it in B. Next is the failed experiment. The failed experiment. I think I'm gonna keep it. You give him an A, really? Make the case for A, because it's not tremendously interesting. Like you fight a lot of little minions, and then it's really big, and you need to get to the second floor of it, like the second floor like thing, and you and Tifa are split for a bit, and then you have to fight his, you have to like hit his back. I didn't find it particularly fun. It shifts around a lot. It does. I guess overall fun factor and like memorability, I still personally have to drop it down to a C. You say Scorpion is better than Failed Experiment? Wow. I just still find Scorpion just too straightforward, which it should be. It's the very first boss battle in the entire goddamn trilogy. Would it be a ridiculous suggestion to watch the intro for each boss before slotting them in a tier if vibes are a factor? That just might be a lot of time and effort. I'm just gonna go off memory for now. Maybe if I'm like in between, maybe if I'm really undecided, straight Chocobo. If I'm like, I really don't know if this is a C or a B, I might pull up footage and look at it. Reno and Rude. Reno and Rude together at the top of the plate. Okay. So I did Reno dirty. You know, the first time his first time through, because it's a very simple fight, all things considered. But this fight is a lot more interesting. You do get them like separated and then together, and then the fucking you fight Rude as like a helicopter, and then he crashes in and he puts his glasses on. Great scenes. I'm putting it as an A for now. It could drop, but for now, it's A tier. Rematch Stop the Pillar is also a banger. Great music. Abzu again. This time with the little goats. the little guys make it a little more interesting than Abzu the first time. But I'm just still not a big fan of that. I think all the Abzus, spoiler alert, all the Abzus are probably going to be in this like C and D tier. I think the Rebirth one might even go D tier. Yeah, I just, it's fine. You know, I won't go D for this one just because, like, even though it is a repeat, I do think the little guys add a little something to it mechanically. So it was at least not just fighting him again. So I'll put it above the first appearance for now. Valkyrie. I really like Valkyrie a lot. I like Valkyrie a lot. It's probably top B. I don't know if it's enough to push it to A. The music is so good. The scenario is really cool. It's like chasing you. Aerial is really cool. Valkyrie music is so good though. D's here for not being named Hella Gunner. I mean, the music is S tier. The music is S tier. Actually. That's where you can actually see the combat too. He's just running back and forth. I'm going to keep it B. I'm going to keep it B because it has another opportunity on this list. So for that, I'm going to keep it B. I love the music play in the background though. I'll keep it B for now. This weird experiment thingamabob in Hojo's lab is better than the failed experiment. Is it good enough for low B? Probably not. I think C. Nothing super remarkable. I do remember like maybe a couple things being interesting about it in hard mode, but nothing too crazy. I don't even remember the music during the fight. I'll keep it C. Does it just use Let the Battles Begin as its fight song? Wow. I'm just seeing C fill up and I'm like, that doesn't feel even fair. Like all of these are like this is probably the best of them just in terms of like vibes of them. You know what I mean? I'm just going off memory. So I haven't played this fight in a long time, but just like nothing about these fights like excite me the second time through. So I can't even justify putting them in C, I feel like. D doesn't mean they're bad. It just means, like, I should add these definitions. Like, forgettable. Mostly forgettable. But they're fine. But they're not like... I should come up with another listing. Just to, like, because you're saying D means underwhelming, I guess, in some degree. In that way, like, I would probably move... If that were my criteria, I'd probably move Guard Scorpion to D. I mean, to C. How would I categorize the C fights? Likeable, but not remarkable. Got something cool about them. A, legit shit. S, legendary shit. That's a fair enough way to qualify these. That also helped me as I build these out some more and add more. This is remake and rebirth together. Let's, yeah, remake and rebirth together. Swordipede. Swordipede is interesting because I like the design of Swordipede a lot. It's also another case of them taking a regular enemy and turning it into a boss. The only problem with it is I do like the staging of it, but I don't like what the staging does to it. You know what I mean? Like, it makes it so confined when you're, especially when you're like Tifa and Aerith. There isn't much to do. You have to avoid it. I'd say it's likable, but not remarkable. I'll keep it in C. I do like aspects of it. I did like switching parties. You're right. I agree. You know what? It's more interesting than the first Roche fight. It's more interesting than Crab Warden. I'll keep it in C. There's something respectable about it. I like the ambition of it, right? To take a regular ass enemy to take this little guy, right? That you just fight as a regular enemy, turn it into a boss. It's not Hell House style, but it's you know what? I respect it. I respect it. I'll give it. It's creative. So I'll give it a C. I'll give it a C. Hold on. The next one. F for the no blood trail. That doesn't count. That happens before this. Or does it really get crazy though? gonna be harder to fight this copyright one. Oh man, what an absolute juggernaut. Musically, this is an S tier. Musically, it's an S tier. I'm putting it in A for now. A because like the tentacle thing isn't like that engaging. It kind of gets annoying after a while. And there are better Jenova fights actually, but it's good enough for me to call it legit shit. And the music is S tier, so I'll give it an A. It'll probably be eclipsed by even other Jenova fights, but it's a good one. Right now I'm actually just worried about. Hold on, I got you, chat. Give me 1 second. There's maybe a Jenova lo-fi. Just because this will probably get fucking blasted by copyright if I keep it just playing like that. Yeah. So I think it's fair to put in an A for now. Like I said, other ones will probably top it. The boy, Rufus Shinra. This is the first Rufus fight. I gotta put it in S. Like, it's just it was so remarkable to run into an enemy that could pretty much parry almost anything you did. And for you to sort of like have to find the way to crack him, I really enjoyed. I always look forward to the Rufus fights. They're some of the most talked about fights in the entire trilogy. So I think they both are going to deserve to be up here. Like I said, I really like figuring him out, solving him, parrying his bullshit, especially in the Rebirth one. It was interesting, sure, but my opinion, S is definitely an overshot. There is a case for it to just be an A. There is a case for it. Because after a while, it is a bit... Once you figure it out, it doesn't say quite as interesting. The thing is, he does have like such a... There's such a hard penalty for missing his shit. You know what I mean? For like not getting him when you can get him. But is the case in this room? I think not. You know what? I'm being influenced, but I think high A might actually be better. It doesn't have particularly great music. But by the definitions of legendary versus just, it feels like it's a little bit better than legit. Yeah, Oz is making a good point, right? Like everyone remembers their first Rufus fight. Everyone. The game does reward you for, yeah. I'm really torn between these. I really am. Like legitimately torn between these. I'm going to follow my initial gut. But he might drop again. Like, as we look at the full list of all the bosses, once I drop them in, he may move. Because once I see how crazy this S tier gets, I might be like, you know what? Looking at the rest of this S tier, he's not quite there, you know? So for now, I'm going to put it S. He might drop. He might drop. This boss, Arsenal. I don't know what people's vibes are on Arsenal. I feel like I don't hear too many takes on it. You know what? For me, dude, it's really competitive, actually. Weirdly enough, it's weirdly competitive even with Genova for me personally. I really sort of enjoyed this fight. Like, I enjoyed the drones creating the armor, then you have to take the drones out, and then you have to sort of like, you know, manage your position versus some of its attacks. You got to use the pillars for protection. You got to avoid it sort of like when it gets mobile and starts moving around really quickly. You have to handle that. And it has one of my favorite moments in any of the fights, which was at the very first time I fought it. I was super low on health. I was super low on everything. And it created that like cone of fire that like kept you in its like direct path of attack. And it was just Barrett and Aerith trying to make do with what they had. And it was literally like, it felt like it was about to do its last big attack on me. And then I fucking hit it with Barrett and took it out. And it was so cool. Like literally after that fight, Barrett drops onto his ass and he's like exhausted. And he's like, oh, and like, that is how I felt as a player. So actually I will keep it at A. I think it's legit. To some, like, and then in hard mode, you have to manage your MP. So you have to really leverage Aerith's ability to sort of like, I forget what the ability is called, but the ability to like extracts MP from the enemy, to like get some MP back so you can help, so you can actually do some under damage and stuff on it. And it's at the end of a very long chapter where your resources are really kind of drained, especially magic wise. So I like that part of it for hard mode. So I dig it. Soul Drain. Yeah. So I dig it a lot. I'm keeping it today. I like it a whole lot. Rollerball or Thunderdome or roller derby. Why am I blanking on this? It is rollerball, right? Motorball. Motorball. And it's not really a fight in some ways, but it is interesting. It is somewhat cool. It's weird because it's not really a fight. I'd say B is fair. There's something cool about it. It could arguably be a C, because you don't really get to use your mechanics that you built up over the game. You just whack the wheels. It was kind of hard in hard mode, actually. Surprisingly. I think B is solid. I respect the intention of it. It's probably better than just having another standard fight. Especially after you've been through like a whole gauntlet of like a lot of other fights, especially at the end of chapter 17. Likeable, not remarkable. I feel like it is remarkable enough in terms of like, it's because it's different enough from everything else. So I'm going to put it at the lowest B possible. It might move, but for right now, I'll keep it at B. Whisper Harbinger. So I had to like use both the art of Rubrum and Rubrum and then the actual big Harbinger. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to really see it. I'll probably put it here. Like, below Valkyrie. Like, I get like more, I just love like the vibe of Valkyrie and the feeling of it and whatnot. The fight itself is like okay. I'm not the biggest fan of like how you engage with the big guy. Like, it makes sense. It has some cool story aspects to it, obviously. Fighting Bahamut is really cool. Like the Whisper of Bahamut is really cool. But I'd probably still keep it in B. I think B is like respectable for it. Then there is the Sephiroth fight at the end of the game. Last story fight, which I will still hold down to this day as feeling like effectively the Advent Children fight. You know, like people are like, oh, we can't wait to fight Sephiroth and Advent Children. And, you know, in the Destroyed Midgard, I'm like, I feel like we kind of did that. Here in this fight. The fucking buildings are falling apart. He's throwing trains at you and shit. Like, it's, I will say, it's not S for me. I don't think it's S tier. It's a good fight. I didn't think it was that amazing. I think it's fine. The actual mechanics of it, what's going through my head right now is the placement versus Genova. Because Genova has like, I do discount the tentacle thing a lot. Like I deduct points for the tentacle thing because it gets a little annoying. It's definitely not S tier. The music, I mean, yeah, it's One Winged Angel. You know, I feel like I don't know how many people, I feel like very few people feel this way, but I was at the Distant Worlds concert the other day, and I've been to several FF7 concerts, and like usually One Winged Angel ends it all, and it kind of feels like, personally, I feel a little bit over One Winged Angel. A little bit. I've just heard it so much in my life. It's a good version of it and everything, but it feels like a bit overplayed. So like at the end of that concert, at the end of that Distant Worlds, there was like, obviously they're going to come out and do like one more. And I was like, oh, and I looked over at my friend and we looked at each other. We're like, oh, One Winged Angel's coming. And then they played FF6 Terra's theme. And I was like, oh, that's fucking, I really love Terra's theme. So that was really cool. That's a cool like last one. And different, finally. It's not just One Winged Angel again. Then they actually did do One Winged Angel, because then that's when Uematsu came out and then like joined the choir. So that made it even cooler. So it was perfectly fine. I like One Winged Angel, but it does feel a bit overdone to me. A little bit overdone. Anyway, this Sephiroth fight, I'll put it above Genova just because the tentacles of Genova like don't do like really drag this fight down a little bit. So I'll keep it up there. Materia Guardian. This is the first fight of Rebirth. I did like this one quite a bit. Obviously you're fighting with Sephiroth, which is pretty cool. You get to do synergies with him. That's pretty cool. It's a better first fight than Guard Scorpion. Even in hard mode, it has some aspects to it that actually make it sort of like relatively interesting. Surprisingly, I think I'll put it middle B. I like that it has Shrine that you fight for, that you kind of like have to deal with too. I like that it jumps on the roof and you get to, you know, like teleport up with Sephiroth and take it down from the roof. It's a solid B. I might like Rude a little bit more just because of the personality of it. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do that. Midgar Sormer. So it's definitely at least an A. Hold on, before I place it. I don't want to hear everything. I do want to see the battle. Just showing this is a ranking for scenes in both games. It's a ranking for boss fights, story boss fights. Story boss fights in both games. And there's one combined list. I'm doing remake and rebirth. Sorry, Lo-Fi, hold on. Fucking music. Wait for it. And then later on when it kicks in like the drums and shit. This boss was really good in hard mode too. Granted, you could sort of make a little bit of light work on it, like if you use fire defense elemental, because you could really absorb a lot of its damage. I like the animations of the boss itself. I like the fact that it, you know, does still eat your one of your characters. So you do temporarily sometimes like have a character missing. You have to stagger it to get the enemy, to get the character out. Staging of it, the effects. I gotta hear the music when it really kicks in right here. The music alone. Oh, got 8. This is a really early fight. This is someone's like first fight. Like, first thing, look at their HP levels. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of how it concludes like this like version of the Sephiroth impaling it thing. It is a little bit of a step down in some ways. But in terms of like just a boss fight, and that fucking music. I like it more than the Genova fight. People are gonna kill me. I like it more than the Sephiroth fight. I do. It's a little crackable because like I said, the fire defense elemental thing kind of makes it a bit easy to survive. But just the movement of it, like the animation of it, the music, for me, I'll put it up there. It's A. All right. So next, Elena and Rude. This is quite good. I like this one quite a bit. It's definitely right around, you know, Reno and Rude. I might put Reno and Rude ahead of it just because I do like the helicopter aspect of this and like the story moment that's it's sort of like happening in. I'll put it at the end of A. It has some fun stuff. You know, the Turks are always a good time. It's also the first time you fight Elena, which is nice. You fight her like 3 more times. You fight her 2 more times. So I'll put her at the end. I'll put her at the end of A. Mithril Golem. I really like Mithril Golem quite a bit. The hard mode experience for me of Mithril Golem was also interesting because I hadn't figured out the synergy skill trick with Barrett and Red 13, where like you do the synergy defense thing and it helps like really minimize damage. On a hard mode, I didn't figure that out yet. So I was getting my fucking ass whooped the first time that I fought it, and I think I actually have footage of it on my personal YouTube account, my old one. Do I still have that? Because I could show you possibly how I ended up beating it. Hold on. Which doesn't get uploaded from the PS5. Yeah. So this was I just needed to find a way to beat this motherfucker. And like I said, I couldn't figure out how to do it defensively. Like it didn't have the defense set up. So I just needed to find a way to nuke him. So a lot of people do this fight or defense forward, where it's like using those synergy skills. But I had to just figure out how to nuke his ass to get, because at a certain point in that fight, it's like in the second phase. He does an attack where like it shoots out this like nonstop, you know, raining attack that was just instantly killing me. Like if he got that attack off, he would instantly kill me. And the way to deal with it is to do the synergy defense. I didn't know about that. I know Blitz ran into that too. I don't know if he's still in chat, but I know Blitz also ran into that issue, and like chat told him about that ability. I played this offline, so I was just dealing with it. This is how I did this fight.
This ought to be fun.
I think I was building up for Stardust Ray, which builds stagger like crazy, or pressure.
How predictable. We need to aim for the head again.
Took me a little bit. I'm not like a master gamer. I'm sure there are like videos of people nuking this guy in like a minute. But I'm not that good. I died so many times before this though. Max struggled on it too, you remembered? It took a lot of its health here. It's gonna trigger into its second form though, I assume. Defensive bombardment. Yeah, it just didn't do the actual animation for a second. Like, I thought there was like a little cutscene. Yeah, it's in its second.
No, keep it up.
So it never got that. It never got its big defensive thing off. Al's running low on magic. Oh, laser bombardment. That was the problem. This laser bombardment is what killed me, usually. That cut it off. That attack actually cut it off. It's like, God damn it. I need you to get staggered, you son of a bitch. Didn't have any more. There we go. It doesn't seem that remarkable. We're watching it now, but I just remember this is the end of such a long thing of trying to figure out how to kill this son of a bitch. Especially because he was like one-shotting me once he got that defensive thing off. Once he got that like defensive bombardment off, he was like one-shotting me. Anyway, very memorable fight for me at least. I really enjoyed this. It sounds like you guys also had some struggles with it, and it was a lot of fun for you guys. I know Max struggled with it. It was a good one. Never thought to do iron defense as a strat and kick my butt. Yeah, that was like the way people really figured it out. One detail I like is how Nanaki and Barrett have the best synergies for each other. Refocus and limit boost complements their best frenemies dynamic. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Nick. And yeah, I agree. I really love all the bonding they do between those two characters for sure. No, yeah, first hard run against Mithril Golem was a beast. It is such like, it hits you by surprise, I feel like. I feel like it hits everybody by surprise of like how difficult it is. So for that alone, definitely middle of A. Doesn't have the iconic music and stuff of these other ones, but incredible. Under Junon, what is this one called? Terror of the Deep. This one actually I struggled with a little bit on hard mode. And I did find the mechanics pretty fun. I might put it like low B. I mean like higher end of B. I'd probably put it above the Whisper Harbinger fight. S tier, massive upgrade from the original. I did like the bubbles and like having to deal with the bubbles. I don't know if I'd put it S tier. It might be more deserving of even being above Valkyrie, though. You know what? Yeah. I'd probably put it above Rude and Elena, actually. What's the music of this one like, too?
Please.
Oh my god, and this has dolphin and shit. The vibes of this are cool for that.
Let me go.
Just sit tight. We got you.
Oh, and he does the grab too. He has that grab ability. You know, between the bubbles and the grabs and all that, I actually will keep it. I'll keep it. I was wavering. I was thinking, especially after seeing like it was fine, not remarkable for me from Game Busters. But because of the grabs and the bubbles and having to deal with all that, actually I'll keep it as an A. I do think it's better than the Elena Rude fight. So I'll keep it an A. It's very subjective. It could end up in B very easily. But I think it sneaks into the bottom of A for me personally. It offers enough challenge on hard mode. It does something interesting. Roche, our boy Roche. All right, this is definitely B tier. It's definitely way better than his fight in Remake. I like the addition of the fighting him while he's on the bike. I just like him. I just like Roche in general. I find him fun and engaging. It's not a terribly difficult fight though, even in hard mode. Like I didn't have much of a hard time with him. I like it a lot. I'll put it right around where Valkyrie is. Above the Harbinger. But he's just a fun time. I like him a lot. I think it's just fun also to pull off, even though the real trick to him is the same as it was in Remake, which is Punisher mode counter or using counter stance, like either one. Like he's gonna hit you with melee and you counter him. Like, but timing it, especially with him on the bike, is really fun. So I'll keep it in B. Something cool about it. It's a good time. Nothing mind-blowing, but definitely better than the first fight against him in Remake. Wasn't particularly a fan of Roche in Remake. Rebirth didn't make me like him more, though. Genova Emergent. Definitely, you know, a better fight, I feel like, than the one in Remake. The music is incredible. There are tentacles, but it's not as annoying as it was. She does get mobile too. She starts moving around. I like that a whole lot. I think getting to fight Genova when Genova is also moving around might actually move it above. God, it was such a good fight. Fuck. I'm like, what? Grab the wrong one. I think it goes above. You found it more annoying than the tentacles in Remake? I didn't find it as annoying. It was a pretty difficult fight. I think I ultimately was more engaged with it mechanically than Midgardsormr. So it definitely goes above Midgardsormr. You can ignore them in Remake, you have to take them out. Oh, that might be why. Odd, I was also literally just in the middle of thinking of maybe S tier. I really was. I like it more than Rufus. Yeah. Well, you guys might not have been able to see that. I think I put it up there. I'm happy with that choice.
Come and get it, asshole.
He does this fucking bullshit.
And they call her Genova.
The staging of this is very cool, and her being like connected to the top of the ship and the music, and then like ultimately falling down and then moving around. Like for whatever reason, I just found this form of Genova especially like moving around the field, like the the battlefield, like really interesting. Because even like Genova Life at the end, Life Clinger, doesn't move around. The fucking design of this with all the, like the hands and shit in the background, all the hands behind it. I remember this being a pretty hard fight in hard mode. Flailing around, all his hands flailing around.
Don't panic. We can kill it.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's S tier for me. I would put it above Rufus. All right. Grapstropod. This is the one that you fight on the beach with the atmosphere S, yeah, for sure. They really leaned more into the horror aspects of the creature at this boss fight. 100%. Grapstropod. So this is the fight that you do at Hojo's like robot. And you fight with an umbrella for a little bit of a Crisis Core reference. Fight wise, it has some interesting mechanics actually. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the Hojo bit. Like it just felt a little extended. I'll put it above Materia Guardian. It was okay. It was like a perfectly okay fight, is how I'd categorize it. I might go below Materia Guardian just for the fact that Materia Guardian also has like the ability to fight and synergize with Sephiroth. The music is good, Joel. You are right. I remember being surprised by it on the OST. Oh god, this song, yeah. I use this song in my video because it's so good. I believe I put it in B, Pod. God, the music, though. It's such a good track for such a goofy boss, yeah. I just remember when it like points its tentacles at you and does like a ramming attack being kind of interesting. But it's not that interesting of a fight. Music is fantastic. So yeah, right now I have it like toward the bottom of B. I think this is fair. I think I like it more than do I like it more than Eligor? Yeah, I think I like it more than like. I think Eligor has some interesting stuff in it, but I'd probably put it a little bit above just for like the fun of it and the atmosphere of it, the music of it. I'd put it like lower B. Lower B is where I have it right now, and I think that's fair. All right, what else do we got? Custom Valkyrie. I mean, I fucking love the Valkyrie music. It has the fire shit going on with it. Like it more than Ruden Elena. The aerial aspects of it are fun. I think I like it more than Terror of the Deep. God, it's definitely in A. I'm just not sure. I like it more than the first appearance of Valkyrie. Definitely like it more than this. It's debatable between these two to some degree, but I like the music of this a lot. I think it's safe where it is. I think it's safe where it is. You think Remake Valkyrie was better? But Remake Valkyrie didn't have that much going on, really. Like, it chases you and whatnot, and then, like, but the actual fight of it is relatively normal versus, like, it did, like, I found the fire abilities of it more interesting. I like getting aerial and fighting it up in the air. Like, personally, it was fun for me to very, like, Advent Children Cloud and, like, just be up in the air fucking it up. I liked parrying the bullets. He's not, but I liked doing it. It's still the same music, so it's just as good. It's a little bit modified. It's mechanically much more interesting than the first Valkyrie fight and remake. Yeah, I would put it up there. It almost feels weird that Arsenal is above it. Even though I spent several minutes talking about all the reasons I like Arsenal. I'm good with this. I'm good with this. For now. We'll see. We'll revisit it. But I liked it. I liked it a lot. Fucking Big Bird. Motherfucking Big Bird, chat. God, Big Bird was such a pain in the ass. I know its actual name is Gigantosaurus or whatever the hell. It's an A, actually. Hard mode made it a way better fight as well. I really liked it in hard mode quite a bit. Oh, thank you so much. Dave Ham for the follow. I actually had a good time with this stupid ass boss. Something about, I don't think I like the design of it. I'm not a big fan of the design of it, but and I did find the fire tornado thing like at times a little annoying to pull off. I did like the fight. At the end of the day, you guys saw it. If you're watching my stream, you saw me get my ass kicked by this thing way more than I expected. I was very annoyed. I raged on stream, like live. This is one of the few bosses that made me rage. I kind of like it. I think it's a legit boss fight. I think if my criteria is legit shit, it is a legit boss fight. It's hard. It was harder for me than some of the other bosses that are on the same tier. Damn, I guess that's a good question, right? Like, JV Dragoon is saying I like it, but more of a C for me. And then like, yeah, I guess that's the other question. How much do I like it? How much do I actually like it? I don't actually like it. I was pleasantly surprised by how much it challenged me. I don't actually like it. So for that alone, I definitely have to knock it down. And so they got something cool about it category. That feels safe. Feels a bit disrespectful to put it above Whispers. Yeah, thinking about the boss, I'd be happy to fight again. God, it keeps falling. It keeps falling the more I think about it. That's because I don't like it that much. Like, it is a good fight. Like, it's more challenging than I thought it would be. Man, this is probably the biggest fall. I don't know if I'd put it in C. Because I do think the fire tornadoes make it remarkable enough. You know what I mean? How'd you put Junon Roche in B? Just my take. I liked it a lot. Like, I think like him on the bike is a lot of fun. I like it more than the first Roche fight, where it's just you just do, you know, you're sort of like you just parry him. You basically just parry him too. But the overall vibes of this, the music of it is incredible. Like, my God. Yeah, there's all the theatrics of it too. It's like you have a dude on a motorcycle circling around you, throwing some fire at you occasionally. Really good music. This guy's fighting him terribly. This is the least effective way to fight Roche I've ever seen. What is this guy doing? Anyway, I like it a lot. I just dig the vibes of it. I have a lot of thoughts. I have a lot of fun with it. So I put it up there. It's definitely more fun. I look forward to it more than fighting the Whisper Harbinger. So I'm keeping it where it is. All right. Dine fight. I know there's a lot of thoughts about the Dine scene. Chat, let's try to not bring in story thoughts too much into this. There is like some influence on it, like the story moment of like what's happening with, you know, on the top of the plate. It definitely affects that a bit. In terms of as a fight, it's pretty good. He has his like Resident Evil moment, which is weird, but does make it mechanically a relatively fun fight. I'll put it there. I'll put it above the Junon fish. But not a bad fight. I think it was a pretty good fight. All the other things around it, you could sort of I feel like you got to remove that a little bit from your way of evaluating it. The mines, yeah, you have to be mindful though of your like, you have to be mindful of your position on the battlefield versus him though. The Dine fight is actually top 10 rebirth for me. Hot take. I feel like it's vastly differing like in this chat. There are people who are like, Nick is saying S tier story, D tier fight. Oz is saying it's top 10 for you in Rebirth. Because as a boss fight, I like it quite a bit. I think I like it more than the Junon one. Although the Junon one has the dolphin. I know the dolphin's not part of the actual fight, but it's part of the vibes. Man, the vibes though. The vibes of this fight with the fucking dolphin coming in afterward and you jump off it and I move it down one. I move it down one spot. And I know it shouldn't count because it's not technically part of the fight, but it is the conclusion to the fight. I don't know, I have to watch it again. It's not part of the fight is the problem.
Oh no, you don't.
I think it comes down to this, chat. I think we'll take in a little bit of the surrounding vibes of both, right? So the surrounding vibes of the dying scene and how it plays out, pull it down a little bit, especially in comparison to the vibes around this one of the dolphin. Gives it a little bit of a bump. Gives it a little bit of a bump. I think this is a fair ranking. I think this is a fair personal ranking for me. Is I look forward to the goddamn dolphin and all the shit. And so I put it one step above mine. Even though there's a lot of good stuff in the dive, I've defended a lot of aspects of the dine scene. Like, you know, people get mad about it. But now I'm second guessing myself. Just because this actual fight is not quite as good as this actual fight. But it kind of is. It has some good shit. I don't know. I'm torn. I'm gonna keep it where it is. Yeah, these things are changeable depending on the mood of the day. All right, Anaron Suppressor. Your boy Palmer. Now I know what chat wants me to do. I know what chat wants me to do with Palmer. Y'all want me to drop him down here, don't you? This is what you want me to do. But again, taking it as a fight, I actually think it's a pretty fun fight. And I think the music is really quite good. So I'll put it middle B. I'll put it middle B. It's fun flipping the robot. Music is pretty good. You think it's A tier, Nick? Wow. I don't know if it's quite A tier. It is a pretty good fight though. Wow, okay, different expectations. I know people hate the Palmer fight, but people are saying A and B tier. Yeah, I think it's at least B. It's a better fight than the Root fight. It's a better fight than the Whisper fight. It's a better fight than the Roche fight. That is a boss fight. It's a little gimmicky with the whole flipping it and stuff. And then amplified by making limit breaks part of the intended strategy. So far, Rebirth bosses staying in B tier or above, impressive. It really, I think for the most part, I really like a lot of the Rebirth bosses. I think it's a more fun fight than Valkyrie. I like Rude and Elena a lot. But as a fight, I actually think I like you more than Rude and Elena. It's climbing, chat. It's climbing. It almost feels appropriate that it's right next to the Dying fight, doesn't it? NieR was a clever reframing of the original game mechanic. Against all goddamn odds. Because I know people have feelings about this. Mainly for story reasons. But yeah, it's up there. It's pretty legit. This fight is the first fight in Gungaga with the hold on, before I rank it, there's an important aspect of that fight as well. One of my favorite tracks in Rebirth. Then later, right here, breaks that fight if you know how to use the iron microphone and Moogle knuckle. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like Nick, you have a really good handle on the combat system. Even from what I remember seeing in like the Blitz chat, I think you're pretty on top of like the combat. But this fucking drumming. It is Midgard Sommer again a little bit. I've put this shit on in the gym. Just because of it just gets me hyped. So yes, it is a bit, who said it? Somebody said it earlier. C feels like a ripoff of Specimen and Shines in Shinra Building. True. It does feel a bit like that. But the music is so goddamn good. I think middle B tier. Yeah, it's a slight variation of Midgard Stormer. I think middle B tier is solid just because I like the music a lot. There are a couple parts of it in hard mode that felt like maybe it was kind of interesting. It's more interesting as a fight, even though the boss itself isn't that interesting, because it is basically just taking that same enemy from Remake and buffing it a little bit. So I'd probably put it in the same territory. All the Hojo shit kind of falls together seemingly, it seems like. So middle of B sounds fair. Scarlet fight. Scarlet fight is automatic A for me. I really like the Scarlet fight. I think there's a lot of fun stuff. I like using all Tifa, Aerith, and Yuffie combo together. It's a lot of fun. This doesn't mean it's at the bottom of A. I'm just like automatically dropping it into A. I gotta decide where I want to put it within A. I really like the parrying it quite a bit. Like she does a lot of attacks that like, especially on hard mode for me, I really needed to like learn the timing of it, especially when she like darts across the battlefield. You give it an S because of how it's mechanically designed. She has a phase for each character in the party during her fight. Interesting. Yeah, the fists are rough. I like it quite a bit. I like it quite a bit as a fight. Just got here, so glad you put Rufus in S tier. I know it's tough, but satisfying to learn. It is good. It's fun. Maybe some points off for not giving us the option to disfigure Scarlet. I mean, look, I still enjoy looking at Scarlet a little bit. Can't lie. I think top of A tier might be. It feels a little nutty to put her. Well, I still have a Genova above her. I was about to say it seems a little crazy to have her above Genova. This Genova fight, the tentacles really drag it down for me. And I like Scarlet's character. Her, like, it sounds crazy to say, but just like, I like to hate her. You know what I mean? And I think it's good to have antagonists that you love to hate. And I love to hate her. She's one of the worst people. Great fight. I like it a lot. A tier. Gina Talk. Gina Talk is right up there too. I'm really undecided about this one. This one's a really good fight as well. I really like Gina Talk a lot. A lot. A lot. A lot. I find it more interesting than Hell House on replay. On hard mode. It has a lot of elements to it. It drops that shit in the middle with like the chattering heads they have to deal with. It has the countdown at the very end. Ooh, I like it a lot. When he splits up and the beat breaks into the chants injected every time. Hard mode brings it down for you. Why does hard mode bring it down for you, JV Dragoon? I thought it was way better in hard mode. It was hard as hell. It kicked my ass on hard mode. Maybe because it's very difficult. I loved it though. You know what's funny is that I struggled with it about as much as a stupid Big Bird, which is crazy. But people saw me rage on stream about it. If I remember correctly, I don't feel like I raged as much on Gina Talk. There were a couple moments where I was like, oh, that's cheap. But this felt way satisfying to beat versus Big Bird on hard mode. Even though the stupid Big Bird actually gave me a lot of problems. This is super satisfying. The problem is that on hard mode, you don't really have much time to burn down his health at the end, but there are definitely ways. Personally enjoyed it for the challenge, though. I think the game does a good job of breaking you in Barret and Red game. Yeah, it's a good thing that you also have the Red and Barret earlier in the game. Like, they even thinking of it from that aspect of, like, giving you the cave portion with them earlier in the game. The Mithril Caves. Clear S tier for me on Gina Talk. All right. Diabolic variant or whatever. It was fine. Yeah, it might be forgettable. You're right, and the mostly forgettable. You know what? You're actually right. The forgettableness of it, because I literally forgot about it until putting this list together. Deciding how much I like it versus Abzu, which is not a lot. What is the music of it even? I don't even remember it. It's the DLC boss, yeah. Fuck, shut up.
So make sure.
Oh my god. Nobody's even like uploaded it. It's just a fight. Okay, here we go. Wow, I forgot about the song too. Like, now I kind of recognize it. Yeah. Pretty utterly forgettable, actually. It's a fight. Cloud, Tifa, and Yuffie do with the Nebel reactor. Yeah. Pretty down there. Even the scenario, like the reason for the fight is, for example, not even as interesting as Abzu. Yeah. Yin and Yang. There was a Diabolic. There was a Diabolic in the Yuffie DLC. There was. It was like when you fight it, in the, like when you get locked into the room. Here's what's giving me pause. Is it feels disrespectful to put it below, to put it above Guard Scorpion. But there are some like some mechanically interesting things about it. Force you to learn Kate. Yeah. Yeah, I'll keep it in C. Bottom of C sounds about right. Forgotten Number, or whatever it's called now. It's maybe a better fight than Yin and Yang. Let me look at it again. Is it Forgotten Number? Lost Number? What is it called? Forgotten Experiment. I keep mixing it up with the Lost Number original. Actually, yeah, I do remember the mechanics of this being kind of fun. Low key. Yeah, this is kind of, and then he does like stuff on the floor. You get to like sort of like manage in terms of these like poison pools and stuff. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Actually, okay. I'm having some good memories. I'm putting it in B. Low key more fun. It's easily the high point of the worst chapter of the game. Yeah. Yeah, you're worried about him being cut because he was technically an optional boss in the OG. I did like Mind Flayer a lot too. I thought like literally I was going through the enemy intel yesterday, Johnny, and I decided to keep it just the story bosses. But like Mind Flayer, I would have had in here too. I'll have to do another listing. This is taking me longer. This is taking me a long time already to just get through the story bosses. So we'll have to do another one for all the separate sort of optional fights. It was better than Roche. I like Roche, but it was better than Roche. Okay. Galleon Beast. Red Dragon's coming, I'm sure. I remember making it. Bare minimum for me. Bare minimum for me. Like, the moment of fucking this son of a bitch coming out, I can't remove the emotions of we're fighting fucking Vincent. We're fighting fucking Vincent. Oh my god, we're fighting Galleon Beast? Fuck off. Oh my god, this is Bloodborne ass music? Loved it. Loved it. I love his moves. I love the way he like moves. He was kind of tough in hard mode. He cooked me the very first time. S tier music. S tier undoubtedly. He was, in terms of like boss surprise factor, he was basically the Hell House of Rebirth. Just in terms of like, we're fighting. Wait, what? We're fighting this? Give me 1 second, chat. What happens when you stream while you're sick? This is what happens when you stream while sick. Fuck. Thing is, I'm well enough to stream, but that's what happens. So S tier for me. I think I'm pretty fine with this placement. It could potentially even go higher, but I think I'm good with it where it is. I love the Genova Emergent fight. Oh, I had a super chat. Ricky Dicky, feel the aura, subtext feel it. Thank you so much, Ricky D, for the $5 super chat, and thank you, Sephiroth, for letting me know because I missed that. Thank you. It was like them saying Vincent will be playable, but guess what? Yeah, Horatio. Yeah. Love this fight though. Subtext in Remake, there was a boss fight in the beginning where you fought Shinra troops and a riot trooper. I didn't actually count it. Yeah, I didn't actually count it. Like I literally was going through a boss fight like list, and they skipped it. And I was like, yeah, more of a mini boss than an actual boss. I didn't count it. Oh, I see why somebody didn't recognize Red Dragon, but you'll see it in a second. All right, this version of Roche. So the final form of Roche. I actually like this fight quite a bit. I like it quite a bit. He can be pretty tough, actually. I like it more than Dine. Let's get a bit of the vibes. It's definitely the best Roche fight.
So much for being a mercenary.
Yeah, he hit me too. He fucked me up here too. He has some one hitters. You have to really learn his moves quite a bit. You gotta learn what you can parry and what you can counter. And then also what kind of just automatically hits you. Like that one, I don't think that one you can counter. Like this one, I don't think you can counter. From what I remember. I think that one's an automatic hit, no matter what. But if you counter him, you pressure him. So he is pretty easily staggerable at times, and then obviously there's the end of the fight where it's more story driven, where it's not really even a fight. But that actually adds to the feeling of it. So like that thing's an automatic hit. I think you try to counter it actually. Yeah, see? He wanted to Punisher. Right? Here he switched it to Punisher and he's guarding. And usually that counters an attack, but it's an unblockable. I remember that catching me off guard too.
Won't last long.
Yeah. I mean, this is definitely above the Dine fight for me, for sure. I'd probably put it... Yeah, I'd probably put it above these. Just because of the emotions of it. And the feeling of it. I'll put it up there. I like it quite a bit. I like it quite a bit. Like, in some ways, I like it more than a couple of these. But I think that's a good placement for it. I think it's a solid spot for it. All right. Next, we have Abzu. Again, this time with the Dawn. I felt annoyed by this fight. Like, I felt annoyed by the existence of this fight. As a fight, it might be okay, but mentally, I'm here with it. You know? Mentally, I'm here with it. Like, it's better than these other Abzu fights. I'll give it some bonus points. I'll give it a couple bonus points. No, fuck it. I like this one more. I don't know. I just don't like him. I just nothing about it interests me. Elena and Rude version 2.0. It could be interesting enough. It's difficult enough that I'll keep it in B. It's probably a better version than this fight, but it just feels so repetitive. You know? It just feels so repetitive. And it doesn't really add anything, truly add anything that wasn't already in this fight. They still have synergies. They had a synergy in the last one. It felt like a buffer fight. It was a weird buffer fight because then it was like, here's another Turks fight. And then it's the same one as this one. Just because it's actually difficult, I will keep it an A. I was actually tempted to put it in B. Okay, here's the thing. One of these is going to be. Because they're the same goddamn fight. They really are. And I just can't have the same damn fight in there twice. One of these is going to be. I am playing lo-fi FF7, yeah. Second one in B, I agree. Dropped it. Rufus 2.0. In some ways, it's more interesting because having the dog come in the second time, like in the later half of the fight, actually makes it more difficult than remake one. But it's not S tier because it's a little too similar still. I think I'm gonna put it below Genova. Remake Genova. It's an improved fight. In some ways, it's a better fight. In some ways, it's a better fight. In some ways, it is a better fight than this one. But similar to how this gets knocked down because of this gets knocked down because of this. It didn't add enough. It didn't add enough to make it as interesting. So it's a better fight than this one. It is a better fight than this one. Because like I said, the addition of Darkstar in the middle actually does make it more interesting. But yeah, there was a wow factor to this one. So this gets a little bit of a knockdown. Just because it doesn't have enough that it adds. Still A tier. Red Dragon. Now, it might be hard to see. But Red Dragon, and I'm not sure if it's going to stay in S, it might. But let me pull this up just so you guys can see it even better. This is this is the image I chose. Where is it? I usually pull into the browser. This is the image that I chose for Red Dragon. Because this part's fucking hilarious. So I have some issues with the fight, which is why I'm not sure if it stays in S tier. I know I dropped it there temporarily. I know people are saying things in chat, and I do want to hear your takes on it, because I think it is one of the more contentious ones in some ways. I think the thing that I'll keep it here for now and talk about it just on this. Some of the challenges. Oh, thank you for the sub. Shit. How do I see that again? Will this actually load this time? No. I gotta look at my Twitch feed. Red Mage, thank you for the sub. 8 months. Thank you so much for resubscribing. So to talk about Red Dragon, a couple things rubbed me the wrong way with Red Dragon, and they were really more noticeable in hard mode. One, it's kind of cool to have to get the dragon in the position where you hit the column and have it fall on it. Like, as like a concept, it's kind of cool. Just in terms of like making it so that a fight has to use the space around it. You know what I mean? If we're gonna have an action combat system or a hybrid system that isn't just turn-based, then using positionals, I think, is an interesting idea. In practice, it's not super fun actually executing it, and it is a little janky at times. So there's that. But the other thing is the lava floor in hard mode felt busted to me, and like it didn't work the way that it was described even in the enemy intel. Like when you assess it, it said that basically if you broke its stomach or its wings, or I forget, whatever it is, it should stop that attack from happening. But it actually felt like it made the attack happen. I could have swore the enemy intel said to, actually, don't I have the stupid enemy intel here? Yeah. Striking the scorched pillars, destroying one of its wings while it is flying will cause it to plummet, pressuring it. Attacking its chest will reduce the range of Crimson Breath. Oops. And then in hard mode, that didn't work. Like, attacking its chest did not reduce the range. Ah, shit. Attacking its chest did not reduce its range, which, as I said, says it right here. Attacking its chest will reduce the range of... That did not work in hard mode, from what I remember. Because I remember running into that live on stream with you guys, where it's like it wasn't having an effect on its range or or how much it hurt. In hard mode, it's always at max, maybe at max range, but it weakens it. But did it? It feel like it didn't. You just had to figure out how the fuck to tank it. You just had to figure out how to tank it. So because of that, I still like the fight in a lot of ways. I still like a lot of the fight. It is a very cool fight, but I think I'm gonna keep it in the A tier. I think I'd probably put it above the second Rufus fight. I do like the phases. I do like the idea of it and the intention of it. I'll keep it high. I'll keep it like here in the A tier. It could probably move in between these a little bit, but I'm keeping it A tier. Let me see what people were saying. Garbage tier fight, if you ask me. Worst design fight in the entire remake trilogy so far. Interesting. You really don't like it. Yeah, the fire elemental in the armor doesn't do anything. You're right, Nick. Yeah, that did piss me off too. I kind of was okay with it because I was like, okay, well, at least it's like making it difficult, you know? Like you can't just cheese it. But a lot of the mechanics are very sus. It's not S tier if the fight is broken. The fact that there's a mechanic that I don't understand about it, even if you break it, the dragon can still use its attack. Yeah. Here's the thing, I can't just quite call it got something cool about it. You know? I can't just put it in that tier. I think I do need to keep it in A. And at the end of the day, I do remember the feeling of beating it, especially on hard mode. As cheap as it was and as broken as it was, I still had that feeling of, oh, fuck yeah, I got it. You know what I mean? Because of that, I'm going to keep it in A. Let me keep it where it is. It's broken. It doesn't work the way it should. It doesn't seem to follow the rules of elements the way it should. But I still felt satisfied beating it in hard mode. So I'll keep it there. Iron Giant, or however it's called, Ironclad, I think it's technically its official name. Definitely in the C tier, I think. Like, it's likable, not quite remarkable. I'd put it above Yin and Yang. Like, it's a decent fight. It does have like some one-hitters that are pretty, like, it can like one-shot you, or one-shot at least one of the party members if it hits. But I think C tier. It also uses the environment, so I respect it for trying to do that. But it's just Iron Giant. Yeah, just a mandatory Iron Giant. Reno and Rude. This fight's very fun, especially like the vibes of it, because you sort of like fight alongside them a little bit, which is cool. That is a cool aspect of it. Trying to decide. The vibes of the remake fight were cooler because of the circumstances. In terms of the actual combat itself, it's probably better than the remake version of their fight. I think they do have a synergy that could one-shot you. I think I like it more than Arsenal. I think I like it more than Mithril Golem. Yeah, I think I put it a little bit higher than their first appearance. It's a little bit fluid. It can kind of move anywhere in between these, honestly, to some degree. Do I like it more than Mithril Golem? Man, Mithril Golem is such a good fight in hard mode, though. Like, it's such a skill test. I put Mithril Golem above, actually. I think Mithril Golem is enough of like a skill challenge that it has to get the edge for me. Yeah, rare occurrence where a repeated fight is graded higher. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I think the situation as well, like getting to fight alongside them and then you fight against them, you know, just the feel of it and everything that rests around it is pretty good. Elena and Sung. Elena and Sung is interesting because it's cool to fight Sung for the first time. It's a little annoying to fight Elena for a third time. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I was a little tired of just fighting Elena. I'd fought her 3 times already. The fighting Sung is cool. There's a novelty of fighting Sung. The music is great. But there's a fatigue factor. There's a fatigue factor of the Turks, which is saying something. But it was cool fighting Sung, so I put it above. The novelty of fighting Sung puts it a step above, I think. Reno and Rude. It was pretty tough too. Like they have a synergy that can also one-shot you. Feels a little crazy to have Mythic Golem above it. I think I'm good with it though. I think I'm good with that. Demon Wall. Is that what it's called? Isn't it called something? Or Demon Gate? Which one is the OG version? Is it Demon Gate, the original version, or Demon Wall? I forget the exact name. I really like this fight a lot. This is an S tier fight automatically. Demon Gate and Rebirth. Having to like be aware of your surroundings and having shit fall on you and whatnot. S tier, especially in hard mode. I agree. I think it's definitely S tier. It's better than Rufus. It's better than Galleon Beast. The vibes of Galleon Beast are incredible. But as a fight, I think I liked it more. It's a fair spot for it. It's a fair spot for it. I liked it a lot. I thought it was really good. You don't agree better than Galleon Beasts? Well, just in terms of like, there are multiple phases of this that make it more difficult, and I struggled with it more. So for that, it gets a little bit of a nod for me over Galleon Beast. Vibes of Galleon Beast are like fucking here. The vibes of Galleon Beast are like here for me. But in totality, I put it here. So I really like that fight a lot. Genova, Life Clinger. It's a pretty good fight. Feels a little repetitive. It has some cool stuff to it. You know what? I haven't played it in hard mode yet. There's a little bit of an undetermined because I have not done chapter 14 in hard mode. I know. I can actually foresee it in hard mode being better than the remake Genoa fight. I haven't done it yet, but I'm thinking of all the elements of it and the lights and the stages and the falling through the shit. SubTXT is low-key scared. I get it. I am. I ain't even fronting. I could foresee it being more interesting than even the remakes at Sephiroth fight. Actually, boot it up. I'm gonna give it again. I'll re-rank these. I didn't do chapter 14 hard mode yet. I did everything but except that, and I've tried to go back. I feel like I need some additional material. I need to do some side stuff. Something about chat I get stuck on. You're not gonna believe it, because I beat Demon Gate, and you know what I get stuck on? You won't believe it. This is where I get stuck when I've done chapter 14 hard. This fucking fight. I've been stuck on this fucking fight. Know why? They hit me with that like Faraga or like fucking Eroga or whatever. These stupid goddamn whispers of all things have been my like breaking point. I literally did it like a week ago. I gave it a try off stream. I did put elemental on my armor. I did, but then if I put it, because I put it on like, I think arrow, but then I got hit with a fire. So I got hit like either way, one of them was taking me out. So I don't know what it is. I also feel like I'm out of practice on the game. So that was part of it. Lightning and wind combined, maybe. Yeah, and because so the reason I was so the when I had the stream where I was gonna play the end of Rebirth, I had already planned to have Sleepy on to like talk about that as we organize that together. So I decided to like I got stuck here and I was like, you know what? We only have a limited amount of time for a stream today, and so I decided to like prioritize having the conversation with Sleepy about the ending. And so that's what we did. So Manowal and D-Faith 2. Interesting. You'll be surprised how OP regen is. Parrying the bind is tight timing. So for now, placeholder, I'll put it here. Or actually, you know what's fair? You know what's fair? Let's keep the ones I haven't done in hard mode off of the list for now. Let's keep them off of the list for now because I don't have a proper ability to grade it. And then let's go to so DLC ones I added at the end. So Gigantopede, I kind of like the vibes of Gigantopede from the DLC. So I'll put it like, you know, middle B, maybe. It was kind of cool. Like there was a novelty to it. There was a novelty to like attacking it from afar with the shuriken and then like the drones that it puts up and stuff. So I'll put it in the middle of B. Scarlet. Scarlet was okay. It was probably a better fight than that. So I'll probably keep that. I'll probably keep it in B though. I don't really think about it very often. The Diabolic was probably, you know, it was fine. It was mostly forgettable. And the Nero, I really like the Nero fight a lot. I like the Nero fight a lot. I like the Nero fight a lot. Probably around there. Around the Red Dragon Rufus 2.0 territory. It could go higher. It could go higher. I did do hard for the DLC, yeah. I'm undecided if I want to go higher with it. I really liked it a lot. Vibes of it too, the music of it. You know what? It doesn't have broken mechanics like Red Dragon, so I'm going to put it above. It has difficult things like the life drain aspect. But I'll put it above Red Dragon. Which, you know what? Considering how much I dislike Dirge of Cerberus, this is a fucking accomplishment, chat. Like, this is really a hell of an accomplishment. And parts of me even thinks it could even be even higher. So, well done. Well done. I didn't have the Vice fight in here just because it's technically optional. And so sticking to my own rules, I wanted to only have the story bosses for this ranking. But ultimately, I think this is a pretty good list, chat. What do we think? I know there's probably a little bit of disagreements. Very speculative, even think some of these are a little out there. But we have Airbuster, Genatalk, Hell House, Genova Emergent, Demon Gate, Galleon Beast, and the first Rufus. This feels just a little out of place. A little bit. But it's such a, like, there's something to it. Like, it has such, like, a memory to it. Like, it's a kind of a core boss fight memory. And I think it deserves the last spot in the S tier. There are actually some of these fights below it are probably better fights. You know? Like, Scarlet might be a better fight. He could very easily be an A. He could very easily be an A. But ultimately, I had a feeling fighting him, especially for the first time. Like, this is so interesting. Me having to figure out the timing of like when to do Braver and like when to sort of like hit him and when to sort of like, there was a FromSoft-esque feeling to it in a game that does not have a FromSoft combat system that kind of made it interesting and just unique and different. And so for that reason, I'll keep it at the bottom of S tier. It's almost like a symbolic S tier more than an actual S tier, but I think it deserves sort of recognition of being up there. Then we have Scarlet, Midgard Sormer, Sephiroth, Genova from Remake, Nero, Red Dragon, Rufus 2.0, Mithril Golem, Elena and Sung, Reno and Rude to Rebirth, fucking Arsenal, Reno and Rude Remake, whatchamacallit, my brain stopped working, Roche, Custom Valkyrie, Terror of the Deep, Dine, Palmer, Elena and Rude. Got the first version of Valkyrie from Remake. Lost Number. So I keep forgetting his goddamn Rebirth name. Forgotten Experiment. Roche from Rebirth in the in Junon. Elena and Rude 2.0, The Whispers Fight, Rude, Scarlet in the DLC, Gigantopede, Materia Guardian, The Experiment, Costa del Sol, Hojo Fight, Elagor, Stupid Big Bird, Rollerball, Motorball. I keep saying Rollerball. Controversial, maybe. But the first Reno fight in Remake, just because it's so straightforward. The Swordipede, Crab Warden, Roche first fight, Iron Giant, and then the Yin and Yang. And then the mostly forgettable, I mean, this feels rough. This feels a little harsh, maybe. It is. It is. He's getting a promotion. Because it's likable, but not remarkable. We're moving him up. He's getting promoted at the end of this. So we moved Guard Scorpion up. It's not the most interesting fight, but it was a pleasant surprise when you first played Remake for the very first time. It was like, oh my god, they made Guard Scorpion like this interesting and like these many phases and all that stuff. In the long run, it's pretty unremarkable, but it's a good memory. And then mostly forgettable. Now the mostly forgettable row feels correct in some ways, right? Now it's just like all these goddamn experiments and fucking Abzu 27 times and the ghoul and the diabolic variant. So I'm personally very satisfied with this list. Obviously, we have 4 bosses that we're going to have to recalibrate after I fight it in hard mode, which are all the chapter 14 bosses. But I think this is a solid list. I'm proud of my ranking, even if there's some to disagree with. I'm happy with this. Does it save this? Like, if I reload this, will they all still be there? Maybe. Gilgamesh was optional, so technically, so he's not a part of this list because we only included the story bosses for right now. So I'll take a screenshot just in case I go back to this link and it's gone. If it resets or not, I don't know. But cool, fun list. It was fun. It was fun to do. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Only one I really disagree with is remake Sephiroth fight, but in the end, it'll be yours. Yeah. We'll see. I'm hopeful that actually, I think the rebirth Sephiroth fights will, especially this one. I expect this one will be higher, just because it was relatively tough in even dynamic. So I bet this one will be higher than it when I get to it in hard mode. But we'll see. We'll have to see. So now that that's done, and it's been how long now, chat? 4 hours. Been 4 hours into stream. So there's so much planned. Including this. All right, let's get to Ever Crisis. Me, chat. What did I get myself into? What did I get myself into? All right. Let's do this. So we're going to do a bunch here, actually. There is some stuff, like I said, Yogacara related that I want to talk about when it comes to the Lifestream Sequence that has really actually made me think additional thoughts about it and helped explain it to me, like in terms of the mechanics of, because one of the fundamental questions that has come up, and I've had answers for this before, right? But like something that people have brought up is like, why doesn't Tifa sort of just tell Cloud? Basically, long story short, one, she can't because she doesn't actually know what happened. And she knows obviously that he remembers stuff from Nibelheim, but she doesn't remember him being there. So she can't even give him that information. But there are other aspects of, like, as I dug deeper into Yogacara, where I realized that there are things that he genuinely like needs to come to himself and reform his identity, that, and then she is there also as a confirmation because of her own history with him and them sort of like having that shared history from that time. Like his path to understanding himself is like necessarily connected to her own memory, and then like the way that so it's very intertwined. She can't just tell him. He has to come to it. And there's a very specific reason for that when you actually think about it in relation to even your own life, you're going to think like, huh, that's kind of interesting, right? Like that's it actually, when I started looking into Yogacara, which I know was technically was in the Rebirth Ultimania, but I do think actually does explain a lot of the world mechanics of like how memory works and how a lot of those aspects of the shadow and stuff work. Even though it's young, they actually do sort of like have crossover. So anyway, let's start with the beginning part of this whole bit though, which is arriving in Midiel. The place where the Lifestream pours out into the world, Medial. This is where Cloud's companions discover he may be and begin to make their way there. By the way, the design of this, like seeing how like it feels like a much higher and much taller, like this bridge compared to the OG. It's the same design, but I'm very intrigued. We've seen little bits of these structures so far in Revelation. Upon hearing from a local resident that someone matching Cloud's description was seen at the Cloud's town clinic, Tifa raises there in anticipation. I'm actually gonna let this play for a second, just grab some. Goldberg is dying. And that was actually something that John Q Gamer thought. He has a theory about that. It is kind of interesting, actually. By the way, the fucking music choices here, chat. Like, this song is incredible. Isn't this the one from the... Is this Fireworks? This is the one that plays in the Gold Saucer, right? Oh, Cloud, I'm so glad you're safe. Then... What's wrong, Cloud? It's fucking song. I love this song so much. This is in the Revelation trailer for a little bit, when they introduced Vincent's gameplay. I think it's from The Edge of Despair. Mako poisoning. Quite an advanced case. It appears this young man's been exposed to a high level of Mako energy for a long period of time. He probably has no idea who or where he is now. I'm quite certain he can't even hear you. His mind is quite literally miles from us. Miles away from us. Doctor! Please have him change in the hospital gown. That's bad. Cloud. Xeno gears. Perhaps we should excuse ourselves. Final Fantasy Versus 13. That's what Night Sky Prince was hoping he would say instead of Xenogears. Oh yeah, the Brazil game. There was a lot of people dressed up in New York today for the Brazil game. God, I love this song so much. Why? What am I supposed to do? Please, Cloud, talk to me. Tell me you see me, that you can hear me. Tell me, please. God, with the voice acting, this is gonna be brutal. Brutal. I came this far believing in the memories we have together. This isn't happening. This is too cruel. Oh, Cloud, And Britt is so damn good. So tell us the truth, Doc. You know, about Cloud, you think he will recover? I'll say it again. He's got Mako poisoning. I've never seen a case this bad. An immense amount of Mako-drenched knowledge was put into his brain all at once. The wording of that's kind of funny. To put into his brain. Something about that. Do you think this is Doc Sheeran? I don't think so. I mean, they have a lot of NPCs like travel the world in Remake and Rebirth. Like we see, you know, what's her face? Like all the Walmart people, we see them in Rebirth. So it's possible that he relocates for this. Technically, though, he's doing stuff in Corel. So technically, Doc Sheeran should probably still be in Corel. But I could see them, just because of the familiarity of us with Doc Sheeran, I could see the devs making an excuse to have him come to Medill, but I don't know. Speaking of that, another comment from Cody came out saying, if you haven't cried in the first two, I guarantee you'll be sobbing in the third one. God damn, Kaio comic. Whew. Yeah, I'm not quite ready for it. If I recall, one of the devs in an interview near OG release said that Tifa became a weak character here after being so strong. Can't remember who said it. Oof. Well, I don't know if she's weak. It's just that she's obviously very vulnerable in this moment, right? But she's, yeah, weak is probably not the best description, but she's definitely, troubled, right? Like she's dealing with something very emotional. No normal human could have survived it. It's a miracle that he did. Like that could be like a mistranslation thing of like the intention, you know? No wonder after falling in the live stream and being washed up here. But remember the light of hope can be found anywhere. Hope. I suppose you're right, Doc. I mean, at this point, hope's all we got. Yeah, and we've all got his back. He has to get better, right? Oh yeah, Zangan, I wonder. Nomura called Cloud weak in your video essay. Yeah. I mean, you know, I guess like I think people can take weak as a word to be a negative, right? Including Cloud himself. He doesn't want to be considered weak. But I don't think weak is by definition a negative thing. You know what I mean? It's like shit when I've gone through grief, right? When I've lost people in my life, I would say that I was weak in that moment too, you know? Like I'm emotionally wrecked. So, but it doesn't mean it's a negative thing, you know? But honestly, I have to wonder, do I really want him to come back? He does say this in the OG too. I mean, he may be nothing more than Sephiroth's shadow. Something wrong? No, nothing. Not at all. Because again, though, it's surfacing. I'm curious how they do this in Revelation 2 in terms of like some of the conversations about Cloud, given how he's been behaving up to this point. Everyone, look! Monsters are attempting to enter the village. But we better shut that down quick. I did see this. Oh, they skipped it. Okay. You okay? Yes. I'm sorry I had you all worried. I have something I want to tell you all. Incredibly curious how Tifa will act at the start of Revelation, ending of Rebirth. She is totally silent, cut herself off from Cloud from Earth after Earth. I think I'm very curious. Yeah, I am curious how they depict her in the beginning of Revelation. The more I've looked back at that scene of the end of Rebirth, I think what's overwhelming to her in that moment is just confusion. I think she doesn't know what to make of what she just experienced. Remember, she saw some weird shit too in the Forgotten Capital. At least it really seems that way. And she's struggling with like how Cloud is acting, but I don't think I don't think it's like a negative reaction to him or like a fear of him or anything. I think she's just really kind of stunned silent as to like and confused about what to make of what's happening and what just happened. I want to talk to you all about Cloud. I want to be by his side. You know, darling, you don't have to explain yourself. Yeah, that's probably best. So this choice, which I'm sure is going to also happen in Revelation, I do want a little bit of time with Tifa as the leader of the party also. Just to have a little bit of, because I think it is interesting, even in the original, to have a little bit of that time with her as the leader and get to see a little bit of her character growth. So I mean, I do think the Lifestream sequence and all that stuff is probably going to happen toward the middle of the game. So I am hopeful that you get like at least a chapter or two with Tifa as the leader, just so you can see her in that position. She's been someone who's been relatively avoidant of being in a leader position or like making hard choices and stuff. And so it's interesting to see her in that position. And we talked about this in prior conversations about Revelation, that it seemed like Medea was happening early, but we also think that maybe the way it was cut may just like make it look that way. So I'm hopeful we get some time with her as the leader before she makes this choice to stick with Cloud. Cloud, good for you. I'm sorry, everyone, at a time like this. No need to apologize. We'll come back again and check on you, all right? Oh, and Tifa, I don't like asking this, but are you absolutely sure that is your childhood friend Cloud? And not just Sephiroth's shadow? Well, that's... No, I'm sure of it. Yeah. Okay then. Sorry, but I had to ask. God, I am really curious how they handle the conflict over like Cloud at the beginning of the game, because there will be a conflict, right? Like about him, even in the internal like conversations with the party members, probably heavily pushed by Barrett. The thing is that Barrett has been, at least so far in the remake trilogy, really defensive of even the clones. Like you saw him in Costa del Sol, like protecting them from people who were like, you know, kind of shit talking the robed guys. So I'm curious how at least a remake version of Barrett deals with the cracking of Cloud. You start to see that questioning in his mind in the final cutscene of Rebirth. So I'm really interested to see how the characters kind of discuss Cloud snapping, you know, in the whirlwind maze and in the crater, and then eventually when they find him again. All right then, let's all get back to the Highwind. Actually, I really do hope there's a Cloud versus Sid and Vincent fight. They aren't used to his bullshit. Now what are we gonna do? Yeah, so it's different in a third game than in one game that has all the arcs they have to have over 3 games. Oh, I've got some news. Yeah, it seemed like he wanted to ask at the end of Rebirth, but decided not to. Yeah, he's definitely questioning. Yeah. Like what, that you're a spy? Yeah, that's already been covered. Both Yahaha and Kyahaha are up to something. Also, is it just me, or does Kate's art just look zooted out of his mind? It just looks like bro is on some like crazy shit. It just seems like he's taking something. Why don't we take a listen? He loves the cocoa. Now then, we are faced with 2 issues. 1, the destruction of Meteor. 2, the removal of the barrier around the North Cave and then defeating Sephiroth. Yahaha! We already solved the first problem. Meteor, he's on that catnip. Meteor will soon be smashed to bits. The plan has already been put into motion, namely to collect huge materia from each region. Huge materia is a special high-density type materia made through a special compression process in Mako reactors. Interesting. Because yes, that's the way it was in the OG. And we saw a version of that in Remake when Scarlet is like when they get into the Shinra building and Scarlet has her foot up on the soldier and they're like trying to like manufacture some kind of materia. Because I've wondered how they're going to do the huge materia, because I'm like, are they going to try to, is Shinra going to be trying to hunting down the Magnus materia like they did in Gangaga? Or are they going to be in the middle of like synthesizing their own? The energy extracted from it is 330 times the strength of normal materia. Yeah, how about that? We will gather all the huge materia together and ram it into the meteor. That will cause a huge explosion, reducing meteor literally to bits. We've already collected huge materia from most regions. All that's left is Corel and Fort Condor. I've already dispatched troops to Corel. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Corel? What else can they do to Corel? In the huge materia, it's like a giant repository of the planet's knowledge. I didn't even notice before, but look, do you guys just see this? It's like Yuffie is laying on Red 13. That's like adorable. If we were to make something like that collide with Meteor, the planet would lose so much of its precious energy. Meteor needs to be stopped, but we can't be sure that Shinra's method will work. We can't let Shinra get a hold of the huge materia. Besides, when Cloud gets back, I want to show him this huge materia. He's gonna be shocked. So, if I understand what you're saying, even though you're always knocking him, you really want Cloud to return. I'm not saying nothing about nothing. Just shut your face. Every group's gotta have a lead. Every group's gotta have a leader. That was a bit of a jump of a transition. I want to say that's me, but I've recently realized I'm not cut out to be one. So Sid, it's on you. This is exactly what happens in OG. And again, see, Sid is like just removed. He's not a big personality in all instances, even though I do think that this Sid also is a little bit different. This is the ship that's going to save the planet. And who runs it? You. That's why you're our new leader. No one else can do it. The worker on the left is playing Galaga. Man, that went straight to my heart. Well, alright then, I'll do it. Everyone follow me. Well, here we come. I can see the Corel reactor. Shinra troops are loading the huge materia onto a train. Looks like we made it just in time. Let's get our hands on that big juicy materia. There's a big problem. That train doesn't run right. If they get it to move, it's gonna go crashing into North Corel. We'll have to retake the huge materia before the train starts moving then. Alright, let's go! Phew, made it by the skin of our teeth. Damn, we almost had our lives upended again by Shinra. This is gonna be such a good moment for Barrett. You stopped that train for us, didn't you? Thanks, Barrett. Yeah, now you like my ass. It's about all I could do for this place. Hey, you're welcome to come back here, if you want. Yeah, fuck off. I did it for Cloud Jr. You mean that? Of course, you just saved us. Kiss my ass. You treated me like shit for so long. I can't, not right now. But I promise once I'm done with all I gotta do, I'll come back here with Marlene. Thus, Barrett redeems his name in the hometown he left years ago. At the same time, Shinra is preparing an assault on Fort Condor, but one of the last remaining huge materia is kept. I can see Fort Condor. I really wonder how they're going to pace this in the new game. I mean, it does make sense to have like some missions in between, like when, because you want some part of, like it's good for the rest of the party to be doing things while Cloud and Tifa are like, you know, off in Mideel. I just wonder how they handle all this. All right, then, we'll just have to chase Shinra away and protect both huge materia and the Condor. Because you could take a lot of advantage of this time to develop Sid's character, for example, even Vincent, because they're going to be brand new, they're going to be new to combat. It is a good like portion of the game where like enough people are, well, having like Cloud and Tifa away kind of gives space for those characters to sort of develop. You can even do some Wutai stuff. Thank you for your help. We don't know what would have happened if you hadn't come. Don't mention it. And just to double check, you sure that we can have this huge materia? Yeah, Fort Condor definitely exists, Oz. Like we literally seen it in the game. Like we saw it in Rebirth. You see the Condor. Like if you do the side quest with the Condor, you get to see it on the perch, from like the roof from the hilltop, after that mini game or after that side quest. And then when you're in Upper Junon, you can also see the bird there. So it definitely exists beyond the game. Oh man, that's the Condor. Look at the size of that thing. Yeah, the huge material feels video gamey and a little fillery. Lots of space to flesh out the non-Tifa and Cloud parts. You have so much they could rewrite and redo for sure. I think it would benefit them to sort of rewrite a little bit of this section, or at least use it to do things like elevate Sid's character, you know, add things to that. Sid and company secure the two huge materia, preventing them from falling into Shinra's hands. It wasn't perched on the reactor, it was perched on top of Fort Condor. Shinra remains relatively inactive after this turn of events, taking advantage of this, the group decide to revisit Mideel to check out Cloud. The Condor helps fight a weapon. That could be cool. What's he doing? That could be cool. The Condor helping to fight a weapon? That's a really cool idea, Crash Test Gremlin. It's no use. He's not getting any better. I don't know what to do. What if Cloud just never recovers? What? They're coming. I forgot how creepy it is that Cloud sort of like has a moment where he like, a moment of like lucidity almost, where he says this shit. What did you say, Cloud? Xenogears. Damn, what the hell is going on? What's this? A live stream is gushing up from the surface, up to the surface from below. Damn, that's... I also wonder if you still fight Ultimate Weapon in this part, or if it's what we've seen of Mideel with the fight against the new weapon. Sid, what's happening? No, nothing. You stay inside with Cloud. But Hey, don't worry about a thing. I ain't about to die that easily. Be careful. This is where Cloud goes to Final Fantasy Tactics. I mean, yeah, basically. Okay, here I go. Watch this. I do think they keep the entire fight for whatever reason in this cut. I'm not sure why. Wow, you thinking you're gonna fly away now? Damn, just a little bit longer and I would have smashed that thing. Lifestream seems to have stabilized too. Huh, you gotta be kidding me. This is bad. The main stream is kicking up. Something way bigger than that last one is on its way. It's no good. We have to get out of here. Tifa and Cloud. Damn it, worry about yourself first. That's actually a bad look for Sid, and I hope that they keep something like that in Revelation, because in terms of like his arc, right? Like him abandoning them in that moment. Like granted, it's kind of a rational, logical choice to sort of like save his own ass. But now that I think about it, that could be a really interesting like character moment. There's no time, hurry! Red, what are you doing? Are you sleeping? Tifa, Cloud, get out of there! This is bad. The tremors are getting worse. Hold on a minute, Cloud. Doctor, shouldn't we move him somewhere else? It doesn't seem safe here. Yes, it may be safer to take refuge in a more wide open space. If this building falls on you. Don't you worry about a thing, Cloud. I'll see it to you get somewhere safe. No, the structure can't take it. Hurry! We're coming! Alright, move your ass, Tifa. Ready, Cloud? Here we go. God, I love this weapon music. Wow, 30 years later, they can't do as cool of a cutscene of them falling into the live stream. What if the mini weapon we see in Medeal in the trailer evolves into Ultima and we see that happen? It's such a different design, though. And we've seen Ultima, I think it comes out of the crater. A sudden gush from the live stream erupts under Tifa and Cloud's feet, violently separating the two. Swallowed up by the rapid torrent, Tifa eventually loses consciousness. This section, I'm very curious. It is a mobile game, I know, I'm just joking around. This section, I'm very curious how they depict this. Where am I? What's happening? Man, just saying we're less than 1 year. Oh my god, yeah, you're right, Cal Comic. We'll have beaten Revelation by this time next year. Where's Cloud? Cloud, where are you? Huh? What? Who? So they don't have sound effects here, but in the OG, there were sound effects that like clearly were sounding like, wait a minute, I don't know anything about that. Like, I'm so curious who she was talking to here, and like, I assume it's stuff coming from the live stream. No, stop it, stay back. Somebody help, please. I really wonder how they present this in between space in Revelation. Help me, Cloud. No. What was it like in the OG? It was pretty much like that. A lot of the same dialogue too, but you could like hear sound effects. It was like screams of the planet. I think there were like a couple of like other sound effects in it too. Where am I? That was a cool transition, a cool animation. Cloud. Okay. So here's where I have to take like a quick break from playing this to talk through some stuff. To talk through the Lifestream Sequence and like how it works and how it might work based on like Yogacara shit. Now, I'm not a Yogacara expert, but the more I've dug into it, the more it's made me see a lot of things very differently. Specifically, things related to Sephiroth and his plan. That'll be saved for the big video that I do. But I can at least talk about some of the things here on stream. I do think it relates to some of how this works, but not everything. Because I'm saving some of this also for the video. And in the video, I'm basically going to outline essentially a war that's happening between Sephiroth and Tifa to a major degree, in terms of like the war for Cloud's mind and how it works and like what ultimately pulls him to where he needs to be. And a lot of it is reflective of the original, but there are new things that are happening, especially when it comes to Sephiroth, that are going to make this play out like a little bit differently, but the mechanics I think are still the same. You need to stream to go over your sickness. You almost stopped coughing. Yeah. Now that you said it, now I'm coughing again. So let's talk about the key element of Yogacara in the Lifestream Sequence. I don't know exactly how you say it. I've seen videos where it's said Yogacara. It's spelled Kara with the little, accents on top. I don't know. I'm gonna say Yogacara. So a while back, fairly recently, I bought this book called Making Sense of Mind Only, Why Yogacara Buddhism Matters. And because I initially did a little bit of digging into it after Najima mentioned it, felt like it went way over my head and decided I don't care enough. I'll figure it out when the game comes out. And then nearly a year passed and my impatience got the better of me and I started digging into it a little bit more. So I did buy a book. In fact, I bought 3 books about it, but we don't need to go into all those details, and you sure as hell don't need to hear a lot of excerpts from them because they're a lot. People study this shit for their whole goddamn lives, right? So the reason it comes up though is because Nojima, who's the writer of the game, Kazushige Nojima, mentioned this in the Rebirth Ultimania, where he was asked, a secret about the game I only know. Every dev has sort of asked this question or given this prompt, and this was Nojima's response. He said, in writing the scenario for this game, I studied things like Buddhism's Yogacara and Jung's theory of the collective unconscious. I think referring to these things should make it easier to understand how the world of this game is set up. They may even give you a hint as to how the story will conclude. So people really clung to this, especially because it was like, oh my god, a hint of how things will conclude? That's kind of crazy. So this became a little bit of a hot topic, especially among anybody even, orienting around the theory space, right? Now Jung's collective unconscious is relatively kind of a popular framework. Like, people understand it. They've talked about it a lot. It's come up in a lot of like popular media. There's an element of like the persona, the consciousness, the shadow, basically the things that are buried deep down versus the things you're aware of, and then the sort of mask you put on. Literally, the game Persona kind of like covers personas and shadows quite a bit. You can think of like the shadows, like hidden or unconscious aspects of oneself, both good and bad, which the ego has either repressed or never recognized. And this stuff is all over even the OG Lifestream Sequence. Like, literally, we're right here with Cloud the younger version of like Cloud and what he remembers, and his actual like shadow forming, right? And then talking about even deeper, more repressed things that come up and sort of help illuminate what it is that has been driving his actions and his behavior, and the things that he's hidden, the things that he's squashed and suppressed, and all the motivations behind everything, right? So that then leaves, what's this Yogacara shit, right? So we're all fairly familiar with this, even if we haven't studied it too much. It's kind of been in the ethos a little bit. So it's led to the question for a lot of people of, wait, what is this Yogacara shit? I've never even heard of it. A lot of people haven't. And so a lot of people have been in this position, including myself, when I first read this quote. And so I started looking into it. And when you first start to dig into it, you do what everyone else does, which is you jump on the Google box and you like type in Yogacara and see what comes back. And odds are you get back something like this, right? Yogacara mind only is a foundational Mahayana Buddhist philosophy stating that all phenomena are entirely manifestations of consciousness. Rather than arguing physical objects don't exist, it asserts that we only ever experience our own mental perceptions, which are shaped by karmic habits rather than independent external reality. So there's a lot of things, especially this mind-only aspect, and like this aspect of like things entirely being in one's consciousness that lead people to think of like, oh my God, maybe is it all in your head? But then you get curious, right? Or at least I did, where it's like, well, what does that mean exactly? So you might dig in a little bit more. And when you dig in a little bit more, you reach something like this and you're like, oh fuck, this is quite a lot. I don't know if I really understand this. It has words I can't even pronounce, right? Like, oh shit, this is quite a bit. I don't know if I can really access this. This seems a bit over my head. You know what? I might be able to understand it if I spent like a lifetime studying it, like a lot of people spend a lifetime studying it, but I think this is probably impossible for me, right? And so then you get to this point, like Farthers in the Discord this weekend, who this topic came up a little bit, and he said, I must admit my eyes gloss over when Yogacara is being explained to me, and I've been in that same position, right? I had that same exact response when I looked into it. It was like, I don't really get this 100%. I don't fully understand it. Actually, I'm gonna, for the sake of like not blocking stuff, let me switch my screen. So I really didn't know what to, it's kind of overwhelming, right? But you then might get a little bit of an itch, right? And you might say, okay, you go back to the Google box. You're like, maybe I can't understand it. I'm not going to study it, but I'm not going to really read into it. It's a little too much. But maybe there's like a helpful like image that can like, this is literally what happened to me months ago. I was like, maybe there's like a picture, maybe there's like a little diagram that can make it, make some sense without having to like dig in too much into it. And that's when you start to see things like this, like all is mind, consciousness creates reality, ladders going into like the heads of people, graphs you don't understand and can't possibly get your head around, and then more images of like head spaces and just like your mind and everything orients in the head. And that can very easily and very quickly lead you to the understanding of like, wait, so is this all a dream? Which is the biggest fear, right? Like we've had this, I think a lot of us have had, like, this is one of the worst tropes in stories, is like when it's like, oh, it was all a dream, it was all in somebody's head. And it's made even more pronounced as a potential possibility in remake, because we literally go into dreams. Like Cloud falls asleep and then we play as Zack, and then we're with Aerith at the end of Rebirth, and she said, let's call it a dream, my dream. So it's like, wait, is this shit all a dream? And it's very easy from there to then think, and I've seen these theories of like maybe remake, maybe the way remake will tie into everything, including the OG, is like at the end of it, you'll wake up in Mideel, and or at some point in the game, you'll wake up in Mideel as Cloud, and you realize everything we just experienced throughout the remake trilogy was sort of like something that he was experiencing in the live stream, or like after falling into the live stream in the original game, and then things will come back into the original game the right way, right? Or maybe everything will connect and link to Advent Children, because by the end of the remake trilogy, will sort of like wake up as Cloud at the end of the Advent Children, when he sort of like comes to, and then it all comes together, right? And I've seen these theories quite a bit, and I get it. I get how you get to this, especially if you don't dive super deep into Yogacara. Even I specifically haven't dove too deep, or at least it's impossible for me to ever feel like an expert on it. But I have been thinking more on it and looking more at it. Hence, things like this book, Making Sense of Mind Only, and like why I started like reading into it and sort of like trying to understand it a little bit. So in that, let's go back to what Nojima said, right? When he brought up this shit a while back. He said, I think referring to these should make it easier to understand how the world of this game is set up. And everyone is really focused more on that last sentence of like, this will maybe give you a hint on how things conclude. And so they rush to, okay, maybe this is how it'll conclude, right? But when you think about what he's actually saying, when he's saying like, refers to it's like how the world of this game is set up, I think that's true of like, then I started to think about it in those terms. Like, what can it tell me about the way the world works and the way the characters work and the way all this shit is set up? And like, if I look at it a little bit differently, if I look at it a little more deeper, could I find like an answer that has eluded a lot of people? And so in this book, in the introduction of the book, it has a passage. And the passage says, Yogacara doctrines came to be considered a form of idealism, in which only mind was thought to truly and substantially exist within a few centuries of its inception. Now you may be wondering to yourself, what the fuck does this mean? Like, what the fuck is idealism? Even. And I hear you, because I had the same question. And here's a handy answer from Wikipedia. Idealism in philosophy, also known as philosophical idealism or metaphysical idealism, is the set of metaphysical perspectives asserting that most fundamentally, reality is equivalent to mind, spirit, or consciousness, that reality or truth is entirely a mental construct. What's going on, Real Hero Gaming Tracks? So basically this person is saying in this book that over time, Yogacara, people came to see it as like, it just means this, which is that it's all in your head, right? Like there is no actual reality. It's just a mental construct. That is how a lot of people came to perceive Yogacara over time. Like literally just scholars of the shit, scholars in Buddhism. So this became like a popular interpretation after a while. And this whole introduction to this book is arguing against that. It's saying, so a lot of people came to this conclusion that it was all a dream, or it got kind of reduced to that. And this book is saying like, no, that's not how simply it is. So to read the rest of this from this intro of the book, simply put, this later view is marked by a subtle but significant shift away from classical early Buddhist questions couched in causal and cognitive terms. Under what conditions do illusions occur, and how can we learn to see through them? Thank you, Skoon Chung, for the follow during this crazy, heady topic. Under what conditions do illusions occur, and how can we learn to see through? So basically, initially, the initial question was, in what ways do the things we see not be what they actually are? And then it got reduced and turned into a question of like, what exists and how do we know? And so people came to think of it as like, oh, this is just questioning reality. In this way, Yogacara statements came to be interpreted not as answering how do illusions occur, which was the original intention, but as answering what things exist. And the answer ascribed to Yogacara became, objects don't exist, only the mind does. You're lost. So basically, long story short, and I almost have the TLDR for you in a second. The TLDR is, as Yogacara came up, it was basically people asking the question of like, how do I know that what I see or what I interpret in the world is like real? Like, how do I know what's actually real or not? And then it was just asking a question of like, am I misinterpreting things? Or a filter that you're putting on the world, like Materia Hunter in chat is saying. And over time, it got reduced down to being seen as a philosophy that just said, it's all in your head, right? Like nothing is real. And that's not actually accurate. So what it's trying to say, as it says later in the book, and again, this is again a little bit heavy, but I swear to God, just stick with me for 10 seconds. We're about to make sense of this, right? I know it's difficult to understand because I struggled with it too. Vasa Bandhu, which is like the main, I guess, philosopher in this, is suggesting that we live in common worlds based on common cognitive domains and therefore share common experiences and perceptions, not that nothing whatsoever exists outside our own individual minds. Like basically it's saying, like basically in the book it argues that this whole definition, that's not actually what makes sense, right? Things are real. It's just that our perceptions of those things get influenced by a lot of stuff. So, as you're asking yourself, as Neva in chat is probably asking themselves, what the fuck is the point of all this, right? And I'll give you an example. Let's say you get a text message, right? And the text message just says, fine. And let's say you're in a relatively new relationship with a person. So you just started seeing them, you just got together with them. You don't really have like a lot of history with them, right? Now, when you read the word fine, when that text comes in, you suddenly draw on your experiences. You would draw on the life that you lived and sort of on how that has been delivered to you in the past. And so you might think, oh, their walls are going up, right? It's like their walls are just like, it's like, oh, they're closing themselves off, right? Or maybe they're saying, you know, oh shit, they're mad. You know what I mean? Maybe people said this where they're really irritated. Or, and I know Sephiroth says fine never means fine, but maybe it was a benign thing that was said and the response was just fine. You know what I mean? And maybe it was like, okay, they're cool with it. You know what I mean? Maybe it actually doesn't mean anything major, right? Maybe it's not enthusiastic, but like, it's not a problem, but it's easy for your mind to sort of like interpret it as like a problem sort of thing. Or maybe you're in a situation like you're walking down the street and you hear footsteps, and then like for some people it stirs up other things, for other people it doesn't stir up those same things, right? So really what this all boils down to is there's this graph that sort of like kind of summarizes a lot of these elements. And basically you have your subconscious mind, which is like which has like, it's called the Alaya Vijnana, which I'm not going to go too deep into this, but basically it's all your stored experiences, everything that has happened that you can pull from. And then you have your mana, which is basically, it's called like the eye making portion of how your mind works. But again, it's subconscious. So you're like, this is just what you believe about yourself, right? I believe I'm a good writer, for example, right? I believe I'm a good streamer, whatever it is. And then you have your conscious mind, which then takes some of those things and then like interprets it in terms of like based on whatever it is that you believe about yourself. So because I believe I'm a good streamer, I believe that people are actually being entertained by this crazy fucking conversation about Yogacara, right? that might not be reality. So anyway, in FF7, the primary thing at play is Cloud in his definition of himself. He sees himself as a soldier first class, right? Like this is how everything gets filtered. And so everything that he sees, every memory that he pulls out gets filtered through this belief of I am a soldier first class. And it's not something he's even questioning. It just is. That is who he is. It's like living at almost like the subconscious level, because he's not actively trying to like tell himself that or remind himself that. He just believes that, right? So when the party says, hey Cloud, what the fuck happened back then? What happened 5 years ago? Thank you, Shonen Jump Boy, for subbing. So when the party asks, hey Cloud, what the fuck happened back then? Back 5 years ago, Cloud reaches into his like memory. He reaches into the whole like collection of his like his memories, and he remembers I traveled to Nibelheim with Sephiroth, which is a real fact, right? And then that memory gets filtered through this belief of I am a soldier first class. And then what comes out of his big mouth is I had that Buster Sword on me, right? Or said more accurately, I was Sephiroth's partner who he betrayed, right? So it's like, he takes that core event, filters it through the belief that he was a soldier, and then out comes, I was his partner, and this is everything that happened, right? So But like, this is fundamental. Like, I am a soldier first class is like fundamental to how Cloud sees himself and perceives himself and understands who he is. So anytime any information hits this, it gets filtered through that understanding and that belief. So, because again, this lives at the subconscious level, in the subconscious mind. So when people ask the question, what if Tifa just told them the truth? The issue is, it wouldn't matter, because at the end of the day, he still believes he's a soldier first class. So if a new piece of information were said to him, right? It's like literally, actually the flow of this is actually a little messed up, but you know, she says like, you know, that's why in the Lifestream sequence, she says, I can help work together to get the real you back, but ultimately you must find the answer yourself, right? Like, she can't just give him information, because ultimately this thing in the middle is getting in the way and blocking it. Like, even if she said something to him, he wouldn't be able to get past this, right? So even if she said something, he would reach to this memory of like, I traveled to Nibelheim with Sephiroth, and he would just, and if she said you weren't in Nibelheim, he would say, which she does tell him in the Lifestream sequence, like, you weren't here, Cloud did not come to Nibelheim 5 years ago. She does tell him that eventually. He still can't understand it, because he's reaching to that memory. And then, so what comes out of what comes out of the other end is, I don't know what you're talking about. I was there, you know, you're wrong. And truthfully, she can't even really counter that, right? Because he does have memories of things he shouldn't know. So it's not a matter of, she can't just tell him, right? It just wouldn't work, because ultimately this belief of I'm a soldier first class gets in the way, right? So that's why they have to do this big dive into his memories and actually correct the record in a way. So even if, for example, she brought this up after, you know, after he stops believing this, after this gets blown up in his head and he realizes, I can't remember, I'm not a soldier first class. Even once that's gone, the new information still wouldn't be filtered the right way, because he now has a new mana, right? It still wouldn't matter, because now he believes, once he doesn't believe he was a soldier first class, he then replaces it with this other belief of I was created 5 years ago, right? Like, Hojo says it to him, Sephiroth says it to him. That becomes sort of the new filter for everything. So even if he were to get accurate information, he wouldn't be able to sort of understand it. You know, he just genuinely wouldn't be able to understand it. And that is why, like, going through and finding the truth of everything is so important. So it really comes down to him sort of truly understanding I was a regular trooper, right? Like, you rewrite this backstory of like, I tried but failed to become a soldier. Once he realizes that, he can then make that work with his actual identity and then come to the actual truth of like, to save Tifa and get revenge for the town that killed Sephiroth, right? Like, he's unable to see this, right? Like, with clouded eyes, you see nothing but shadows. Like, he's never able to see this. Once, if like these things in the middle, this personal the way he identifies himself, as long as that isn't corrected, this can never be achieved, right? No matter what's fed to him, no matter what's said to him. And so that's really how all this stuff works in terms of, like I said in the beginning, of like trying to understand why things work the way they work and how the world of FF7 works. I think that's what's instructive about looking at Yogacara. There's more to it that I will talk about later, like in the big theory video, but this at least explains, like, you have to correct this middle part. Otherwise, you'll never get to an understanding. So Cloud has to discover it himself. He needs to discover the underlying reasons why. And he needs to go through all of this, right? He needs to realize, oh my God, I was so insecure about it. Oh my God, what really drove me is I really needed to impress Tifa. That's really what it came down to, because without sort of understanding what drove him and led to his eventual failure in becoming a soldier, he can never fully like grasp who he is. And this actually happens in Rebirth, right? So shit, the order of this is a little fucked up. Let me go back to this. You're gonna be like, what the fuck is this? Hold on. There's a reason I'm bringing up the fucking Muppets. Give me a second. I didn't practice this flow, but this happens in Rebirth, right? where Cloud is told, like, see, he can't just be told something, right? Like, he can't just, like, Aerith in part 3 Revelation can't just be like, actually I died, but it's okay, right? And Zack can't show up and be like, so here's the real deal, because ultimately there's still that mana that'll get in the way. Like, whatever that self-belief is, it'll get in the way. And that literally happens in Rebirth, where Cloud has this moment in Gagaga where he's told something, but he believes he's broken, right? Like, this is what he believes. And so Tifa says, you stayed when I needed you most. If that's not a hero, then I don't know what that is. She tells him the truth. She tells him, hey, you actually stuck by me. You tried to save my life. Like, I think you're a hero because of that. And what does Cloud say in response? I'm no hero. What kind of hero falls off a cliff with the person he's trying to save and pushes them into a pool of Mako? Like, yeah, he can't separate. He can't separate fact from identity in a way. So he filters this the wrong way. The fucking man is getting in the way, right? Like, that is ultimately like what's going on with all this crazy shit. So to go back to my crazy Muppets example, to give you another comparison point that might be helpful, think about A Christmas Carol, right? You have the I forget the names of these guys, but in the Christmas Carol story in general, but even the Muppet version, you have like the old business partner of Scrooge who shows up to say, you know, Scrooge, you're a real asshole. You're going to die alone and miserable, right? Like, he's told the plain fact of the truth of him and his situation and the life that he's living and what it'll lead to. And he says, I don't know if he says this, but effectively the vibe is, that's why I like it, now fuck off, right? But ultimately, what happens is that Scrooge is led through by the ghosts of Christmas past, present, future, to like see plainly like the truth of the past and history, and he comes to new realizations about himself and his potential life. He basically comes to this understanding, like, you're gonna die alone and be miserable, but he comes through it sort of in his own way. And he says, like, well, now that I think about all this stuff, you know, I do need to sort of change. He starts to see things differently, starts to see himself differently. And then he ultimately ends up becoming, you know, being a good person again, right? He comes to a new revelation. Yeah, it's a reframe. It's as funny as it is of a comparison, it actually is kind of relevant to this whole conversation, is that, you know, no matter if people confront Cloud and tell him what his issue is and what the deal is or what the truth is, he still has this thing filtering how he sees the world and how he sees himself. And only once that's confronted, once he finally comes to terms with it, that's when it connects, things click, and he realizes who the fuck he is and what is going on. So that's kind of my spiel on like Yogacara and how it works. And it might actually also give you a different way of looking at this tweet from Nojima from earlier this week. So now that we've gone through all of this conversation, I want to reread this Nojima tweet, where yes, he did cite ChatGPT, funnily enough, where he says, Yogacara, or consciousness only, is the idea that we are not seeing the world as it is, but rather perceiving a world processed deep within the mind as reality. The 5 sensory consciousnesses, visual, auditory, olfactory, gustatory, and tactile, receive sensory information which is then colored by the memories and latent impressions stored in the alaya vijnana, the ingrained ways of feeling, thinking, and reacting shaped by past experiences. On top of that, the manas vijnana attaches the label of I or self, and the conscious mind assigns meaning and puts it into words. That's why the same world can look different to different people. So hopefully this whole conversation actually gives you another way of looking at this tweet, or like understanding all the little elements of it in a new way, and gives you another way of thinking of all of this stuff, right? Which leads us to Lifestream Sequence, where we're gonna dive into that alaya vijnana. I don't even know if I'm saying it right. We're gonna get the answers of like who Cloud is and how it all works. So we'll jump back into the Ever Crisis stuff. That actually didn't take as long as I thought it might. Hopefully that wasn't like hopefully that was like not confusing and it was actually entertaining and interesting. But give me 1 second, chat. I just need to run to the bathroom. But I'm very curious on what you all thought of that, and if that makes some sense, and if it sort of adds some understanding to something, that adds a different way to look at this. Even like as we're going through the scenes, it might make us look at this scene a little bit differently too. Give me 1 second. Made total sense. It was a good way of explaining it. Nicely done. Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of, like I said, like this is a topic really, like, it's a lot and not too easy to understand. Pretty good job explaining. Signed, an old guy with a philosophy degree. Thank you, Silvertooth. Yeah, I'm also like, again, I'm not an expert on this stuff. I've just been like learning it on the fly. And I'm probably a bit reductive in how I describe it, but that's also just to help make it understandable. You know, as long as it's like in the general wheelhouse, I think it's helpful. Let's watch this now. What is this? Is this the inside of your dreams? Or is it your subconscious? Yeah, it's his subconscious mind, just like we were talking about. You're searching, aren't you, Cloud? Searching for yourself. I'll help you. But where do we start? Gates of Nibelheim. 5 years ago, Sephiroth passed through these gates. And that's how it all started. It's very cool to see this, right? Like, this is really cool to see. It connects to Nibelheim? That's right. It's probably best to start from there. Because this is the one of the fundamental questions, right? Like one of the early questions that they have. Hold on, I just don't want to be, I want to be able to pay attention. I'm going to order some food. Because I have not really eaten yet. And we're going to have some opportunity to eat while watching this and the, Jeez, do I want? Flour. Do we see the tears? I mean, you kind of see it a little bit down there, right? a little bit. What the hell? Okay. Sorry. 1 second. All right. Let's go have a look, Cloud. Cloud and Nibelheim remembers Zack, but reworks his memory into thinking Zack was a Shinra grunt. Yeah. Well, actually, no. He in Rebirth, he just thinks there were three soldiers. Because he remembers Zack as a soldier who also was in Nibelheim, but drowned. At least like after like in Nibelheim, like when him and Tifa are talking about it. That's again an example of the man at work, right? Where he gets information about, like, he even consciously remembers Zack and is like reminded of him. Like Tifa's like, oh, you do remember him. And then instead of him being like, oh yeah, that means like he was a soldier and I wasn't, he just adds a whole other person to the memory. And then he's even confused about it, right? Like he's like, how can I forget? Actually, now shit, you're making me want to watch that real quick. Like this is the sort of like his identity thing, like at work in this moment. Well, when he sees Zack, you're gonna see he actually does remember him, like in even a soldier outfit. I'm gonna put the volume up.
Help!
Oh wait, he did sort of for a half a second he was in the uniform, but maybe he's like he's actively rewriting it in the memory because his first memory is a trooper washed down the river, and so you see the trooper for a second, and then it's like, okay, well wait, maybe it was him, but you do see him in his full outfit. Let's see what Cloud says again, because I don't 100% remember.
He's in Fate's hands now.
What is it?
I remember what happened here. And to Zack.
Oh.
Bridge broke. He fell, got swept away by the current. I think he's dead.
Actually, it's earlier. It's the earlier scene where he remembers that he was a soldier. Hold on. It was... I have these things labeled in a way that isn't always like perfect. Right here.
Just relax. Nothing to be afraid of.
So, any friends here you want to see? Maybe a girlfriend?
Now, a funny thing is, if you talk to the trooper in chapter 1, outside of the gate, it's these exact lines of dialogue, and it's Zack's voice like saying it. He's rewriting the memories as he goes, because again, his mind can't process it. Like he needs to make sense of it. So he's still believing himself as a first-class soldier, so he can't just accept that you know what I mean? Like he still accepts the wrong information, but just literally we see him rewrite it in the moment.
Speaking of which, I'll bet you're dying to hear about mine. Am I right? What? Not interested? I'ma tell you anyway. She's real pretty. No, beautiful. Kinda depends on the angle. She's just great to be around.
She from Midgard?
Yep, real city mouse.
Right here, he says what he remembers.
Zack. Zack Fair. From Gungaga. Head over heels for Aerith. We fought together as soldiers.
Fought together as soldiers. So he remembers him as a
You
soldier.
were here with me 5 years ago. You came with me on the mission.
Oh, it means to get a signal checked, all that static.
Where are you? What happened to you?
He also at some point, I remember, like, has a little bit of a conflict over, like, how did I forget that? God, this shit is so good, chat. Isn't it so good? Gotta move his hair to get a better signal. There's the water tower. And that's Graham's Inn. The only truck in town. It's been here since we were little kids, right? This is the Nibelheim you remember, right? This is an important line of dialogue. This is the Nibelheim you remember, right? It's the same as my Nibelheim. That's why this place is our Nibelheim. So remember, at this point in the story, like, Sephiroth and Hojo had blown up his identity and made it seem like he wasn't the kid who grew up in Nibelheim. And so for them to have shared memories is incredibly important because it's the only way to really verify that, you know, who he is and what he knows. Like, it's when things match up that actually help make sure, like, help confirm his identity, basically. And that he's not just some creation from 5 years ago based on some real memory of Cloud, but instead he actually is that Cloud, right? Yeah. Because if he's just remembering stuff, it's unreliable if only he remembers it, right? That's why Tifa is so critical to how this all works. 5 years ago, 2 men from Soldier came. Sephiroth and a young and vibrant operative. Can you tell me again what happened? So again, she can't just tell him. She doesn't know, first of all, but he needs to come to it. How does it feel? 5 years ago, I saw the real Sephiroth for the first time. It's your first time back to your hometown in a long time, right? I wouldn't know because I don't have a hometown. What about your parents? And again, he actually is remembering a real conversation. Like, this is the dialogue that he had with Sephiroth. But he's just misremembering where he was in this conversation. So this is the great Sephiroth. Mother's name is Shinova. She died right after she gave birth to me. My father. To tell you the truth, but he was very cold. God, revisiting these memories is going to be so good. Well, what does it matter? All right, let's go. Remember, I was already getting a bad feeling. They added a trooper. There's 3 now. No, Cloud. Been hiding it for a long time because I was afraid that if I told you, something terrible might happen. But I'm not going to hide anything anymore. Anything now. You weren't here. Cloud, you didn't come to Nibelheim 5 years ago. I waited, but you never came. So again, she tells him. She finally does tell him. But again, he has no way to make sense of that. Like, because he still does have this memory, so those things clash. Two that were ordered to come here were Sephiroth and another person. Remember seeing Zack the first time in 97? I was like, oh, I know, dude. Alright, let's go. This is funny, because, like, the very first time you experience that in the Northern Crater, in the Whirlwind Maze, when it's like you see him in the picture and whatnot, you're kind of like Cloud. You're like, oh, there's probably some bullshit. Like, it's probably not true. And then when you step into this memory, and then, like, he does show up, it's like, what the fuck? And now it's coming with like a reliable source. You're like, fuck. You mean that soldier, remember, who came with Sephiroth wasn't me? Wasn't Cloud? I can't say anymore. You have to find the answer yourself. I mean, she's just genuinely confused too. Like, it maybe the wording hits you a little bit strange. Like, I know Josh had like, I can't tell you that. I mean, she genuinely doesn't know. Like, she literally can't say, you know, like she doesn't know. The memory is here. She's literally standing in the memory with him. But she doesn't know how the hell he comes to this, right? Take your time, Cloud. Slowly, little by little, okay? Also, I love that they kept this design, but am I the only one who just keeps thinking, so do they jump? Like, are they jumping from this platform to this platform? Like, especially here, I just keep thinking about it. And it's such a stupid detail, but I've been thinking about it since like the original game. Because it had the same design. I'm like, do they like do a big jump to get across here? That's Starry Night at the water tower. Our promise that night. What if the memory was just a lie? Don't rush, Cloud. Don't answer too quickly. Just keep checking all those small emotions and it'll come back. Slowly, little by little. And it's interesting, even like this cautioning of like him taking his time is really important, right? Because like, otherwise, if he goes too quickly, he might just hit that filter rather than really find the underlying truth, you know? Right, like the sky that night. Heavens were filled with stars. Try and remember, Cloud. Right. I was wearing those clothes. That's you. You were so small then. Also, side note, this is like a moment where like Pick's camera is just so good because of the way they could frame these shots and like really control the shot. And cute. Sephiroth once said that you made up those memories by listening to my stories. Did you imagine the sky? No, you remembered it. That night, the stars were just gorgeous. It was just you and I talking to each other at the water tower. That's why I continue to believe that you were the real Cloud. This is actually further made even more foundational to Cloud in some ways in the remakes, because like in the original, when they're in the bar, Tifa brings up, "Hey, don't you remember the promise?" Right, and then he recalls it. But in the remake series, this memory comes to him while he's on the mission with Jesse and crew, and so it's actually a memory that's not instigated by Tifa. It's one that he comes to by himself and then brings to her first. And so again, in terms of it's like establishing what is real and what might be like influenced by someone else, like telling him a memory, like this is a memory that just came fully formed out of Cloud. So I wonder how or if they play with that fact with like the way that they've like slightly changed that in terms of like how this memory came about. Because it does make sense that that would be a reason why she believes in him, right? And believes he is actually Cloud. It's like he brought this memory to her, you know, and she remembered it too. Her reaction after he brings it up is priceless. She feels so validated. Yeah, I mean, real quick, fuck it. It's not like these are short streams, right? Might as well just show it. Real quick. Chapter 4.
You start things off by cutting loose where everyone can see you.
And us?
We're the backup. First, we climb high enough to get a vantage point, then we go to town on them.
No filter either, it just happens. What do you mean? We're just an hour in. So he just, in the middle of this mission, has this memory. And then he brings it up.
Well, seems this old friend of mine's in a tight spot. A long time ago, I said I'd be there for her. Made a promise. So...
Can't say this is quite what I had in mind when I put that on you way back when.
if you want to talk, I'm listening.
Huh? What's with you all of a sudden?
With me?
Like you're losing that hard edge.
God, it's such a like peek at the real Cloud, right? It's like a moment of him like peeking through, and literally this moment of his real personality is coming through because of a real memory. So good. Like we're gonna look back at these little, you know, breadcrumbs. Revelation Cloud coming in. We're gonna look back at these like little breadcrumbs in even like remake and stuff. And it's going to make replaying the whole trilogy, especially after we get all the answers. I mean, that's what happened with the original, right? Like, remember in the original, like when you get through this and you get through Lifestream Sequence and you realize everything, and then you beat the game and then you replay the game and you're like, oh my God, oh, I didn't notice that, or I didn't notice it, or I didn't notice that. Or it's actually now I see this a little bit differently. Like, that's all going to happen with 3 games worth of content, which is just so exciting. That's what I love about mysteries too, in general, especially a mystery like this where it just recontextualizes everything. You don't believe in yourself. These memories aren't enough. Cloud, what about your other memories? I'm very curious how they word this, because I remember we remember in when we played the original with the modded Shenmue Arch translation, because like some of this, the way she words specifically what I'm interested in is like the way she words the whole thing about like if you remember something and I remember something, and but if it's a deeper like there's something about like the verbiage around like the way the memories work. I'm just curious about how that's worded here. There's always a little confusing in the OG. No, not memories. Memory is something that has to be consciously recalled, right? That's why there can be mistakes and changes. This whole shit, chat. This whole shit that we talked about. Like you grab the memory, but then it can be changed, right? Like the way you see it and filter it can alter how you see it. But that's different from a memory locked deep in your heart. That's something that can't be false. If you could just reach in and remember something like that. So it's something you don't consciously recall, right? Like it's something that's buried. Rather than like, oh, I remember being in Nibelheim. It's like, what about something that you don't consciously try to recall, but it is true, you know? Just talk about something, anything. Tell me something that's really important to you. Little Kid Cloud comes out at this point, right? I'm curious how Little Kid Cloud looks like in this version. Like, for example, why did you want to join Soldier in the first place? Interesting too, because yeah, now that we think about it, like even this question, right? Like even this question isn't a memory, really. Like, where was it? Fuck. Like, why did you want to join Soldier in the first place? Like, it's not just an event. She's asking about, you know, a deeper reason, like not just something to remember. Not just something as simple as being at the water tower or being in Nibelheim. It's like, what is the deeper reason? You know what I mean? Cognitive behavioral therapy with Tifa. I was devastated. I wanted to be noticed. I was devastated. I wanted to be noticed. And we saw this, chat. We saw this shit in Remake. Going back again, this the way Remake is gonna come back. This fucking scene.
Security is only gonna get tight.
So, you know Tifa, right? It's not really my business, but are you guys close?
Cloud! Are you ignoring me?
It's like he's remembering being noticed and shit. And I think even in the script it says something about this. Fuck, what is it? Retranslated scripts. It's early number 1. Let's see, here it is. Hold on. This is what the Ultimania showed in terms of this scene. Wait, what's playing? Something's playing. Oh, that's tab. So here it says, oh shit. Flashback 13 years ago. An amused Tifa is surrounded by boys, A, B, and C, 8 years old. The camera shows Cloud's point of view. He himself is not depicted. Cloud leaves his home and heads for the bridge at the entrance of the village, catching out of the corner of his eye the 4 cheerful-looking children hanging out in front of Tifa's house. It's not like he has anything in particular to take care of at his destination. Tifa takes notice of Cloud, She gets to her feet energetically, Cloud. I think this is where it's, yeah. Tifa rushes over. The above memory that Cloud's unconscious is modifying. So Tifa pretending to be, ignoring me again, pretending to be angry. The above is a memory that Cloud's unconscious is modifying in the moment. In reality, Tifa didn't actually take notice of him. So he's actually remembering, sort of like a history together where she noticed him. So this is like a core wound for him in a lot of ways, right? That she didn't notice him. So he's like rewriting in his head as like she did notice him, like ignoring me again, like pretend, like, you know what I mean? And then I think there's a Q&A about it too. During the scene in Mako Reactor 1 where Cloud recalls what he saw in Nibelheim, he chose to use the song Anxiety, Anxious Heart, False Memories. As the track's title suggests, is this recollection of memory that has been fabricated for some reason or another? Cloud suffers from lingering experimental after effects that not even he is aware of. These crop up at various points throughout the story in the form of psychic interference or hallucinations. The memory of his hometown that he recalls in Mako Reactor 1 has also been given shape by his own suffering and anxious heart. Is presented in such a way that one can't tell to what extent this is a real memory, a fabricated recollection, or a fantasy Cloud himself wishes had happened. Again, he wanted to be noticed, right? He actually said he was devastated. I was devastated. I wanted to be noticed. So he wasn't noticed in those scenarios. And like the script shows, like he like recalled it as him being noticed and she being upset that he didn't reciprocate. But that's a false memory. I was devastated. I wanted to be noticed. Noticed? By who? Is Shinova doing this for him, or is it just his subconscious trying to protect him? I mean, somewhat the answer there in the Ultimania kind of makes it seem like it might be part of the experiments, like the Genova stuff. But I also think it's like him suppressing this aspect of his memory. Like he doesn't want to remember that he, these bad memories. You want to recall good memories, usually. Who? You know who? You, Tifa. That's who. You, Tifa. Me? Why? Tifa, did you forget about those days? Hold on, I'm just checking my order. He is an ideal version of himself. Yeah, exactly. And like this memory, like this idea that he wasn't noticed actually conflicts with the perception of himself that he wants to have. Isn't it a bit crazy that they spoiled this moment ahead of Revelation? Sorry if you guys talked about this before, we're just shoving in. A little bit. I think for the most part, I think there's two reasons they could have done it, right? One is I think a lot of people who are playing Ever Crisis have probably played the original. And I also think things might somewhat play out a little bit differently, or at least differently enough that just like us, even if we watch this, we'll recognize stuff when we play Revelation. But there will also be like new elements added in that kind of recontextualize it or make it, it'll feel fresh no matter what. Like there's gonna be something, I don't know what, but there's gonna be some things in the Lifestream sequence that sort of like, just like with everything in the remake trilogy, will make it feel like fresh and a little bit different, I'm sorry, but what are you talking about? So you just released a video about Cloud and his memories. I'm very curious, because I know he's been very much he isn't completely, I've seen him say he doesn't completely believe only that, but he's definitely been the mind-only sort of situation in a lot of his stuff. No, it's all right. You were having a hard time back then. You were so busy with your own things, it's only natural you to remember me from back then. And even there, he's like, kind of talking, it's like, it's only natural you to remember that about me, This is why Tifa livestream scene getting added to Rebirth is so important. Even Tifa doesn't have a great grasp on childhood memories because of what happens to both her parents, starting with her mom. Yeah. I mean, this is such a sequence. I mean, I've talked about it before. I talked about it when we played Lifestream Sequence in the OG. But it really is both of them coming to answers, right? Like, it's not just Cloud's answers. Tifa gets a lot of answers herself, you know? She's even reminded of stuff. So it's really important for them. Self-deprecating classic Cloud, exactly. Yeah. Back then, it's important to me. I hate to say it, but it's a very important memory. Even this Cloud has like a little bit of a, he has his own mana, you know, like thinking of the, like this version of maybe, which is why the shadow version of him is probably so important, is because even this smaller version of this younger version of Cloud has his own shit going up here. Like his own self-identity here is like, I'm not worth being noticed. People don't notice me. Whatever his, like, he talks about it in a little bit, but that's why he needs to go even deeper, right, to the shadow version of himself. Do you want to see it? Come on, hurry. This version of Cloud is called Cloud Jr. They're bringing it all full circle. He's gonna flap away at the end. EverCrest seems tiring. Yeah, I'm not a gacha player. Just too much. And there's Shinji Cloud right here for you guys. Good old Shinji Cloud. Ironically enough, because I'm rewatching Evangelion right now. My room? It was my first time there. I only used to look up at it from outside. Cloud's coming. The OG transition was sick. Yeah, I'm hopeful they do the Zoom thing. Yeah, or something similar. Think he wants to come in? Oh, not Cloud. Now that you mention it, I don't recall you ever being in my room. And so see, it's like, again, she's also coming to realizations. That's also what makes it even, like, real, because then she's like, oh yeah, that's right, you actually weren't. You know what I mean? That helps validate this even more. I don't recall ever playing with you either. My memory of you always starts with that starry night in the water tower. And we do know in the book that was the first night they really had a genuine conversation. Heads up, End of Evangelion is playing in actual freaking theaters nationwide. I know, I saw that. I fucking saw that, Jake, and I was so pissed because I saw it too late and, like, there's, like, no seats left near me. Like, any showing. So mad. Tifa, you always used to be with this threesome. Not the greatest word choice. I used to think you were all stupid. What? Which one's Emilio? The biggest piece of shit in the group. Whichever one is a real shit, that's Emilio. He was easy to identify in Rebirth because he had the stupid scarf. You're all so childish, laughing at every little stupid thing. But we were children back then. I know. I'm the one that was stupid. It's really almost like jealousy in a way. I wanted to play with you all, but I just didn't have the courage to ask. And later, I just began to think that I was different, that I wasn't like those immature kids. The one with the vest is your... Yeah, it's a good guess. The one with the vest is definitely Emilio. Yeah, that's giving, real Emilio vibes. Got the fucking... Yeah. Got the bracelet on, he has accessories and shit. That's Emilio. That's definitely Emilio. Emilio turned the whole town against Cloud, the little shit. I know. One change I don't love but understand. Love in OG how Tifa also realizes that she wasn't good childhood friends with Cloud. Relatable how we all fly in our childhood memories. What do you mean as a change? Because that's also here. She just talked about it. Like she also just realized, she also said that like, oh, now that you mention it, we weren't really that close. I only really remember this, the water tower as the first night together. Is that the same? Just maybe they would invite me in. So here's Shadow Cloud, the deepest version of Cloud, making an appearance. Just maybe they would invite me in. I thought it might happen, so I just hung around. I was so bitter and weak. That night, I called you out to the water tower. I thought that you wouldn't come. I thought that you hated me. Again, like, I thought that you hated me. Like, that's like that perception that he had in his head. Because that wasn't the truth at all. Then if you read, like, Traces of Two Paths, she's, like, constantly thinking about Cloud, ironically enough. So he has a, like, this version, this little shithead, has a completely wrong perception of things. And that's kind of what the, you know, the Shadow Cloud is, like, talking about. It's like he's admitting that, you know. He painted things wrong. I see, it was kind of sudden. I was surprised. It's true that we weren't that close. But after you left town, I really thought about you a lot. I wondered if you got into soldier like you wanted. Thanks, Tifa. Tell him what you told me later. He'll probably be very happy. Even like the separation, right? Of like this version of Cloud, where he's like tell him later, right? Like he would be very happy. It's like even this version of him can't fully internalize that. He needs to, it's like you need to tell the fully realized version of him. Sure. I know they already showed some bits in this memory and rebirth, but there's still lots to cover about this moment. Yeah, Baskel, especially now that as I've done deeper into like the Yogacara stuff and everything, it's like even when he's reminded, we talked about that at the end of like the little Yogacara section that I did, but even when he's told the like facts of it, of like, you actually saved me, you were a hero, he just can't process it right now because he hasn't come to terms with all this shit. And so he's like, no, I'm not a hero, you know, what kind of hero, yada yada, I'm falling apart. Like he's still under like that understanding and belief of himself. He needs to go through this for even any of that stuff in rebirth to actually matter in a way. What happened on this day? Was it a special day? This was the day your mother. Tifa still doesn't know why Cloud remembers the events of 5 years ago. Yeah. I guess it makes sense. She misremembers them being childhood friends, and she kind of idolizes him after the water tower, even as she moves on. It's actually an interesting point, Jake, in terms of like, they both have misremembered their childhood a little bit, you know, and she's coming to realize what it actually was. Yeah, like she's like they will sort of like, yeah, it's interesting. The day Mom died, I want to see Mom. I wonder if there's anything past those mountains. God, on the other side of the mountain. God, what a fucking song. Mount Nebel is scary. Many people have died here. It's probably Emilio's bitch ass. No one crosses that mountain alive. This song. No wonder how Hamaguchi cried 40 fucking times. Just listen to this goddamn music. What about people who've died? Did my mom pass through that mountain? I'm going. That Desert Rush Cactuar Crush stops it? Come on, Nick. It is a little reminiscent of that Dirge song, I guess. It's like that sad, soft piano kind of thing. Max was surprised they played the song correctly here, but they didn't play the correct song when Cloud beats Sephiroth. Oh, really? Oh, because that's a big... He gets so pissed about that. Holy giga shoes. He's got those Kingdom Hearts clown shoes with Sora, the Sora kicks. He's got the Sora ones. Oh, hold on real quick. My food just arrived. Give me 1 second. We're in the live stream sequence right now, Johnny. Norway's winning, no shock. Actually, yeah, what is the score? I'm like kind of curious. Brazil score. They're up 1-0. It's almost over too. 88 minutes. Crazy. Smaller shoes and they might not have fallen, to be honest. Josh Z with the $7 super chat. Thank you so much. I was so happy to see the OG translation for this scene was corrected. I wanted to join the group, but didn't have the courage to ask. I compared to You Never Let Me Into the Group. Yeah. That was always, I mean, even the Shinra Archaeology, the Shinra Arch mod, like, fixed that. But yeah, that was, it always sounded a little more fucked up in the OG localization. Like, in a negative way, you know, versus just, like, him being too insecure to even ask. $2-0 now? Holy shit. Your foot slipped and I ran frantically to help, but I didn't make it in time. Oh, interesting. Even like that, the way that's worded. So it's like her foot slipped. He ran frantically to help, but it didn't make it in time. Just I didn't realize. I thought maybe like the bridge started to go or something, but she slipped and then he tried to help her. Both of us fell from the cliff. Wow, why'd you bring Tifa to a place like this? You son of a bitch. What the hell's the matter with you? What if she had died? Is Tifa's dad still an a-hole in this? He's understandably upset that his daughter just fell from a bridge. Is actually unconscious in this moment. So I can't really call the guy an asshole. His daughter is severely injured. Plot is tanky as fuck. You were in a coma for 7 days. I thought you weren't going to make it. I kept thinking, if only I could have saved you. I was angry. Angry at my own weakness. Ever since then, I always felt that you blamed me. I mean, that becomes part of his, like, internal, like, head shit, too, right? It's like, he's also thinking that she blames him for it. It was around then that I first heard about Sephiroth. If I can become strong like Sephiroth. You read it. Give me a second. If I became strong, Jesus, and Tifa would have to notice me. So again, a resolution to what came up at the end of the last memory, where he's like, okay, you want to know some real shit? I was devastated. I wanted to be noticed by you. And then here's like so this connects to that, right? Of like, if I became strong, then Tifa would have to notice me. So this was his solution to that like problem in his mind. I'm sorry, Cloud. If I'd only remembered what happened, I could have done something sooner. Not your fault, Tifa. It's mine. Jesus. But that was when we were 8. That's it. We found it. You weren't created 5 years ago. That memory, that childhood memory, it couldn't have been made up. And it literally couldn't have been made up because like there's no way he would sort of volunteer such like a sorrowful thought, you know what I mean? Of like that, you know, all the admissions of his insecurities and like, you know, the things that motivated him, all that stuff. Oh, you've almost got it. Just a little more. You'll find the real you. The irony is that she did notice him, I know, right? Johnny, have a good night. 8 a.m. Australia. Oh my goodness. It's interesting that one memory used to prove he wasn't created as the one they've already shown in Rebirth. Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be other stuff that they're gonna include, but the fact but the irony is, and you probably missed a Steed. I went into like a big thing about Yogacara. But the thing is that what you realize is that information gets filtered by what you believe about yourself, right? And so at that point in Rebirth, when he's told, hey, actually, you were a hero, like you did try to save me, like, and she basically says, like, if that's not a hero, I don't know what is. He's receiving information, but he's not ready to understand the information, right? So he then filters that through the way that he sees himself, and he goes, I'm no hero. It's like, how could a hero, you know, kind of fall from the cliff with the person he's trying to save? And he goes into this whole spiral about himself, because he has not yet fixed his understanding of who he is. And so even when he gets that information, he can't filter it the right way. Like that's the whole thing about like manas and Yogacara. So a similar thing is happening here where he has to, now that he's had this fundamental aspect of himself understood or like fixed, is like, I was insecure, I was trying, like all this stuff is like fixed. And he understands who he really was and like why he tried to become a soldier, how he failed to become a soldier. Then he could take in the information the right way, you know? So he can't even, like, the fact that he actually knows what happened from the Lifestream sequence, which I've talked about before, of like, oh, it's a pretty big thing. It's like core memory has actually already been revealed in Rebirth. He actually has, it doesn't matter yet, you know? It doesn't matter until now. Only in here does that actually even matter. So it's like still, it's kind of an interesting way to prove how much your self-perception filters your understanding of yourself in the world. You know what I mean? Like the things that you're told and the things that you see. So anyway, it was like a whole big thing on it, but we're closing in on the truth. Still don't know how the answer I'm looking for. Fuck me. Thank you so much, D-Hoop for the follow. Cloud, wait, where are you going? The reactor. The mock reactor from 5 years ago. Oh, it's not you, Cloud. This dialogue makes a lot more sense too compared to the original. Zach, you remember? Because like in the original localization, it says something like, "Hey, it's Cloud." It's like, no, it's not. That's right. It was Zach who came to Nibelheim with Sephiroth. Then where were you, Cloud? Zach got worked easy. Cloud, did you see it all? I saw everything. No, it's not. Yeah, I mean, it's accurate. Oh, I need to stop being sick. Who are you? Mom, Tifa, the town. Give them back. I respected you. I admired you. Love the way this all looks in Ever Crisis. It does look good. Oh my god, the helmet just disappeared. They couldn't animate him taking off the helmet, I guess. I was actually curious what it was going to look like because I saw a Discord message from one of my friends that just said, "LOL, the helmet moment." And as this was playing, I was like waiting for it. I was like, wait, how is it going to do? And that must be what they were talking about. Cloud? So that was you. It didn't animate the single biggest moment in OG FF7. So funny. Yeah, this is one of the greatest lists for sure. You were there with me. Show helmet equals false. Butchered the music transition too. Yeah. You were watching over me. Yeah, what is the music in the original again? Actually, I wonder if I could find, it's the main theme. Oh, you're right. Actually, I wonder if I could find my friend Jess when she reacted to the original ending. Or the original live stream. No, I can't find it. Her reaction was pretty great. Anyway. But you're right, it was the main theme, yeah. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this music choice. I remember now. Wow, so it was you all along. Oh, you're right. This is maybe the same. It is the same. Yeah. It just didn't play the part that matched the OG scene. And there's like a very specific music note when he kills Sephiroth too, from what I remember. Hey Cloud, if you're feeling sick, why don't you just take that helmet off? Yeah. You know, he has the Iron Man technology that makes it just dissolve the nanotech or whatever. This is me. I never made it to Soldier. I bolted out of town swearing that I would make it in, but I was so embarrassed. I didn't want to see anybody. But the part where Sephiroth gets stabbed, they just play the Mako reactor music, which is wrong. Oh, it sucks. He's like, nope, can't let Tifa see me like this. Would be a loser. So I was like, what's up, bro? How's it feel? You all know this. Yeah, the 3-inch infantry we talked about that earlier. It's a little bit different. I'm Smartly, yeah. That's what I think too. I think the third trooper is the driver. And I think in Rebirth, there is a third one working on the truck. And the other two at the gate. You came for me. You kept your promise. I'm just laughing at Zack fucking face planted into the goddamn thing. Oh, I could full screen too. You really did come when I was in trouble. The driver was waiting 30 years to be included. Sorry, I didn't get there fast enough. It's alright, Cloud. Where's Genesis? Fucking nowhere, thank God. How dare you? How dare you? Cloud. Why has this become the canon line? This shit started in Crisis Core. Why this wording? Can somebody explain to me? Like, yes, it's technically an accurate statement, but it sounds so wrong. This is censorship? This should arguably be the thing that's censored. Cloud, finish Sephiroth off. Channel your inner. Oh fuck, why am I blanking on her name? The masseuse from fucking Walmart. Why am I blanking? It's like summon your inner God damn it. Madam M. Summon your inner Madam M. Finish Sephiroth off. Just finish him. Just say finish him. that was bad. Oh, they have the fight up here? Oh, he just parries him. Oh, wait, what the fuck? This is like a full fight up here. Versus like him walking back out. Oh. That's different. Yeah, where's her head? It is more in line with Crisis Core, actually, yeah. I mean, yeah, because technically in the new design of the reactor, there's no, like, bottom part in that entryway for him to fall into. Right through the heart. It can't be. Alright, at least he throws him. At least he doesn't pull a... whatever the anime was called, I forget off the top of my head. Where he just jumps in. Yeah, no Genova's head. I mean, that might just be... the no Genova's head might just be an animation thing with the mobile game. Because, like, they couldn't even show fucking Cloud taking his helmet off. Last Order, yeah. Cloud. I have to say goodbye now, Tifa. So that we can meet again. Rejoining. Reunion. Reunion. It's the other reunion. It's a good reunion. Just him integrating properly. Something a bit soul-crushing about the most expensive game of all time in 1997 being converted to a mobile gacha game, even if some stuff is cool. The irony is a mobile gacha game that probably isn't making that much money either. Oh, it's gonna be amazing in Revelation. This is just a cool way to see the OG like version, pretty much shot for shot for the most part. Ugh. Are you saying people aren't swiping for Bunny Tifa? I think people are just like, don't want to play a gacha game. And they'll check out Bunny Tifa on Google. Oh, Cloud, it really is you. Yeah, it's me, Tifa. We finally meet again. You stupid jerk. You had us worried sick. Alright, I said that a bit aggressively. She was more playful there. Cloud, are you alright? The voices. Their voices. That's right, I almost forgot. We're in the live stream, aren't we? Let's go back, Cloud. Back to everyone. Yeah. Come on, Tifa. Let's go home. Oh, like a little float up. But you do kind of see in the OG when they kind of like float through the live stream. I wonder if the scene when this will happen in Revelation would be weird to see it too early, but I can't imagine not having Cloud for too long. I genuinely think it'll be around the halfway point. I think it'll be around the halfway point. And then you'll get the second half of the game with full Cloud. But it won't be later than that. But that's probably the latest. Is like halfway point is what I'm betting on. So you get a little bit of time with Tifa as the party leader, and you get a little bit of time with Sid as the party leader, maybe even some Wu-Tai stuff, and then eventually the live stream sequence in Cloud. I know a lot of people do think it'll be the first third of the game. I just feel like that might still be too early. You know, like there is still a lot of stuff, but in terms of the middle of a story serving as a big revelation, like a big turn of events, it is like it is perfectly positioned for that because it's a big moment. Like in the middle of the story, you need to have like a big moment. And there kind of isn't anything bigger than like the full, you know, sort of like restoration of Cloud. There are other things to still cover. There's like the return to Forgotten Capital, the return to Midgar. You know, there are other like things that are important, but all those things are like leading toward the resolution of the story. This is sort of like an important foundational like reset of your understanding of the characters and everything that's been happening and all that. So I think that's best suited for the middle part of a story, just generally. It could be a little bit earlier, but and they might need to, just given how much content is still left to cover in terms of especially anything, you know, in terms of the multiple worlds and all that. But I'm still betting on the middle. But we'll see. Hey Tifa, can you hear me? Yeah, I want a lot of time with actualized Cloud too, for sure. I just also feel like if you do too early, it might feel a little anticlimactic almost. Like, maybe I could be proven wrong, but first third is usually a sort of like kickoff event versus like an answer. Usually, in most stories. Alright, when I was in the live stream, I found the real Cloud. Actually, no. It wasn't me who found him. It was Cloud who found himself on his own. Yeah, I know. I shouldn't have doubted him. People keep so many things pent up inside themselves. And at the same time, they also forget so many things. Strange, isn't it? Hey Tifa, stay with me. Yeah, I mean, I want a lot of time with actualized Cloud. So we'll see. Any chance they weave in and out of Lifestream Sequence with what's going on with other characters? Or they tell it all in one fell swoop? I guess it's not impossible for them to weave it in and out, but I think it's most emotionally powerful when you go through it all at once. Like, I feel like stepping in and out of it would kind of ruin the flow and the pacing, you know? Everyone, I'm sorry. I don't even know what to say. It's alright, Cloud. You've been apologizing all day. Back from the Brazil game, they lost, right? It never was in Soldier. Made up the stories that I told you about the events of 5 years ago. My being in Soldier was just an illusion I drew up in my head. I left my hometown blustering about finding glory, and I couldn't even make it into Soldier. I was so ashamed of my own weakness. And after I heard the stories of my soldier friend Zach, I created an illusion of myself where my own life was fused together with his. And that was the person I was portraying. It's a pretty clear description of it. Illusion, huh? You were pretty damn tough for an illusion, I'd say. My physical makeup and abilities aren't that different from an actual soldier member. Hojo's Sephiroth copy project isn't some amazing new concept. Pet peeve moment. I just don't like the word copy. Like, I know it's a Crisis Core thing, and so this really does add up with Crisis Core. But I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Just in English, clone sounds more natural. But sure, let's go with the copy paste. It just used the same process that's used to create soldier members. See, soldier members aren't just exposed to Mako energy. Their bodies are actually injected with Genova cells. For better or worse, those of strong body and mind will become soldier. They won't be affected by the Genova reunion. Those that are weak, like me, will easily lose themselves. The combination of Genova cells, Sephiroth's strong will, and my own weakness is what created the person standing before you. Man you all know, it's Cloud. I've been living inside an illusion of my own creation. But I've grown tired of illusions. I need to live in reality, my reality. It's because of me that Meteor is hurtling toward this planet. By the way, as an avid user of M dashes, where was it? Like, see, I like these. I use these a lot in my personal life, and now fucking AI has taken it so that everyone sees one of these things and they think it's a goddamn AI thing. And it's like, no, I just like the M dash. Just like these guys like the M dash. It's a useful fucking grammatical tool. And fucking ChatGPT has ruined it. I'm not saying this is AI, I'm just showing like this is not. It's not. But everyone thinks it is. It drives me nuts. It's such a helpful tool. Actually, I do the dash space. I use it wrong technically. Like technically it's supposed to be without a space. This is such a dumb thing to be talking about. But it's supposed to be like this, you know? I actually like the spacing, but anyway. It's because of me that Meteor is hurtling toward this planet. That's why I have to do everything in my power to stop it. The empty table annoys me here. Yeah, the Shadow Archaeology department was saying the same thing. Especially because like they added more artifacts that were like here in the original. But they added more things. There's also like a printer, like a weird like fax machine printer thing that's supposed to be over here, and that's not here either. So they were kind of complaining about that. Good. Then that means you're gonna keep fighting, right? There's no getting off of this train we're on. Oh wait, so they don't have the because in the OG there's that one thing where he kind of like Barrett also makes a joke, but even Tifa makes a joke too, where it has a terrible localization where it sounds like she's calling him she's like, you're really messed up in like the original localization, but the more accurate translation is something like I forget what it is, but it's not like a negative thing. And it's like they don't have that joke here. That means you're gonna keep fighting, right? So getting off of this train. Subtext, what do you make of Sony going diskless? Yeah, that was the very first topic of stream. So if you go back in the VOD, it's way in the very beginning. There's a couple lines not in these scenes. Yeah, a little strange. Well then, we should get started right away. There's reports that Shinra is transporting the huge materia they've gathered to Rocket Town. We can't let Shinra use those materia. Let's take them back. To Rocket Town then. Some people talking about Let's Mosey. Does he say Let's Mosey in this scene in the original? I just remember it I remember him saying Let's Mosey at the crater. Does he technically say that in the OG version of this? Like here? I don't remember. Yeah, it's at the crater, is what I remember. Actually, I want to see the joke too. All this old shit. Illusion. No, pretty damn strong for an illusion. Is there no audio? There's no sound. You sure messed up, Cloud. That means he ain't no different from before. There it is. Oh, there's no dialogue about where they go next. It must be in the yeah, he actually there's so nothing is said. It's in the main like cockpit area where they talk about Rocket Town being the next destination or whatever. Interesante. All right, cool. So we have I gotta pull up that interview now. God, all the things that we have to talk about today. Chad and I still haven't done NieR Replicant. It's been 6 hours. Am I gonna get to NieR today? Will people still be watching this? Jesus Christ. All right. Let me run to the bathroom. Be right back. I have an idea, chat. I have an idea. We're gonna watch that interview. We're gonna do the Cody and Britt panel right now. We're gonna watch it in 1.25x speed to try to, because we're running long on this stream. But I do want to watch it. I haven't seen it yet. Gotta find it. All right. We can skip like the first 10 or so minutes because I did see that and there wasn't anything that really happened. They're just like talking about San Antonio and like places to eat and shit. We'll get the volume boost going.
You're not jacked like Goku. Like, what's going on here?
Because I'm trying to be jacked like Tifa, but exciting. Or like a remake.
Maybe it was a little too far.
No. Other than, I guess, Kingdom Hearts commercial.
I remember hearing about Buc-ee's. There's some early food stuff. Closed captions, that'll be helpful. Yeah.
And just kind of seeing it rise and grow. This was before like streaming, obviously. Never played it. I called Texas. I was like, cool. I booked a flight immediately.
Yeah, this is where they were talking about Texas and stuff.
Flew out. We went to Best Buy as soon as I landed. We bought like a monitor. I had my like set up. I've been out here multiple times for like gaming. I didn't really explore.
Competitively?
Yes, competitively. That's like good on the sticks, you know.
Playing as Linda, you know?
That's how you know she's never played it.
Cody, you were ahead of the time, weren't you? Now competitive gaming is a thing now.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I remember like seeing like the first inception of it, right? Of like, you know, I guess in that side of the world, like MLG becoming a thing, and
let's talk about streaming.
Kind of seeing the rise and growth before like streaming, obviously. But it's
you knew about.
It's kind of crazy to me how like it's taken like on a world of its own, and how people are full on like making careers out of it. So it's crazy to see because it's like, you know, I remember a time growing up where if you were talking about, oh, I love video games and you know, gaming is like a part of my life, you were looked at a certain type of way. So to see the culture shift, right, where now it's like, it's appreciated as an art form.
Was he a competitive gamer back in the day?
Like, you know, for the younger generation, like idols in a lot of ways.
All right, no. You can always catch up with the vibe.
As a fan of just like game community in general.
Absolutely. You are in a game. Yeah.
Full circle.
Full circle.
Yeah, full circle. Full circle would be if I was in a Halo game, but I'm not as cool as Britt.
Hey, Britt,
Full circle would be he was a Halo player. Gamer first class.
No, other than, I guess, Kingdom Hearts commercials on the Disney Channel. That was kind of my intro. And maybe Smash Brothers. Because I was a Nintendo girly, but you know what? I didn't even play Smash Brothers that much. That was more my brother's game. But I was like, who are these weird characters that I don't know?
This Master Chief guy.
Chief's not in Smash Bros, right? No. So I really didn't know much, to be honest with you. And even, I feel like I auditioned, and then it was months went by, and I got the call. And at that point, I had auditioned for another part in the game, like a smaller part. So when I got the call about Tifa, I was kind of unclear in the moment of like.
Imagine her not being Tifa, that'd be crazy.
So I didn't even realize in the moment what it meant until kind of later, maybe like E3 when Tifa was introduced, and that reaction kind of put me in my place.
So was that the moment you're like, oh, she's a big deal?
Yeah, I think that was kind of around the moment I was like, oh my gosh, I'm scared. These are big, big shoes to fill, and.
I thought they were going to do that with Vincent gameplay. Remember? Like the longest time, I was like, they're not going to show Vincent gameplay in the first trailer. They're going to treat it like Tifa, and they're going to save it because they know people are looking forward to it.
I had just never stepped into an IP, I feel like, or like a remake, really. I think the stakes are just slightly higher, you know? It's like it's like, you know, a book that everyone loves. Like everyone has a different idea of how these characters should sound. So it was a little intimidating, but exciting for me as an actor. But I definitely feel like coming back to Rebirth, I was more comfortable.
Yeah, I hear that a lot with voice actors, whether it's now in Final Fantasy 7, even the Dragon Ball Z panels that I
Oh yeah.
Yeah, where you're like Sean Chanel. He'll tell me stories. He goes like, I have guys that come up to my desk, like to get an autograph.
Yeah.
And they're staring them down or they're angry. And he looks at like, what's wrong? He goes like, you're not Jack like Goku.
Oh,
what's
shoot.
going on here? Yeah.
Because I'm trying to be Jack's like Tifa, but it's harder. She doesn't look easy.
But that just gives you the idea of how high of esteem these fans take these characters too. You know, to put them in this pedal here and going to Tifa. Yeah.
Well, and people have grown up with the games, so I understand, you know, it means a lot to people, and it means a lot to me, and you want to do right by the gamies, for sure.
What about you, Cody? What was your first introduction into this world? Back in the 90s, the games started?
How old do you think I am? 2 years old. I actually have a really funny story. I've said this a few times, but I was familiar with the IP of Final Fantasy. I have an older brother.
Yeah, me too. I was only 2, you know.
Mega fan of everything like Japanese anime. Like, this was a guy in high school who was like reading like manga back at a time where it was not cool to do so. So my brother was kind of like a walking encyclopedia of everything in this world. So similar story, like I auditioned for it, I didn't really know what it was, they didn't release any information. Go and I do this audition, not a voice actor per se, like I've been acting the majority of my life, but nothing in the voice world. So I do the audition, I don't hear anything for about a month. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense, you know, it's not for me. And then I get a phone call and they're like, hey, we're interested, this is the title, this is what it is, this is the character. So the very first phone call I made was to my brother, who happened to be in the East Coast going to college. This is kind of how the phone call went down. I was like, hey, what's up, man? Hey, how you doing? Hey, so I booked this video game. Oh, cool, congrats. What game is it? Like, it's a game called Final Fantasy. He goes, real quiet, he goes, which one? I was like, 7? Like, they're doing a remake of it?
7? I don't know the remake of it. His brother must have been like, bro.
He goes, wait. What character? My dumb ass, I go.
125 sounds normal to you. I watch a lot of stuff at like 1.5x speed, sometimes 2. I'm one of those people. I don't try to do it on stream just because I try to be like normal. But I do a lot of at least 1.2. If it's just like information like this. Anyway, I'll stop talking.
He goes, wait. what character? My dumb ass, I go, this guy named Cloud? Brother goes, what? Starts freaking out. And look, I give all the credit in the world to my older brother, because from the very beginning, from this conversation, he kind of took charge for me. He was like, all right, look, this is what you gotta do. You gotta do this, you gotta do this, you gotta read up on this. He's like, you don't have to play through the game, but like, I'm not gonna make you download an emulator, but you need to like, see a playthrough of the original. You need to understand like what it looked like, what it felt like, and even in that format in '97 with text bubbles, the connection that was able to be established between a fan base, the story, and these characters. My brother.
Oh my God, bass brother. Corey. I don't know what his name is. Corey Christian. I'm just gonna throw a different name out there. Good job. MVP brother.
Children like 5 or 6 times. And send me all the information. So he was the one that communicated to me very early on, kind of the point that Britt was making of like, this is very special. This is transcended multiple decades, right? Like I have met individuals where, you know, a mother and a father grew up playing the game in '97 and now they have children and now they get to revisit and re-experience this world. And again, being a gamer myself, it's like I understand the connection that can be made and how special this can be. So it is a certain.
Yeah, people told me about this tourist comment, which is ridiculous. I think it's from what I've heard, it sounds like there's maybe some. He said some things about Cloud and Tifa that like the shipping community is taken as like in, you know, like a certain way, and so like people are calling him shit because it was like, dude, it's like, shut the fuck up. People are crazy.
Amount of pressure, but you take it on as a responsibility, right? We owe it to every single one of you guys who love these characters, and we've gotten the opportunity. We're so blessed and grateful to fall in love alongside you with these characters.
Calling the VAs tourist is like such. So to borrow a joke from some other people that have said similar things, like real unemployed behavior. Just like, he's the best tourist of all time. I don't even want to say that because he's not. Like the dude is just like, let him. I don't know. People are terrible, just terrible. And you're telling me this dude doesn't understand Cloud as a character? Like, he has portrayed Cloud so fucking well. And even if he needed help, like he needed his brother, obviously give him, like most actors, I mean, newsflash, most actors don't know the characters that they play until they play them. You know what I mean? Like, anyway.
So as much as this means to you guys, it means as much to us being able to show up and like actually deliver. And the fact that we're still here doing it means we didn't completely fuck it up. So I appreciate you guys.
How do you see her arc going? Do you like her, how it's trending? Where do you see her? You know, when you first read for her, you're like, oh. Did anything kind of like stand out for you about the character you were about to dive into?
Well, you know, to be honest with you, the callback I think was 5 lines, honestly. Yeah, it was not by any means.
To be fair, you only need to hear Britt say about 5 lines for you to be like, that's fucking Tifa. Like, I've said this before, but like of all the characters, of all the voices, for whatever reason, it was Britt's that like the first time I heard it, I was like, that's Tifa. Like, it was just so. It was like hearing what was always in my head as a kid in a way. It was weird.
Indicative of where she was going. So I feel like it was just a.
It's like telling Michael Jackson's nephew he's a tourist because he was only born in '96 and wasn't around when the previous album's release. Exactly.
Little, flash in the pan. But in reality, I think what we've gotten to do over the course of, I guess, 7 years. 7 years. 7 great years. Has been just, it's such a joy. I think each game that we've gotten to do, you get to see.
Yeah, and for them, it probably has been 7 years because they probably recorded in 2019 for the first game.
A little bit more of her journey, and I think even, you know, the accompanying, like, the book, which now there's a sequel coming out. I'm so excited. I think that was announced in the spring. For the English version, translation. I just think it's just such a joy for me as an actor to get to see and get to voice a character that is so complex and dynamic. And I think all of these characters, unfortunately, have their own bag of trauma, but, you know, I'm on Tifa's journey, and I think she's just incredible in terms of what she's been able to with.
Oh, speaking of the book. So first of all, I did pre-order the book. The English, they announced the English edition, so you can get it. But but I was getting impatient. If I just had a little more patience, because I do have the Japanese copy. I was very curious. I try to like read. There's like a translation roaming around the internet, and I try to read it, but it just was kind of incomprehensible a little bit. Like it felt like it kind of skipped around, and like I would be reading one paragraph, and then like I go to the next paragraph, and it almost seemed like this whole subject changed. Like it was weird, and I had to think it was just a machine translation. So like I was literally gonna like scan this and like try to put it into Google Translate or something and try to see if I can make sense of it. But now a whole version of it is the English version is actually coming out. So we'll see.
Stand in her early life.
Get a physical copy before all the books are digital. Oh man, that is true. Yeah, I like physical copies of books for sure.
I have so much respect and I like adore playing a character who can still be so kind and empathetic and patient, while also having like a massive drive and need for redemption. But also, I think ultimately, like Tifa's really, I think, motivated by love. You know.
Yeah, supposedly they were going to they're gonna record excerpts. I wonder if it's like for the audiobook or if it's gonna be like if they're even gonna like post it on social media or something. I don't know. I did see something like that.
I was hoping you would say that.
Yeah. So that's I think that's pretty fun and pretty cool and a joy as an actor to get to play.
And soon she'll be serving Warburg.
Yeah, pretty soon, you know.
Yeah. Well, you know, the Final Fantasy VII involves a lot of action, you know, mixed in with more action. It just
Britt giggled at Tifa there.
Backgrounds and also live action. I believe Team
Wait, what did they say?
You guys have backgrounds and also live action. I believe Team
Oh, Team Wolf.
You with the Glow? Yes, bro, wrestling. Series, did that Lynn help y'all in these roles? Coming from
Team Wolf and Glow.
You know, just having that
live action experience.
I mean, I think there's a certain level of like understanding how to bring authenticity to the action, right? Like obviously we're in two different worlds. Like when you're on a set, for example,
which also had Tyler Eklund. That's funny.
You really have the liberty to rely on your environment and everything in this sort of like set to bring this to life and bring truthfulness to it. The main difference for me is all the on-screen camera work that I've done the majority of my career. When you're in a booth and you're recording on a microphone where you're not directly here and you're slightly off, now all of a sudden like they can't capture clarity in the audio. So finding a way to, I guess, bring the sort of intensity while remaining, I guess, sort of like still and confined and very, very small.
Oh, that
space.
is interesting.
I'm sure there's like some parallels there of like, again, having lived it, having embodied it, knowing like how to connect with it and then make it feel real and sound real. You know, because like, again, when you're playing this game, like, you're doing some intense stuff and I'm jumping 15 feet in the air and slashing down and, you know, there's a lot of this like battle sequences that are happening. And in order to make that feel real, it's like you gotta, I don't know how you do it, but like I brace like my entire core, like my whole body is like tensed up in order to bring the intensity. So again, it's like, you know, there are differences, but I think again, just like achieving the...
Yeah, I mean, what he's describing is like, he like, especially because it's so sensitive, the recording and stuff, like he has to be like right up on the microphone when he's doing something. He can't really like turn his body and whatnot. It is an interesting thing to consider.
Authentic sounds, like, you know, I'm in there, like...
Especially during like really active moments.
I'm not moving,
I mean, how's that feel coming out of that movie once that's over? You know, are you like wow, I was at the gym for an hour?
It's exhausting. No, it's exhausting. I say this all the time, right? Like, I could be on set for 16-hour days and doing a 4-hour session. I feel way more drained doing a 4-hour session in the booth than I would being on set all day long. I just think it's also a different level of intensity when it comes to focus. Right, like again, it's when you're on a set, you have the liberty of like a camera, being able to capture all these elements of storytelling. You can almost get lazy in the sense like you guys don't need to see that I'm sitting. You don't need to see that I look this direction or hear it, right? Because it's like it's a visual aid. But like everything in this game, every single sound, every small little subtlety of detail has to be recorded and captured in order for that story to like make sense. So I think it's just a different level of like focus. And I think also just being alone by yourself, solitude, in a cold, dark room. I don't know about you, but
I know, they're like, Cody likes them really dark.
Yeah, I like
them dark. Keep his lights on.
It's been such a blast, though, man. I'm so grateful for this opportunity and you know, just speaking on environments like this, being able to show up and meet all of you guys and connect with you and hear your stories of what this story, what these characters mean to you, it's like, it really has been like a highlight of my career, man. I'm very, very grateful.
Nice. Same question for you. You know, coming out during those intense action scenes together.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I feel really similarly to Cody. I do think because we're working the entire time, like a day on set, you know, you could spend 16 hours on set, but you're really only acting for like 45 minutes. It's like so much, at least especially on a show like Glow.
I've always heard that about
waiting around with a huge
real life
cast,
sets,
so many setups.
live action.
But with VO work, like the clock starts, you're in and you are working, especially with us, till the clock strikes like 4 or whenever you're free. But in some ways as an actor, I like it because I'm getting to do what I love for a lot longer. And it is a lot more about my imagination though, because you're alone. However, it's also in some ways like less distracting because there's not like a guy, you know, with the boom mic, you know, or like sometimes you're told to like act the post-it note on the camera because of the eyeliner or whatever. Like, so I feel like in some ways I like being in the studio, especially when we work with the same team for all these games, so I feel pretty comfortable with everyone. It is very technical though, because you know we're fitting the lines almost exactly in the Japanese, so there are like our own different constraints doing this kind of game. We actually don't have to do. We have to. No, we're so spoiled. They will fix the mouth flaps for us. Yeah.
The first panel I have in my career.
We're very lucky.
I mean, I've heard stories of how voice actors have to think of words just on the fly to see if they can match it up.
Yeah, I know.
And, oh, that's awesome. That
Yeah, but it is hard because there's times where I'm like, oh, I want to take a beat here, or I wish I could go, you know, slower or out of breath or something, and often it's like, no, we don't have time for that.
Nice.
You know, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually one thing I've heard about, because I know there's a lot of like conversation about localization and shit. But one of the things that Turquoise Hammer from Shin Archaeology talked about when it came to localization is also the fact that they almost have to write it also in a way that it would match the timing of the whatever. Because sometimes if you were to go directly from Japanese to English, it might be a significantly shorter sentence in English or significantly longer. So even like that aspect alone requires like a bit of rewriting, you know, to sort of like make sense.
You gotta fit it and make it sound natural.
Nice. Hey, it's gonna be your time to start asking some questions. So if you want to start lining up, where's the gentleman? Raise your hand. He's the microphone czar. You don't want to get him. All right, you want to line up right here, and I'll get your questions in just a few minutes. We can let you all start queuing up here. By the way, did you guys? Y'all saw this cosplay?
You look amazing. I haven't met you. Oh my gosh, when? I'm nostalgic.
Every time, chat, you already know, every time there's a conference and it's like crowd question time, this is where it gets unhinged.
Were you dressed like this though? Oh my gosh. Whoa. Oh, are you dressed? Oh man. Okay, well, you got your.
Most of the questions are good? Okay, cool.
I like your outfit.
Sometimes they're rough, sometimes they're like really dumb.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, we'll let the line get a little longer here. So, a question for you guys here. You guys coming not only from Final Fantasy 7, huge fame, but Glow has its own fan base.
Not like the Teen Wolf, you know, Pretty Little Liars world. I'll say that.
What do you think get more recognized for? Your voice acting or Glow or Teen Wolf?
I mean, for me, I've been very lucky. Like when I was younger, I was on Pretty Little Liars for almost 6 seasons, and I left that and went to a show called Teen Wolf, which was like, I mean, just like
those are two really popular shows.
The moment in time.
Yeah.
And then the last like 6.5 years, I was on a CW show called All American, which is like a football show. So yeah, predominantly like the screen work, because I think it's easier to make a connection, right? But I have had moments where I've been like out and about and I'm talking to somebody and they go, hey, you sound, and I make a connection. It's like very few and far between, but it has happened.
Yeah, the previous guy, Corey Wilder, he said that he gave a cop free autograph to somebody who came up and recognized his voice from some obscure work that he did. Wow. He's like, this is yours. Nobody's ever recognized it.
I stopped and like, I looked so different on that show, so I had a nice, they were like, is she? I feel like you're kind of lying. I had a nice anonymity, I feel like I could still be myself. I have been, my voice has been recognized though. Yeah. People
I would like, definitely recognize her voice for sure.
Yeah, it's actually scary.
Wow.
I gotta watch what I'm saying in public, you know, because you never know what something's like.
Absolutely.
I don't know that voice.
Absolutely, all right. Are we ready for your fan questions? Ready. All right, kick us off. You speak up a little louder, please.
Oh, okay. Will there be any more special moments between Cloud and Tifa in part 3, like the gold saucer date?
Oh my gosh,
Oh my gosh, so many. I mean, yeah, it's It's like a fucking massive part of the next game.
Yeah, no, so many. I don't want to get in trouble, so I'm not going to go into details, but like, there's a scene that the two of us have in this third game, and it is by far one of my favorite moments. Just crazy connection, crazy conversation. It's like long overdue, if you will. I just think like, yeah.
I mean, look, everything in that live stream sequence is like long overdue conversations for sure. Right.
It has always been very, very special. So if you're a fan, then you've got a lot in store in this third game. I think you're gonna love it.
And it could be more than that,
Well,
but
thank you for answering, and also it's really great to meet you both.
Likewise,
Nice to
thank
meet
you.
Hello again.
Hello.
Two
Legendary
questions.
sex
So,
scene.
as actor and actress, like, if you could look back at a scene from Rebirth or Remake and choose to like rewrite it or re-perform it, what scene would you choose? And my second question is, what is your favorite?
yeah, probably Under the Highwind is probably what he's even referring to there, right? When I think about it, because like that's a major like conversation that's like overdue. I mean, it could be several fucking scenes.
Thing about Cloud and Tifa's dynamic?
I wouldn't rewrite the scene and I wouldn't want to change anything, but I would like to go back and just do it again because it was such a blast to do. I believe it's in the second game. There's a moment where Cloud gets almost embodied by Sephiroth, if you will, and goes on this very unhinged pursuit of Aerith, I believe, trying to acquire some materia. And it was a side of Cloud and a voice that we had never done, and it was so much fun. I was so sad when the little segment was over. And I was like very like, Aerith, where are you? It's like, it's this crazy version of him. Yeah, possessed, if you will.
Here's Johnny.
I would love to just go back and revisit it because I think like I feel very lucky with Cloud in particular because I feel I've gotten the opportunity to voice like 6 or 7 different characters while like pursuing this journey with him. Yeah, slop. And then the second question that you had, you said what is it?
Your favorite thing about the dynamic between, yeah.
I just think it's so truthful and it's so authentic. And I've said this before, but I don't feel there's another character in this game, in this world, that sees Cloud for who he really is, right? If we really talk about them being children together, them knowing each other before all of the trauma came into his life. And then even when it does, right? Like this man is in so much turmoil and pain, he's hurt, he's lost, he's confused. And in a lot of ways, Tifa is the anchor for him. She's always by his side and no matter what, continues to show up and fight for him. I think that relationship is so special. You know, I think Cloud wouldn't be who he is without Tifa in his life. So it just holds a very special place in my heart.
I mean, it's literally what we just watched, right? Like it's literally the live stream sequence is all that. You know what I mean? And yeah, she is sort of an anchor to him in actual reality. You know, like it is her sort of in like it's both of them sort of like confirming what they understand about the past through one another in that scene that like makes it possible for him to sort of like understand himself in a big way. So yeah, 100%.
Awesome. And Britt.
It's just like literally just a story and people are attacking him for this. Well, it's because it gets caught up in all this other shit that people build up in their heads. You know what I mean?
Oh gosh. You know, I don't want to answer what I would redo because I feel like the internet will then be like really critical because there are things that haunt me and I'm like, oh, we should have done it differently. But
He's like, wait, what scenes did we mess up? People are mad saying Tifa and Cloud didn't even really know each other when they were kids, so how could she be important? Just dumb stuff as usual. It's so stupid. Like, literally just rewatch the live stream sequence that we just clicked through with Ever Crisis. There's your answer. Like, that doesn't even like really warrant a response. You know what I mean?
Well, I am excited for the third game. I feel like I get to do some voices that are just, you know, borderline insane to the point where like, did we go too far? Is this in the tone? But I'm super excited, and I think that was very fun and such a departure from the team.
Wait, what part is very departure?
I am excited for the third game. I feel like I get to do some voices that are just, you know, borderline insane to the point where like, did we go too far? Is this in the tone?
Wait, I wonder what this could be talking about. What scenes could possibly be going too far? Is that in the tone?
But I'm super excited, and I think that was very fun and such a departure from the Tifa voice that I've gotten to do it for so long. So that was, you know,
the teeth of voice instead of Tifa voice. These fucking auto captions.
A fun day in the booth that I would gladly redo. And I think,
Slap fight, maybe. Yeah.
gosh, in terms of Tifa and Cloud's relationship, I mean, it's so, I feel like they just share such a special bond. I think knowing someone when you're a kid, I think before the world kind of changes you or makes you put up some walls when you're still kind of vulnerable, it's just like such a special relationship. And I think what they've gone through together it's such an incredible journey. So yeah, I love their relationship. I just hate when Cloud is like all moody and pasty to poor Tifa.
Accept me as I am.
So, but yeah, I think it's such a special, fun bond.
Awesome, thank you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like before the walls go up, which kind of cuts both ways. Everyone puts up a persona at a certain point. You know what I mean? Maybe the Genova stuff brought the impersonation of Tifa to get the black materia. I mean, I would assume like even if that were to happen, she'd probably be trying to pass herself off as like Tifa. You know what I mean? I don't think she would like play it up in a crazy way if it was like an impersonation of her. I don't know. Just glad the game is being released before physical discs go away. Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely gonna get it. Hold on. Now you're making me curious. Should just be in this drawer. Actually. Speaking of which, so even though I personally play digital, my PS4 remake, like deluxe, again, I haven't really touched this damn thing. There's that one. Rebirth. Actually, this is the album. Sorry, this is the album. This is a soundtrack for Rebirth on CDs that I can't play because I don't have a CD player at all. Oh, shit. I don't have a CD player though, so I can't actually play it. And the PS5 only supports Blu-ray, so the CD won't even play on the PS5. And then here's, oh, this is still a remake. I don't know where I put Rebirth then, but I do have it. But yeah. And then how fucking absurd this thing is, chat. Like, what the fuck? It's massive. I need to get the I kind of wish I had the Cloud motorcycle though. Kind of wish I had the Cloud motorcycle. The figurine looks like it's compensating for its mommy issues. It is.
Hello.
Anyway, my question is a personal.
Yeah, I wonder what the figure will be for the
nothing
third
to do with,
one.
like Tifa or Cloud, for those versus with Final Fantasy. What got you folks into, or like, what really made you guys want to become voice actors or actors in general?
Well, you know, I was telling Cody earlier, one of my favorite movies is Miss Congeniality, which is based here, I confirmed today. So I think some of those early movies, I was like, even, this is so big, I really wish it was higher brow, but like Lizzie McGuire, you know, I was like, ooh, I want to do that, and then my mom would not allow me to be a child actor, unfortunately, so she made me, you know.
I mean, probably a sensible choice.
But that was kind of the stuff. I didn't really ever plan
Child
to be a
actors
voice
go
actor,
through
to be
some
honest
shit.
with you. But I have fallen in love with voice acting. And it's definitely like one of my favorites, especially because kind of what I was saying, you get to act like for a much longer period of the time that you're there. It's
She's
like,
seriously Disney kid. Yeah, you gotta see it.
Which is fun for me, so I really enjoy it. And you get to play stuff that you could never play on camera, so that's a joy.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, bro.
Hell yeah.
Look, I got into this industry very young. And at that age, I wouldn't give you the same answer that I would in like mid-adolescence, right? 14, 15 years old. The first couple of years, it was just like, this is fun, this is exciting. I felt incredibly engaged with it. Then I had a mentor, an acting coach come into my life. And I was like 11, 12 years old. This gentleman named Richard Brander. And I credit all my success to him. He's no longer with us, but you know, I know he's in a much better place. He was the one that sort of introduced me to how special this could be.
It's a Zangan.
In a lot of ways, it helped me develop like philosophical view of the world in which I inhabit. It was around like my mid-teenage years where I started to understand like the impact of like good storytelling, you know, what this art form could do and the connection it can make between human beings. I think oftentimes like we find ourselves in very divisive times, and art is one of those very special things that can unify. It also help you heal, right? Whether it's film, television, you know, music, dance, art, whatever expression, whatever medium. More times than not, people turn to them in very vulnerable moments of their life, right? And you know, this connection is sort of built through experiencing whatever emotions that piece gives you. You feel a little bit more, in my opinion, alive, right? It's reminders of what this is. So I'd say when I was like 15, 16 years old, I started to look at it that way. Like I get to participate in making people feel what it feels to be alive, and that felt very special to me. It made me feel a lot less alone in this world, and in a lot of ways it felt like a purpose. So again, when I was younger, it's like, this is just really fun and exciting, but as I've aged and as I've progressed, you know, matured in my own ways, I've fallen much more deeply in love with this.
Hell yeah.
God damn. God damn, what a deep answer. And yeah, their chemistry is great. You can kind of, actually with the entire cast, we've talked about it before, but the entire cast, like, seems like whenever they're on stage together, there's like such a fluid, I mean, at least on stage, when they're in panels together, everyone just seems like they flow together really well.
Got our next question lined up?
This is Tifa and Cloud's voice actor. This is Cody Christian and Britt Barron.
Hi. So ever since obviously Summer Game Fest and the reveal of Revelation, I feel like Hamaguchi has been on a huge press tour talking about everything and anything about the games, but he recently said the theme of Revelation is resolve. Without spoiling anything, how has knowing that theme changed the way you approach portraying Cloud and Tifa compared to Remake or Rebirth, and what do you hope fans pay attention to?
This is a good-ass question. God damn. Okay, I'm very curious about this answer.
When they experience your performance in Revelation.
I wish you would have said this a year and some change ago before I started recording. But no, it's very on theme. You know, I've been in person with Hamaguchi many times. I adore that man. I think he's incredibly passionate. And if there was anybody that was the right person to lead the ship of what the Final Fantasy Remake series has been, it's definitely him. He cares, and it's very important. I feel like for me, speaking on my character and the journey that he kind of embarks on, it's really this sort of like full circle moment, like where we see Cloud and what we know of him from the very beginning to where he ends up. It's like there's a lot of finality to it, and I think provides closure for anyone that's been on the ride with him. And that's kind of like that's the best way I could put it. Really, it's like, you know, we've had so many intense ups and downs of this man, and to finally see him, I guess, like blossom in a lot of ways. You know, like, here's the thing: is like my interpretation of this character from the very beginning, having done my research, was like, yeah, he's like moody and broody and this like tough guy, but a lot of it is like a facade. There's this like squishy goofiness, this innocence, you know, at the core and the center of it. So I feel like if anything, this game for Cloud is like him evolving to the final form, if you will. You know?
Yeah, I noticed that a lot in Rebirth with just Cloud's eyes being super expressive compared to like Remake, and even just his mannerisms overall.
Yeah, a lot of the first game.
You've got tough guy vibes off Hamaguchi. He's talking about Cloud, dude. But yes.
Shut down.
Yeah.
You know, brick wall. Yeah. And it's been such a joy to like, you know, slowly and gradually, it's like more and more of him starts to like peek through the surface. It's my favorite part of Cloud, the material that.
The audio is just unfortunately not that amazing on this, because I'm even using an extension to get it.
It's viewed with like vulnerability.
It's like 300% volume.
Like to see and also to perform.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I feel like the third game, without spoilers, I feel like I'm very scared of all of you guys. I know what's gonna happen. There's somebody on the internet. I do.
Britt said.
I do feel like the vulnerability is kind of my favorite part of the third game, because I feel like these characters, all of them are a bit guarded. Even with each other, even with themselves, I feel like. And I did say earlier, like it does feel cathartic in a way, because the walls kind of come down in the third game. And I think it's all been built into this. And as an actor, it's so fun to get to play vulnerability and to get to really be real without the facade that they're all kind of carrying. So I loved this game so much. And but you know, we record all out of order, and there's stuff I didn't know. The trailer came out, and I was like, I didn't know she had new outfits. So you know,
I didn't know she had new outfits. We're gonna be eating so good.
I'm also along for the ride with everyone else until it's all like stitched together.
Well, thank you.
So much. You're so welcome. Thank you.
Hey, cool cosplay, buddy.
They've done recording? Oh yeah, they've been recording for a while. If they're not already finished with it.
Thank you.
You look awesome.
No, thank you. That's my girlfriend. She's cute.
I think it's partially the reason why it's better is like Britt was like had it mic very close and she was like talking very loudly versus Cody, who was like more relaxed and had,
so with your unknown journey coming to an end, seeing as how y'all have been Cloud and Tifa for a long time, like do you feel like that is kind of bled into your personality? Seeing as how y'all have been Cloud and Tifa for a long time, like do you feel like that is kind of bled into your personality? Like these characters, like just day to day, like do you feel like you're like reciting lines or even just getting some of their mannerisms like throughout your life now?
Could you imagine just starting my day like No, I don't feel that way personally. I wish. I do. She's a good vibe though. I leave a session and I'm like, good energy, you know? I'm not playing a character that I'm like, get off me. But I don't know if I've become Tifa.
I mean,
Cody's like, yes.
You're so old.
You know, there's some parts. No, look, I think there's like a demeanor that I share with the character. It's always sort of been there. I don't know how much it's been imprinted on me. I will say this though, with or without context, anyone who doesn't understand it, I do say not interested a lot. It means something to me, but other people are like, okay, dick.
So you really are Cloud.
Yeah, kind of the extent of that.
That's awesome.
He's always felt very Cloud.
Well, thank you all so much.
Of course, thank you. You guys look incredible.
Alright. So Final Fantasy is all really well known for their music. Do you guys listen to the soundtrack at all, or do you guys have any favorites?
I saw them perform for Remake in LA, which was incredible. I was truly blown away. Sorry, so was that the question? I have heard the music. But no, maybe I should be listening to it on the way to a recording session. That would have been smart, but no.
Yeah, in regards to like particulars, right? Like I couldn't name any of the original compositions, but I mean from the very beginning, I think when the first game came out, I mean the award that I feel like we won without any argument or hesitation was like that of
the opening sequence.
Yeah. No, I mean it's phenomenal, man. The people, the raw talent that goes into like aiding this world, it's like it's important. My favorite personally is like I don't have any like actual names, but all of like the
Tifa's name, of course.
all the battle sequences, all the music that comes in when let's say shit gets intense, if you will, is a personal favorite of mine.
And now sing it for us.
Thank you so much.
I could do that.
He was mumbling a bit through that. I didn't really hear everything he said. Neither did the subtitles, but...
Hi.
Hey, I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. So my question for you guys, I always like to do this as a funsy question, but since you both have done both voiceover and live action, has there ever been like a universe that you guys would have loved to just be in or voice in? And don't say to get paid. I mean like for funsies, like maybe I wish I could have been on this show or just been the extra in the back or just do a fun little voice because I love the show. Has there ever been something like that?
For me, it's recent. I watched that. I've been trying to get deeper and deeper into anime, and I watched Solo Leveling, and I was like, this is so sick.
That's good.
And I was like, I would love to be some like S tier character.
I haven't seen that
yet. or like the opposite, like D tier, just like full of like dreams and optimism. Like I'll get there one day. No, I think that universe is so sick. That's like one of the ones that I've seen recently that I was like, damn.
His brother has really worked his magic on Cody.
I actually went as far as sitting at the end of Crunchyroll. I was just like, hey guys, I'm a huge fan. I'm like, oh my gosh, we appreciate you. And then I threw out the, hey, if you ever need anything, I'm here. what I say. Close mouth don't get fed.
Shoot your shot, man.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, yeah, he's got connections to like Alex Lee. He's got connections to oh my God, what am I blanking? Oh my God, what am I blanking? Susie. Yeah. Susie's in all kinds of anime.
I am really into Fallout, but please no spoilers. I'm not done with season 2. So I would love to be that. I guess I was in one of the Fallouts as like a, background characters, but I just like fell in love with that show. So, but you know what? I don't know how much fun it would be to film. It seems like pretty rough. Sometimes, you want to be like indoors, spacey, and but I think the finished product, I think that's such a cool, fun show. I would love to be part of.
Because I can imagine even if you're an extra, to just be on set and be like, oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
She's in Ghost of the Shell too.
Howdy.
Hello.
I had a question regarding casting, because I was kind of curious, considering how popular Tifa and Cloud are, and you start seeing them in other games, do you ever get calls that are like, hey Cody, we need you to voice Cloud Chocobo Racing, or hey Britt, yes, who's in Street Fighter?
I knew what you were going to say. What was the question?
I'm curious, how does that go when it comes to crossovers and such? Because I know someone's appearing in Street Fighter 6, but...
I don't know. Yeah, not much. I'm very excited for Tifa. But I can't speak on that.
It's all good.
Look, sometimes like we're given the liberty of it being extended to us, and based on availability and willingness, obviously, like I've had different games and iterations where Cloud shows up. And for me personally, it's like if I get extended the opportunity and it makes sense, I have a certain level of like ownership. I've been with this character now for 7 years. I've put 500 plus hours of my life into the booth alone, recording and connecting, and I feel I have a deep understanding of just him as an individual and his sort of portrayal. So now I kind of like I can't on my shoulder. I'm like, yeah, let's show up. Like I'm gonna do it, just because like I don't want anyone else to kind of come in.
It would make sense.
While we're still in this world, like give their iteration. If I'm here and I'm able and my voice still works totally, then like I'm there 100%. But we don't always get that luxury, right? Sometimes it's like things are being done. It's like we don't have ownership of it on paper. Like, yeah, we want to, but it's very, very few and far between we get that phone calls.
Oh, the Union and Capcom are beefing.
It's crazy we have spent full days of our lives voicing these characters at this point.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I hope to hear more from both of you.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Hello, I don't, is this thing on? Oh, okay. I guess I'm a bit too tall. I saw you guys earlier. I don't know if you guys remember me. But my question is, so it's kind of like, it's something a bit more personal. Like, I kind of thought about it when Cody was saying, like just a second ago, where he was saying, like, when he was younger, he played video games, and it was something that, people kind of, like, either bullied you for, they kind of treated you like an outcast. So the question that I had was, like, when you guys started doing your acting or voice acting careers, was there anybody that ever, like, tried to stop you? And if so, like, how did you guys, like, fight back? Like, in the sense of, like, what made you continue to go, even though
it was one of the better, like, battles I've heard in a while. Like,
for real, there's no other way to answer that. I think
like good actual questions too from the crowd.
Put on you, and inherently, it's not always like bad and negative. I think some people just operate out of, fear, and there's a projection of a certain like, oh my gosh, what you're doing seems impossible, and it's like, yeah, to you, maybe you're right, but it's like, I say this all the time. It's if you're daring and willing enough to pursue any type of career that almost like guarantees instability. It sounds corny, but it's like, it is about the journey. And it's like, sometimes you don't always choose this. Like, it chooses you. I'm at a point in my life where it's like, regardless of the highest of highs and the lowest of lows, and I've had a plethora of both, right? Like, I can't walk away from this. There's something about this that makes me feel so fulfilled and so alive. Like, I can't turn my back on it. So sometimes it's like, if you have that sort of feeling, whether you're a voiceover artist or an actor or painter, dancer, or you love designing, whatever it may be, right? If you feel this sort of innate calling, it's like you can do your best to run away from it, but like you're never gonna outrun it. So I think for a lot of like the outside sort of perception, if someone has like an idea, it's like, cool, listen to them, hear it, but understand that like this is your life, right? And if it makes sense to you, it doesn't have to make sense to anybody else. And like go for it, full force, and like pursue it, because I promise you the fulfillment that you'll get pursuing something that you love and makes you feel alive is so worth it. I don't know if that answers your question.
That was actually a pretty.
It's also so good to hear like so much of Cody, because we heard so much of the cast for so long, but Cody, we didn't hear much of him for a really long time, other than like the New York Comic-Con panel leading up to Rebirth was like the first thing I remember seeing him in. Like it's like a panel. Otherwise, we had a lot of John Eric Bentley, a lot of the other cast, including Britt. We've got very little Cody until like the past year or so.
Good answer. I actually like that response. What about you, Britt?
I guess I just want to shout out some teachers because I had like really, really important teachers that in pivotal moments in my life kind of pushed me. I think when I was considering college programs, I was like, oh, maybe I'll just get a BA in theater and kind of study something that'll get me a
Cloud had a Zach moment shorts.
real job. And my high school director pulled me aside and was like, I don't think you're going to be happy in a BA program. I think you need to go do a BFA, which is much more intense. So he really encouraged me. And I did, and then at the end of college, I had double majored at Michigan because I thought, oh, for sure, I'll just like go into casting or PR or something adjacent, because Hollywood, you know, acting is just so hard and intimidating, and I think it's hard to like believe in yourself. And I also had like a favorite professor pull me aside and be like, I heard you're not going to pursue this professionally, and really encouraged me. And I think, you know, being more of an adult now, I'm like, wow, you hold such power as a teacher or anybody who has younger people in their lives that look up to them. So I'm just so grateful to have had teachers in my life that believed in me, that pushed me at like important times in my life. They hold massive influences, and maybe one day I can do the same for someone else. But shout out to those teachers. They really are amazing.
Well, I appreciate your guys' answers. I appreciate that.
Oh, totally, silly dabbit. This interview got me really hyped for Cody's take on actualized Cloud. Dude seems wise beyond his ears. Yeah, I mean, all of his answers have been incredible. Like, he totally gets the character, and even just him as a person, I feel like he understands and can connect to a lot of aspects of Cloud, and I felt that in other panels where we've talked about that.
We're getting close to the wire here, everybody, so we're going to start doing rapid fire questions. So ask your questions, step aside, and then the next person goes. Go ahead.
Hi. I wasn't sure if this was already answered, but how did you guys, or where did you guys do your auditions? And do you have any advice to someone who is trying to pursue voice acting in that realm of video games?
Where did I do my audition? Some random studio in California. I don't think I ever went back to it. I don't know if you had the same place.
Yeah.
Some like random one-off studio. As far as advice for getting into this, look, man, I wish I had more experience, right? This is like my very first like, voice acting gig, but I can kind of find a parallel just like in the acting world, right? My biggest piece of advice is like you're never running out of time, right? If anything, the more life lived and experience that you have aids your ability to bring authenticity to a performance. I think the biggest piece of real advice is secure a way to have stability in your life. Don't be one of those people that it's like, oh, I'm gonna throw everything away in the pursuit of this, and if it doesn't work out in 6 months, then it's not meant for me. That's not true. You know, sometimes it might take 5 years to have like a little bit of a break to provide some momentum for you. If you really love it and you care for it and you're passionate about it, like this is a game of longevity, right? The biggest thing is staying in it for as long as you can. So that's my realest piece of advice. I don't know about the technical stuff of like, you know, obviously train and take lessons and record yourself as much as possible and study other performances, yeah. But find a way to like survive first, and then like pursue this with the same amount of passion, the same amount of tenacity until it can become your main thing. You know, and as long as you don't give up, you don't get in your own way. Like I 100% believe in that thing.
Yeah, from what we could perceive of these actors, like people, I really have enjoyed hearing Cody talk quite a bit. Like people are saying like Cody's pretty cool. I totally agree, and this is amazing advice. Like this is advice to even like for me to hear. It's helpful in terms of like, you know, you have your own thoughts of like what you're. I mean, this is a survival bit for sure. And I've done that. I've secured that aspect of my life. But in terms of the thought of like, is it too late? You know what I mean? Like I'm getting older-ish. You know what I mean? Even though there are people who are older than me who might say like I'm young, like I'm relatively. But you know, there's things I've wanted to do in terms of like writing and other things like that. And it's yeah, just even that like that bit of advice of like you're never too old. It's just more accumulated experience that you can use in some way, you know.
Also, there is a website, iwanttobeavoiceactor.com, which is like incredible. It has so many resources if you do want to break into voice acting, like so technical. How to create, I use it because I'm like, I still don't know what the hell I'm doing. Like what mics to get, how to set up a home studio, you know, all of that. How to practice, classes to take. So it's literally iwanttobeavoiceactor.com. So check that out if you're trying to break in. And also, on the opposite side of the spectrum, if it's like not working out and you're miserable, like it's totally okay to try something else. And doesn't mean you're a failure. You know, I've had like many friends who now are lawyers and they're like way more happy. So sometimes I'm like, I don't wish this upon anyone, but yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll be quick. I just want to see, wanted to ask, like, what was your guys' reaction? For example, we obviously.
I had a very similar, like, I always wanted to be in, you know, filmmaking to some degree. More on the writing side, but that was always like my number one passion. You know what I mean? But I did the same thing. You know, I took film classes in college as like electives. Like my studied major was something that I knew could make money. But then like every chance I had to like take an elective, it was like film related, you know. Now I'm chasing the dreams, but I'm not at risk of going homeless. Yeah.
Go through a lot with the characters and their relationship roles. But for Cloud, for example, one of my favorite parts was like he asks Barrett for like ingredients and he says like, what would you like? He answers onions. Like, oh, why? Because you cry all the time. and for example, what was your reaction to that? And for Britt, obviously, Tifa is very guarded throughout the first 2 games, but then we get to see a whole other side of her on the live stream. She's very vulnerable. What was your guys' reaction to that character development?
I mean, look, dude, all my scenes with like Barrett, I love that dynamic because I don't feel like anyone else in the game, they're like, Cloud is not sassier with anyone else but him. They're like back and forth. I absolutely adore it. And John is such a fantastic actor, so it's like he always gives me something phenomenal to work off of. So I enjoyed it, man. I think like all of you, every time like Barrett and Cloud get into it, I just sit there and like, I enjoy it from the sideline. Be cackling, man.
Oh, I mean, the live stream's so fun, you know, but we record everything so out of order. So I'll like do a little bit, then jump into a different part of the game, and later come back. So I'm always like shifting those. Yeah. It's an
the audience really brought it. Yeah.
You're welcome. I appreciate you.
Next question.
Hello. There's a lot of cosplayers here, so I'm sure some of us are wondering, would you ever cosplay your own characters, or have you, or will you cosplay like anybody in the Final Fantasy series?
We have surprise.
Stay put.
Stay put. Stay put.
I have not yet.
Yeah.
I really want to. You look fantastic. However, what I want to do is slightly different. I want to play Cloud and show up when he's rocking the dress.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I hope that they have another panel at New York Comic Con, and that would be the perfect opportunity to cosplay. This Cloud in the dress, that's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I've been shoulder Tifa. That's my favorite outfit. Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
So I don't know. What's my up to
that?
They both have like my favorite answers possible to that. Advent Children Tifa is a sick fucking outfit. And then Cloud in the dress is amazing. I want to see that before I die. Me too.
A little bit
Jesus
more
Christ.
of like an opinionated question, either me and to you. But what do you think of the strongest, greatest character ever, which is obviously Aerith?
I know she said Aerith. Eric. I like Britt. I like having fun with it.
Oh, facts, huh?
That's how you feel? I love her to death. I adore that character.
Oh, you said
yeah, I adore that character. I think Aerith is, a pinnacle in the series. Nothing would be the same without her. I mean, look, I don't want to spoil too much, but like in the 3rd game, it's like there's a lot that's there's a big driving force. You know what I'm saying? But blasphemy if you think she's strong as Cloud.
Blasphemy if you think she's as strong as Cloud.
Yeah, I mean, Eric's amazing, and I feel like her journey, that character, gosh, just holds so much weight to know that, like, the fate of everything's kind of resting on her shoulders.
So nonchalantly, I might add too.
Yeah, just so, like, casually. And so I just think she's incredible. Love Eric. And I love their dynamic, especially when they're kind of, making fun of Cloud. I miss her, yeah.
They answered that very gracefully. They answered it normally, like normal fucking human beings. Like, Aerith is an amazing character, you know what I mean? And they're just like answering it, authentically, Like, God, sometimes this fandom, I don't know if that was the intention of the person's question or whatever, but like, there's not a competition between these characters. For me at least, you know what I mean? I love all these characters so fucking much. I adore every goddamn moment and like opportunity they have to see them in these games. There's like amazing moments with all of them. Hopefully more amazing ones for Kate Sith than box throwing. But Yeah, the question was asked a little weird. I mean, it was like maybe a little antagonistic in a way, in the way it was asked, but like they took it good naturedly. You know what I mean? Which is all you have to do.
I'm not a fan of that. We don't know bully. Also, shout out to the little yellow flowers. I know that's like a raccoon on your shirt, but like, you know, flower girl's still there.
Yeah.
You get the final question?
Yeah, yeah. So, y'all. Oh, yeah, quick question. So, you know, they said the 6 years I've been doing it. Was there ever a time that y'all
Cloud and Tifa, and Cloud Eric
had the whole entire cast in the booth? Or was
Oh, in
it
the
all?
booth? No, never.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
We've been fortunate enough to like, I think like New York Comic Con, we had a big
Most
collection
of
of
us,
people.
yeah.
There's some cons that like we've all been fortunate enough to be out at the same time. But this recording process is so different from what I've been told, right? Like animation, series, like you get the opportunity to be in the booth in real time and work off other actors. We don't have that luxury.
Because of video games.
Yeah, I mean, I think in certain video games
Yeah.
they allow it, but with this one in particular, with it being a JRPG, with timing being such an important aspect, with it coming from Japan and then being translated and then being English dub. Britt had mentioned this earlier. There's these very specific time windows that we have to record and make this line fit and work in, and we're only allotted 5 milliseconds under or over this sort of like thing to make it work for editing. So there's just, it's so technical that being able to be in a booth and go back and forth and like, it's just, I would say damn near impossible.
Sometimes we're lucky though. I feel like you usually record first, so I would say I'm lucky. They'll like play his lines for me or something. If it's like a back and forth scene, so I at least feel a little bit like I'm playing off a real human. Or our director, Kirk Thornton, who's amazing, who's also an actor, will sometimes do his own interpretations, which are a little wild of the other characters' lines. But no, we don't record. I didn't even meet anyone really until like.
Oh, really?
We were doing press. Yeah.
Oh, what was that like? What was that like? I'm sorry, I don't know.
I hated her at the first moment.
Yeah.
It's still do. I No, everyone's amazing, man. Everyone like really cares. Everyone's very passionate. We're very fortunate to have like a cast where like everyone is an incredible human being outside of the work. Sometimes you're not always that lucky. And I feel like we all just kind of like mesh. There's this energy there, and I think that energy is palpable. You can feel it in the game when these characters are interacting.
Yeah, I had it at 1.25 speed to try to like get through it a little bit faster, Adam, because we were running behind on stream so much.
So we're like very, very lucky.
Yeah.
She's all right.
Hey, if you do not get a chance to talk to them or ask a question, they're going to be going back to their tables in a few minutes. So get in line, get all the autographs, and try to work with the final.
Word to you from the both of us. And guys, I guess like a last little word to you from the both of us, because I know she feels the same way I do. We're so lucky to have you guys. Thank you for taking the time, coming to see us. This opportunity. I always say this, right? It's like you come up to us, oh, thank you for coming, thank you for being here. No, thank you for showing up, right? Like if you didn't take the time, if you didn't invest the energy, then we'd be two bozos sitting at an empty table to talk to. So like it really means the world to us. Shout out to you guys. You guys are, pardon my French, fucking awesome. Love you guys.
Oh my god, so good. I love this cast so much. God, that was a really, really great panel. Like that panel is just like total hype, man. Like that panel just got me so fucking hyped. Like just overall, just like there's so much coming in this next game, and like I mean, we've talked about it ad nauseum, so I don't even know if I can add anything like very helpful, but or very, very like insightful. But it's so good. And it's like I genuinely enjoy all of them talking. Like whenever I've heard them in panels, like I've just enjoyed them talking and like answering questions. Cody's great. Britt is amazing. Yeah, we're lucky to have them as cast. And anybody making controversy out of this panel is ridiculous. Like take off your whatever like whatever filter you're viewing this game through, just like take it off for fucking 5 minutes, please. And just like enjoy the conversation and the way these actors understand these characters and bring them to life, I don't know. So, I mean, that's my thought on it. That was great. That was one of the better panels we've heard for this game. Because we've had some ones that are like not that great, just because the questions aren't that great, either from the moderator or the audience. And this one was great all the way through, I felt like. Really strong questions, really strong answers. Yeah. So that was really good. I really enjoyed that. Right now, I'm trying to decide if I do NieR, because it was a topic for today, but it is like 7:30 and I am sick. But God, I really wanted to get to Ending B. I really wanted to get to Ending B. I was really looking forward to it. Anybody who's here for NieR or who knows NieR, I'm right at the end. Like I did the wedding and whatnot. So like really the next step is the last thing. How long do you think it would take me? Like an hour and a half? Like roughly an hour and a half? Once 2 hours. Yeah, it's just the last castle. Let's go for it. Fuck it, let's go for it. Let's go for it. Because I've been looking forward to it. I didn't get to watch it, like experience it last week because I was sick. I still am, but I prepped for it too. I did prep work for it. Fuck it. We'll do it live. 1 to 2 hours is not crazy. Let me update my Twitch category. I didn't do that on Thursday the entire time when we were playing Final Fantasy VIII. It was like listed as just chatting. NieR Replicant. Gotta get going, Jesse. All right, have a good night. Malka, have a good night. Yeah, I know it's late. I know we've been going for a long time. So it's a shame if people aren't able to stay, but I totally understand. There's always a VOD. Speaking of shades, speaking of shadows, and understanding different perspectives. Sorry. All right. So I assume I got a sense of Popola. Yeah. I'm really interested in seeing Popola's point of view right now. Like, I'm very interested in all the point of views that I assume I'm going to get in this final dungeon. I assume I'm going to get, gotta say, FF7R Rebirth had a very good looking cast, dude. Everyone is so attractive, it's crazy. Like, you want to make yourself feel insecure, just like watch a panel with the FF7 remake cast.
You're really gonna do it? The whole village is buzzing, you know. They say you're gonna go rescue Yona. I guess it's really happening, huh?
I'll bring her back. I promise.
About that.
Yeah?
Nothing. Never mind. Popola just loves to worry. Anyway, you be careful. Yes, do be careful.
Thanks.
Oh, actually, give me 1 second. I just want to take some cough medicine, too. Panel hype was when I realized that Hamaguchi interview waves had ceased. Can't believe I didn't notice. Yes.
Be careful, all right?
Poor Subtext suffering like a NieR character for this playthrough. Lighthouse Lady would be proud. I mean, I enjoy this game a lot, so it's really not that bad. It's more than anything, it's just keeping up energy-wise for the streaming aspect of playing a game. Just a different way of playing a game than like just playing on your own. Where do I go now? I head for the Shadowlord's castle. Where do I go for the Shadowlord's castle again? It's in the... I have to go to the Lost Shrine, right? I think I should end the game quickly since you will be set for ending C with the weapon unlock. Oh, you're talking about like ending C? I should be able to get to ending C quickly on next stream. Is that what you mean? Because yeah, I got everything. Let me just show you real quick. So I have everything except the last one-handed sword. But you can see I have all these. I'm only level 1 on pretty much all of these, which is another thing. But I don't think I really need to level up. But see, I have everything for the two-handers. There's no empty slots, and I have everything for this. And it wasn't really that hard. I just had to do the DLC and like buy it from a couple of weapon shops, and I had enough money, so. And apparently I get that last like single-handed weapon.
Getting on?
I really think I only need weapon levels if I like were playing on hard mode. Right?
Are we ready? Let's all make it back alive, okay?
It's a plan.
I wonder if healing items were shared with the DLC fights. They were. So I'm really low on medicinal herbs and health salves. Gonna go backward. I just want to pick up some healing items. Because that last DLC fight actually kind of kicked my ass a little bit.
Oh there.
If I go to the Northern Plains, I can get some healing items pretty easily. Is there any place to buy health salves, which are the ones that cure more? I can get a bunch of healing items up here. Fucker. What do I think of the DLC? It was pretty good. It was like I needed to turn on the enemy health gauges, as you could see. And I was like, when do these fuckers die? That's probably the biggest difference. There is some lore in the in-between loading things. I should probably look at that again. I figured that the lore might also make even more sense when I have more context even. But it seemed like it was very much like arguing against me changing things at a certain point, or I don't know. I'll have to look back at all the things that were said. There's no thoughts of this kid. Maybe he has like a weapon upgrade or something. I don't realize.
What to do?
Hey there.
Great. Things are great. Couldn't be better.
You don't seem...
Doesn't matter. No one cares. Folks don't go in that far anyway. Just makes it hard to gather materials.
Oh. Sure.
If you can't work on weapons, why not?
Shades tore up all the elevator machines.
Can you make them?
I could if I...
Alright. I've got them.
Killed some robot. Here. Just put...
I just want to see if you have anything to buy.
What can I help you with?
Oh. There's actually things available to me to forge. Hold on. This like levels it up. I'd rather level up a good weapon if I can. Yeah, the Phoenix Spear would be nice to level up. Damn, the Captain's Holy Spear would be sick as well. I'm only missing one broken wristwatch. Shit. Damn. That would have taken tap power to 646. The leveling up bonuses are crazy. Just need one memory alloy. Alright, I might be doing some of this stuff off stream.
Come back soon.
I don't really need it, but...
Could you bash by the what can I help you with?
What about items? What do you have? Oh, just this stuff.
Come back.
Actually. Let me get some health items, some more health items on the way back. Yeah, is there anywhere to buy health salves? Does anybody know? Or is that something I have to pick up in the field? Because I know I can get the regular health, the smaller health things right here. Medicinal herbs. Alright, so now I'm full up on that. I have 10 of these. Oh! Okay. Alright, well, at least I have regular health potions at the very least.
I worked it out.
What do you have? Oh, here we go.
Come again.
Actually,
I worked it out.
Just in case.
Come again.
Something so undeniably PS3 about this game, yeah. Nier Automata, is that a PS4 game?
Oh there, getting on?
Alright. No. Oh, I wanted to save. Oh, that's fine. There's another save point, I'm sure. 2016, 2017. Got it. As Devil Live. Hooch tastes good, and she says it's the best thing in the world. Let me, yeah, you know what? I don't mind the health bars. It's just good to know when these damn things will die. Especially these beefy guys. They sometimes live a little too long. Either I or that guy on Switch, no. Yeah, I was about to say, I was wondering if like the 16 or 17 was because of like the confusion around it. I was wondering if it was because like it was like an English, like a Japanese versus American release. Although a lot of that's been like made simultaneous. That's only more of like a 90s, early 2000s thing, I feel like. When releases were like different timing. Ah! Went over the edge. It's also standing up a little bit. It's been a while. February 2017. History has forgotten. We know it released, but we don't know when. Damn, it's so aggressive. They really want to kill me. Whoever plays Tales of Grace is reminds you of the Desert Song. Slaughtering the humans one by one, good. They don't deserve to live. Shades forever, baby. Replicants forever. Actually, you know what ability I came to really love in the DLC? Is this one. Motherfuckers couldn't touch me. I was just cooking them. And it doesn't require like a lot of MP either. All I want to tell you about humans and replicants and just outs, but maybe it's better to save it. Yeah, for sure. John C. classical guitar. Yeah. Damn, he died quick. Yeah, I hate to admit, it's good to have the HP bars, which I have been resisting, but it's nice to know when these guys die. Oh, I just went right by him. Where are my friends at? Are they stuck in the past room with the enemy? Well, they weren't stuck in here, but... Might as well use it. Big boy, big boy. Mostly cooked them. Cooked. I don't have to do any puzzles in these, which is great. Oh wait, hold on. Wrong one. Damn. This ability is a bit OP. Okay. All right. You don't remember the music being like this? Yeah, this does sound different. It might be an Ending B thing. Ah, wrong one. Yeah, you're right. I'm really noticing this music. It is quite different. There's the outside. Damn. Give me a second. Alright, there we go. As well. It's a version of a song that played in the intro city. Oh, interesting. I'm sure that has some kind of implications or reasons. We went to that NieR concert. I didn't even know that was happening. Alright, take me outside. That's where I need to go. Alright, just need to find main entrance. Not this way. I don't think I can go this way either. Oh. Got him. Does this connect to that main area? I can just look at the map. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I'm getting close. Oh. Okay. Yep. Nothing there. Save. Waiting for these ending B.
And yet I find it strangely nostalgic.
Or Path B cutscenes.
This is where Vice and I first met. And first fought together.
Wow! This is where you used to live, Vice?
Well, yes, I suppose. In a technical sense.
Pretty nice digs for a floating magazine.
At least it was free from annoying hussies like yourself.
Alright.
And now the path is open.
Let's go. I wonder if the riddle to get in is the same as last time, or if it's different at all. I love that they have magazines and Kaine knows about them. Should be a box over here. Nothing in them this time.
To whom does the true voice speak? To whom does the true form show itself?
You sound different.
You must answer.
It can talk!
Maybe,
I
maybe not, I'm
ask,
not sure.
Why did humans disappear from the world?
This is the same, I
Is
think.
this? I believe this is some manner of password.
Password?
Yes. The correct answer should grant us access to the castle. I feel confident I have heard this somewhere before. To whom does the true form show itself? I ask, why did humans disappear from the world? You must answer.
Because of a black disease.
I answer, because of a black disease. I ask, how can humans extend their lives?
Separating
I
body from
answer
soul.
by separating body from soul. I ask, what is the destination of souls?
They are placed in the corresponding shells.
I answer, they are placed in their corresponding shells. Very well. You are acknowledged as master.
I wonder if these will ever change. Don't tell me.
Enter.
I just wonder
Well,
in like future runs.
Seems the way is open.
Gotta ace your lore quiz. Okay, I'm hoping for more info on this encounter.
It's the twins from your village.
Popola, Devila, what are you doing here?
I was honestly expecting another scene there, maybe afterward? I don't know.
Hey, any chance you'll just go back to the village? This is a very dangerous place. Even if you can find Yona here, you probably can't get her out.
How did you get here?
Shh. We're asking the questions right now.
We're here to rescue Yona. What are you two doing here? I asked this last time. Let me ask this.
We're here to rescue Yona.
No dice, huh? Well, I guess we don't have a choice then. No, I suppose not.
I think it's the same
How
reaction.
sad. We didn't want to fight you. We really didn't want to.
Devila, what's happening?
Sorry, this fate was predetermined. Still, we spoke to truth. We really wanted to avoid this if possible. We were hoping to put it off for 100 years or so. Until the next generation came along.
What are you...
Another, it's all the same dialogue so far.
talking about?
Are they shades?
I don't think so.
It's a lie. I don't believe it.
We
Oh,
never
wait.
thought you'd grow to be this powerful.
What was he saying?
Why do you block our path?
I did too much
You
damage
have
or something
no
in
cause
it.
to speak so with us, Grimoire Vice. You are a traitor.
Okay. Phase 2, I guess.
What now?
Oh, yeah. Exhorting Kaine to kill them. Oh, okay.
Copied my powers.
Oh, shit on a shingle. They can use the sealed verses.
Of course we can. The power came from us in the first place. You were simply loaned a small portion of it.
Vice! Are you alright?
Devila, Popola, why are you guys doing this? Why are you siding with the Shades?
God damn it.
Why?
The answer to every riddle lies within the heart of the Shadowlord.
Shadowlord. So you've been on his side
Which I
this
still
whole
don't.
time?
I still don't understand the
You must
Shadowlord, or I
search
don't
for that answer
know his
yourself.
perspective yet.
You've got to face your own truth now.
God, it's a Lifestream sequence all over again. I gotta face my own
Enter the
truth.
Shadowlord's castle.
Obviously, the Shadowlord's is like me. The, like, human version of me is the vibe I've always gotten. He looks exactly like NieR.
Devila.
Goddamn Lifestream sequence. I need to sort of like face my goddamn
Fighting us.
truth.
Yes, they do seem to be putting us through a great deal of...
Yogacara here is off the charts.
How odd. For long years, my mind and tongue have been my greatest assets. But now the latter seems to be... Well,
Vice?
Do not look at me like that. I am Grimoire Weiss. I am perfectly...
No. Okay.
I think I hear a waltz.
Oh yeah, this whole sequence. Yeah, I haven't gotten much answers yet, Pod. The only thing I've gotten so far is like perspective on all the situations, like what happened with the wolves and all of that.
Bunch of dancing bastards.
They're all shades.
Defilers, none of you are human. This is a holy sanctuary for humans, leave it once. So I am getting this perspective at least.
Not like I was planning to
I am
leave.
understanding this part of it.
It's a bit late for that.
This sanctuary must remain under our protection. It is our final bastion. For the sake of those we love, we will not allow it to be destroyed. What are the shades? I mean, they've been described as humans. Like the true human forms that I think died off like a long time ago because of the sickness that spread through the land. And then we are the replicants, which are effectively their vessels that will basically bring them back to life, I assume, in a sense, that their spirits can inhabit, which is what the password to this whole thing talks about. Shades of former humans are corrupted by the Black Scroll. Yeah. That's how I've understood it.
Damn it! They won't stop coming!
I'll open the next door. Cover me.
Oh, how I do love a good
Twice!
Oh, right. Protect the hussy, yes? Good plan. Let's go.
Protect Kaine for us. Stupid door. Come on.
Well, Kaine, get the door.
Hurry!
It's not open yet? Do I look like a goddamn locksmith to you?
No, you idiot. What are you doing?
Lock doesn't want to open? Fine. I'll just break it down.
Stop, you impatient fool!
Goddamn no good bullshit bastard! Open the fuck up already! Ugh!
There we go.
Got it.
Kaine, look out!
Oh yeah, this. I forgot about this.
Huh?
These things are freaking me out.
Stop, please stop. They're just babies, they don't know any better. I love this additional dialogue. We waited for so long and now we can finally recreate them. Spare the lives of the children. Oh shit. Please, I beg you.
We need to help.
This game is just a feel like shit situation.
Yeah, but we got problems.
Everyone, to me. There, little ones. Nothing to be scared of Nothing to be scared of anymore. Mommy's here. Everything will be fine. Is this what turns into the big war? Yeah. So it's just a mother. It's really just a mother that we're dealing with. There is no just from the slaughter. How many of you killed? How many? Your actions can never be forgiven.
We don't need forgiveness, asshole.
Kaine?
I'm getting Kaine's perspective. I think I may have heard her say that even on the first playthrough, but I didn't realize.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Your heart is different. It ain't hatred, and it ain't sadness.
What's going on here, Sunshine?
How should I know?
I want this lore.
Kaine, are you all right? I'm fine. Let's just kill some shit and move on, all right?
Interesting. Oh, how very
interesting. I don't want to kill it too quickly. Alright, I think that's all the dialogue. Yeah, Kaine can hear them the whole time. Yeah. She can hear them, and she can hear her, like, internal shade.
Oh dear.
Ow. How did it hit me from there? Tyrion, yeah. There's a new feeling Tyrion feels like Kaine. This is the new feeling Tyrion feels in Kaine.
Can we even hurt this thing?
That fog! Oh no! We can't stop now. Damn it!
Stay focused, Kaine. Don't fall victim to such distractions.
Come on! We have to keep going! Let's go! This way! Move!
Okay. Remember this, chat?
Up here.
How many times I had to reload this?
How can we deal with this?
The horrific recon.
Thing.
Ah, shit. How many times am I gonna die to this, chat? I died to this thing a lot. Shit. Okay, actually made it through this time.
Damn it, I can't get it open.
Attack incoming!
The entrance is locked too.
It seems we are in a bit of a predicament.
You will go no further. Okay, give me the dialogue. Give me the dialogue. We must protect our final bastion.
Oh, you pissed her off now. Maybe you shouldn't have killed her friends. Look at her. So full of scorn and hate. She's just like you, Sunshine.
Like you're any different.
Huh?
Hate is just another crutch for you.
Hey now.
You're in pain, you're lonely, no one likes you. So you try to hide it under violence and hate.
I'm not like that at all.
It's okay.
It is.
Don't kill him.
Look, I'm the same way. But just realizing that isn't going to help. It's too late for us now. It's too late for everything. We're too far gone, you and me. That's why we...
He might even regen, I'm not sure. I just didn't want to risk it. Kind of going through the whole character arc. Yeah. Yes, let's raid the sanctuary. Let's doom humanity. To the replicants. Surprised this one gave you so much trouble.
出土汗より銀だ時とだあらペルアと試練
People of the mass owe you a great debt.
いらこく
What are you doing here?
サルリとしたとカイザムとキロだろ
You are correct.
いやアラトテ三世隊
クルワリクワリとてトラス感化し金で
But
あらペルアと
So make sure I get all the dialogue.
アフィアトサチチサタとトレルタカイザムチ
Damn, I maybe went a little too hard there.
Hey! Stop! Let me go! Stop it! Damn it! King, no!
We'll meet again, you and I, once all this is over. Still torn because I have like sympathies now for both sides of this. I still do like my people. Like I like the king. I like. Now then.
心中枯れるた海山手出す。なんだ、新て。
Let's try this again.
ウラーヌペルアトチ。ウラーヌカリバルトチ。
Turns this whole tragic hero mode into something bitter and complicated. I mean, that's been the truth of the entire Path B.
Open the damn door!
The thing is that...
Knock it off already. Let's go.
Kaine.
He's fighting for you. And for Fira. Don't let him die for nothing.
My friend.
I mean, the thing I'm still... Like, I still don't fully... It sounds weird. Maybe I'm supposed to, but I'm still waiting to get full context of, like, the Shadowlord, his mission, and everything before I, like... I am sympathetic toward the Shades as we've been going through this path, but I'm still also very curious how... Like... I still don't fully know everything yet, and I guess I'm still waiting for more context before I, like... feel all the possible ways I could feel, if that makes sense. Pretty sure the next encounter is with the twins again. I wonder if I'll get any more context this time. Yeah, twins again.
Devila. Popola.
Oh, look. You made it. We've been waiting for so long.
Why are you doing this?
It began 1300 years ago. Humanity, finding itself on the brink of extinction, undertook a last-ditch rescue plan called Project Gestalt.
Gestalt?
Do you still not remember, Grimoire Vice? Then let's give you a refresher.
Yeah, there's all this. Which we flipped through last time.
Vice!
My mind. I remember. Devila. Popola. You are not human. In fact. Oh no.
Yeah, sometimes the truth can be a real bitch.
Thank you for the follow,
You wanna
Overture
finish
Gaming.
that thought for him, sister? All of us. Every person standing in this room are mere shells created by the true humans.
What are you saying?
You still don't get it? You aren't human.
Yeah, I got this
So
last
then
time.
humans, I mean, the true humans, are extinct?
No. They still live on. You know them as shades. Each shade is a twisted remnant of what was once a human being.
Crazy, huh? Now let's skip the part where you stand there with your mouths agape and just get down to business.
Wait.
Very cold-blooded in
Wait.
the way she's reacting.
Sorry,
like,
but we're
handling
gonna be
this.
needing that shell of yours. The rightful owner has been waiting for a very long time.
Love this game. Yeah, I'm on ending Path B right now, so I'm getting a little bit of extra context, at least in terms of the point of view of the Shades. Although a lot of this is still playing out the way it did on Path A. So I'm very curious. Twins getting really villainous here. Yeah, and the line delivery.
Please don't be angry with us. We are only doing our duty. Our endless existences have a single purpose: to control the lives of others in accordance with the will of the true humans.
I could sort of understand being more antagonistic, you know, if I'm understanding this correctly. I can understand being a little bit more antagonistic and like a little, you know, frustrated even with us. If like they've been like given this task they've been like handling for thousands of years, you know what I mean?
You have your own motives, your own desires. And we have ours. I fear it really is just that simple.
I mean, yeah, we have gotten that sense here in Path B.
Don't speak
We've
such
gotten,
foolish.
we've gotten the sense of both sides of motivations and aims of both sides of this whole conflict.
You and us, we're the same. Tools in the hands of a master.
No, I'm nothing like you.
Looking for extra dialogue. Ow. Oh my god, the music. Sorry, I gotta kill you.
Devila? Devila? Popola, are you crying? No, don't die. You know, Popola, I understand now why we're twins. It's because we were born without souls. Devila, I can't stop the bleeding. Oh God, I can't stop it. This world.
This does still suck though. I mean, I like them, even though they were being like.
Soul. There's too much emptiness.
Even though they were being a little mustache twirling villainy at times in this encounter, I still do like
Souls
them.
are missing, and yet somehow our tears still work. It's kind of weird. Sorry, sis. I love you. Devila! Devila!
Singing seconds ago, why would you do that?
No, I can't be alone!
The game gave me an objective.
Popola. Let's stop this now.
Stop? Stop? Now you want to stop? You think you have the luxury to stop? You cut down my sister like a goddamn animal and now you want to stop? Popola, wait! It doesn't have to. No one stops! It's way too late to stop! No one stops!
I wonder if there's anything meta there. Don't tell me. Do not tell me. Obviously, do not tell me. I just wonder if there's like at any of these playthroughs if I'm meant to like not fight them. I don't know. Don't tell me.
Please, don't do this, Popola! You and Devila were like parents to me!
Those two have watched the world wither for time immemorial. The cruelness of such a fate is difficult to imagine.
I don't want to do this! I don't want to fight her!
Stop bitching and start fighting! It's the only way!
Damn, I'm evading this shit. Bullet hell, baby. Ah. It's crazy to see the mentor characters who are revealed to be created but are not, as if more human.
No stopping.
no stopping ever.
This seems new. Or maybe it's not. Yeah, because this is the big explosion that causes Emil to explode, I think.
The bridge! Blast! We're trapped.
I've got an idea.
I fear we're done for.
It'll be all right. You know, when I was young, I hated my eyes.
We kind of got that with the story.
And now that I'm older, I hate what my body has become. But there's something else there now. Something like pride, you know? I mean, without all this, I couldn't have become your friend. Goodbye, my friends. Thank you for everything.
Emil.
For so long, all I could do was destroy. But now, I have a chance to save something. No! Now get going, okay?
Emil.
Don't worry about me. I'm gonna be fine.
Yeah, after like the sort of like force of myth type of version of his story, you kind of got a little more context of what he's talking about there. A little bit.
Oh dear. Kaine's so unstable, and
Hmm.
Rice can't stop arguing with people.
This is different, I think.
I hope they can hold it together once I'm gone.
I can't remember actually.
Well, I guess they'll just have to learn.
I feel like I remember this. Maybe it's not different at all.
I want to see you again. I want to see all of you again. Just one more time. I'm scared. I don't want to die.
Oh, Emil. Oh, Emil. Damn, lit her shit on fire. He's like Nero. He has that nothing. Darkness. What in the Kira just happened? Oh. This is new. Took the lives of our families. Oh, not the king. Kind of hard to kill, aren't you? Demon, you stole our children's future! Stop fucking and get over here. Damn. You can die now. Buggy as hell. I'm coming for you. They both died in the encounter. Damn. Okay, well, this scene. I would love more context on what he's thinking. Soon, my body will arrive. Then we can be together, just like before. I don't know if I heard this dialogue before. Probably not. I never heard Shade dialogue. I don't think. Poor meal. What are you thinking, Kaine? What is Tyrion thinking?
Let's go.
Yeah. Love that the Tyrion. Love that the Tyrion line gives context here. She didn't realize that she had romantic feelings for NieR on top of everything else and pulls back. Great subtle direction, especially for the 2011 VG. Did Tyrion say something here regarding that? Or was it part of, like, what was being said during the fight earlier? Because I don't remember the Tyrion line that you're referring to. Unless it happened earlier. Maybe it was in the middle of a fight. Tommy Vercetti! Straight out of GTA. What's going on? I don't remember what the Tyrion line was. I assume there was a Tyrion line that happened that it maybe just on the fight earlier, it's talking about new feelings. Oh. Fuck. It's so hard because, like, you're so in the moment. Like, that's one of the, it's not a criticism, but it is one of the things that makes it hard to sort of, like, fully take in everything, is that you're trying to handle combat and at the same time, like, pay attention to do dialogue and then, like, also trying to pay attention to, you know, shade dialogue that you have to read as subtitles. I hadn't heard any of the Route B dialogue, Shadowlord. There's a Yogacara quote that is the thesis of this game that will really unlock everything for you. Damn. Now I'm like, hold on. Automata improves that aspect. Okay, good to know. Hold on, let me pull up my own stream real quick. See if I could find it. Was it the dialogue that happened? Was it the dialogue that happened during this big fight? I'm pretty sure when she's having her arc, right? Hold on. Yeah, right here. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Let me just see if I can pay attention to it this time. Because I did hear it. I heard her. What I took away from this dialogue, if this is the one, I'm pretty sure it is. But what I heard from this was the bit about, like, her feeling like she's like him. Given.
We don't need forgiveness, asshole.
Kaine?
I'm getting Kaine's perspective. I think I may have heard this her say that even on the first playthrough, but I didn't realize.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Your heart is different. Oh, maybe that's what he's talking about.
It ain't hatred, and it ain't sadness.
What's going on here, Sunshine?
How should I know?
I want this lore.
Kaine, are you all right? I'm fine. Let's just kill some shit and move on, all right?
Interesting. Oh, how very
Interesting.
interesting.
I don't want to kill it too quickly. There was more dialogue, wasn't there? Dialogue. They can hear them the whole time. How did it hit me from there? Here in, yeah. Could have sworn there was more. Oh, here we go.
I can't stop now. Damn it.
Stay focused, Kaine. Don't fall victim to such distractions.
Come on! We have to keep going!
Let's go!
Where was the part that she was talking about being different than him or being similar to him? No further. Oh, right here. Yeah, right here.
Oh, you pissed her off now! Maybe you shouldn't have killed her friends. Look at her, so full of scorn and hate.
Oh, he's talking about this thing.
Sunshine.
Oh, this is you, Sunshine.
Like you're any different.
Huh?
Hey,
This I
just
remember.
another crush for you.
Hey now.
You're in pain, you're lonely, no one likes you. So you try to hide it under violence and hate.
I'm not like that at all.
It's okay.
It is.
Don't kill him.
Look, I'm the same way. But just realizing that isn't going to help. It's too late for us now. It's too late for everything. We're too far gone, you and me. That's why we...
So yeah, so when he was talking about like there's something different about your heart, so it was talking about her other motivations, right? Knowing that it's told through dialogue, but I love Kaine's character growth in the background. It just feels so organic, the character relationship growth, and the fact that NieR is totally oblivious, apparently. Yeah, and you could feel I did feel it in that in this encounter that just happened when she had him up against the wall. I felt the feelings. And so like that part adds up. You know, it makes sense that maybe even in the when she was like you hide it under anger and stuff like that, she hasn't let herself really reveal that to him in a way. She's just stayed angry, you know? Oh, this is gonna be perfect for these little shits. Just like the DLC where I was using this whirlwind to just like slaughter them. Slaughter these little baby humans. Thanks for reminding me how much I love this game. Comes down to the depth of Kaine's internal life. It seems to have a little of Ray from Eva. Oh, it's funny because I'm literally rewatching that right now, actually. Okay. I usually like the spear, but for the... How can you take Solace and all this slaughter after you know? Because I'm sick, and gameplay is fun. Look, I played Last of Us Part 2, and that game was trying to make me feel guilty about every life that I took. But I still took them. Any medicinal herbs? Yeah. Take one of those. Pop one of those. Alright. I'm still waiting to get more context. You played T. Lucy in the only life you wanted to think was yours. I'm very curious how this whole segment plays out any differently at all. I mean, it'll still be the same. I'm just curious about getting any context of thoughts of this guy or thoughts of Yona. And you could let me know things like, don't kill him too quickly or anything like that if there's like, I don't want to miss any potential dialogue.
This ends here. Strike hard. Hold nothing back.
How could a mere tool hope to stand against the Shadowlord?
Don't speak in such a manner, fool. I am nothing like you. Strike it when it has stopped.
Watch out. I'm trying not to attack it too much yet.
No! Impossible!
Can easily kill any boss. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
Don't relax yet. It's not over.
He's not really saying anything. Ow, shit.
Strike it when it has stopped.
I didn't try to kill him too fast, but he wasn't saying anything, so...
I know. Hey, sunshine. I ain't
Alright, here we go.
but I think your heart is evolving. The hate is gone. The sadness is gone. It's just a bunch of white light now.
Interesting.
What the hell's going on here?
He's mostly attacking her.
Tell, Tyrant, you're not the only voice in my life anymore. I've experienced fear, hate, and no sympathy. I'm a curse, a freak. I know that. But guess what? He still accepts me. He still forgives
Talking about me.
Oh, come on. You're doing this for him?
I'm tired of this world and everybody in it. But I'll become his sword one last time.
Hell yeah.
Vice, you alright?
Naturally, I am as fit as a fit.
I'm still careful. I'm still being careful just in case there's more dialogue. Doesn't seem like it. Fiona.
Brother?
Yoda.
I love that moment visually. Yona.
Please.
Didn't get any of this dialogue from him last
stop.
time.
I don't want to do this anymore. I don't need someone else's body. I don't want it.
Someone else. No, Yona. They were ours to begin with.
I can hear her. She won't stop crying. She says she wants to see her brother.
Yona's been possessed?
This girl loves her brother too, just as much as I do. It's not right, you know? It's not right that she can't see him.
Yona, stop. Please.
It's you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it's me. Let's go home.
Stop. Listen to me, Yona, please.
I'm really sorry. I don't know what to. I'm so very sorry. No matter what. Just know that I love you.
I wonder why the light is causing this like reaction.
Hurry. The shade that possessed her is gone.
Or maybe it's not. Maybe just the shade exited her body. No. I forgot. Do I fight him again? I do. Yona, why?
Kinda. Watch over Yona for me. You want me to understand your sadness? You think I'm gonna sympathize with you?
Why?
I swore to protect my sister and my friends. If someone puts them in danger, they must stand aside or be cut down. Now come on! Let's finish this!
No. Ow.
Vice, what's wrong?
You're freaking me out here, Vice.
What are you doing? Come so. Just do it. Strike.
Killing blow. I wonder why Vice is acting like that. I would assume that maybe one of these ending paths is sort of more of Vice's perspective. It's still like keeping it going just in case there's anything else. I think that's it.
No bother. One moment, please. You okay? Fine, just fine. All right, no, I'm not.
Vice.
It seems some headstrong idiot has decided to push me beyond my limits. I should have taken that job as a cookbook when I had the chance.
Vice, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Only joking. I hate cookbooks.
But
let's go.
Forgot about this dialogue.
Out of the way. I have one final task to fulfill.
Where are you going?
Why, to stop him, of course. But after that, it's up to you. Only you can see this battle to its conclusion. I wish you luck, my friend.
You can't. I swore I'd always fight by your side.
You are an exceedingly stubborn lad. You know that, yes? Perhaps that's why I've so enjoyed our time together. But I fear this is where our journey ends.
Vice!
Oh, and remember what I told you about using my full name.
I actually don't remember what he said about it.
I've grown rather
Oh, he wants
fond
to
of
too.
Vice.
Vice. I knew you'd come around.
Don't let it go to your head now.
I assume eventually, don't tell me, but I assume eventually we'll get concepts for where what he does after this. Yona, I cannot live in a world without you.
I have something to defend. I have a reason to live.
Be gone.
Shadowlord.
Yona, soon I will join you. Aye, aye, aye. I think that's pretty much it. Even sounds like he's saying Yona. It really sounds like he's saying Yona.
Damn it.
You can talk about that stuff as long as it doesn't spoil anything from ending B, C, D, or E that I haven't experienced yet. Weapons collector. Got every weapon. Yona. Oh, new. All I brought you was pain. Years of painful... Oh, shit, that went fast. I couldn't do it. I couldn't rescue you. I'm so sorry I failed. Your brother failed. Oh, shit.
Here, you can have this cookie.
Don't worry about it, Yona. I'm already full.
This again? That's what you said yesterday. You haven't been eating anything lately.
He's looking out for her.
Come on, at least take half.
Thanks.
Why? Why? Oh. It's a cool shot.
Hey.
Yona.
Thanks for always being there for me. Oh, here. I brought your half.
Thanks, Yona.
Oh, man. You know, what was really interesting... Hey, what's going on today, games? What's really interesting about this ending is, especially when it first panned into the, like, Shadowlord in the white space, and thinking about his failure, is what I was immediately thinking about was... It's so funny because I'm so invested in the story of NieR and Yona in sort of the reality that I've been put into, where it's obviously 1300 years later, where replicants are not the actual humans, and I'm so invested in like that, right, where it's like, oh, you gotta save Yona, and I gotta look out for Yona, and obviously the sort of like human version of NieR and Yona are going through the same thing, right? They're in the same exact journey where he's trying to save her. He's been after this for like 1300 years to sort of like create this, I guess, like new happiness for them in a way. But I'm actually standing in opposition to the goal of the characters I played at the very, very beginning of the game. Like when you're in that like space right there at the end, where it's like a return to the tutorial area of the game, where you play as those kids, and you first try out all the skills through Grimoire Vice, and then interestingly, as a player, when it then jumped forward 1300 years, and I'm in the shoes of those same two characters seemingly. I knew that 1300 years passed, so I knew that those couldn't be the same exact existences of like the characters from the very beginning, because 1300 years have passed. Unless they're like, I was thinking at the time, are they like not humans that can like live for that long? But no, those were their like human selves. But interestingly enough, me as a player, I still connected those two existences, right? I connected the characters from 1300 years ago to the characters from 1300 years in the future. And they are technically connected, right? Like, one is the original human soul, the other is the replicant. But emotionally, I was still as connected to those characters far in the future as I was to the characters in the tutorial, even though they're technically the opposing sides of one conflict. Like, ultimately, my replicant self is stopping my human self from attaining the goal. And I'm playing as that opposition. But emotionally, I was role-playing the same through line of the characters from the very, very beginning to the characters who are replicants. Which is, I don't know, interesting. I don't know what to think about that yet exactly. I'm just like noticing the duality of that now as I'm like sitting here in the credits. Stopping on a Sunday night, thanks so much. It's so funny. I feel like, am I broken for not crying? For not being incredibly emotional? I guess I'm more like mentally engaged with the topic than emotionally. There's so much to say, but I don't remember how much will be explained in other routes, so I will stay silent for now. Yeah, imagine living 1300 years just trying to save your sister and it ends like this. Yeah, like that I do empathize with. How do you picture the Shadowlord then for most of the playthrough, just like NieR himself? I mean, I always made the visual connection between the two because it was obvious he looked exactly like the character I'm playing, just like a different version of him. Obviously, I now come to know that that's the more human side of him. I guess I'm just processing. I'm processing, like, even how I feel about, like, oh wow, so I'm playing my own worst enemy, who is also myself, you know? Like I said, I think I'm more like thinking about it intellectually than like emotionally. Because the game puts me in the shoes of the replicant and has me, you know, I spent 40 hours with the replicant version of these characters. So I'm so invested in that, and then I'm only now really being confronted with the other side of it. You know what I mean? It's almost like Expedition 33 a little bit. Oh shit.
Wow, that was crazy. I can't believe how well my sister's body holds up. Kinda hard to move when you're just ahead. I wonder where everybody is. I can't wait to see them again. But before that can happen, there's some stuff I gotta do first. Like finding a body. Or at least some legs.
This is so funny.
I sure hope Kaine and Vice haven't killed each other yet. I swear, you leave them alone for 1 minute.
Incredible. Oh my god. Okay, more thinking time. So, like I was saying, it's a little bit like Expedition 33 in a way. Not to spoil that, but if you've played that, because you're on two sides of a particular conflict, right? And you're kind of asked to look at it from both sides in a way. And then like as a character or as a player, you spent so much time on one side of that conflict. So kind of managing your feelings across both is kind of an interesting exercise. It's like the closest comparison I can come to right now. Because that topic deals of like, I mean, that game in some ways deals with like reality versus a creation, but then how real is the creation? You know what I mean? And this game so far is also dealing with a similar thing with replicants, where it's like technically the human side is the Shadowlord and that whole journey. But like as a player, I've spent so much time in the shoes of the replicants that I also can't fully only side with, like, I can't just fully like flip where my emotional investment has been, if that makes sense. I personally feel like the character I played became a villain, and if I could have, I would have turned against him, but obviously he's a main character, so I cannot. Yeah, I mean, there was like parts of, I mean, it was funny, like that was kind of what was going through my mind when I fought the twins, right? Where I was like, I kind of want, like, I wonder if I could just stop fighting, you know, like the twins kind of mentioned that. It's like, nobody ever stops. Nobody ever stops. I'm like, is there an opportunity to stop? Like, is that even an option? So yeah, I guess that's what's in my head. You spend so much time with the replicants, you don't see them any different than humans because they acted exactly like them all game, right? Yeah, I mean, because like they're effectively like another human society for all, you know, for all intents and purposes, like in every other way. So I don't know. It's an interesting experience. I don't know if this is like how I'm supposed to react or not. You know what I mean? Like I don't know how people tend to feel when they reach this ending, but like I said, I think I'm just like batting it back and forth in my head. Like I definitely feel technically what you're saying, Pod, of like my character is being revealed to be villainous, right? Because I do feel bad for the other side. I've grown sympathy for what they're trying to do, and I really felt bad for the Shadowlord there in the end. But I mean, even Yona puts words to this, right? Like Yona during that ending scene is like, you know, this isn't right. There's a girl in here who misses her, who like misses her brother and wants to see her brother. And so she even questions which, like, the side that she's on in a way. Yeah, it's very interesting. Juxa said there's no right way to react to anything ever. It's unique to everyone. Yeah. I mean, it's about if you think wanting to save your sister justifies all he did. But the thing is, Pod, also is like both of them are trying to save their sister, right? Like Replicant NieR is trying to save his sister, just like human NieR is trying to save his sister. Like they're both trying to save their sister. So it's interesting. I think I have more sympathy, like on paper, for human NieR, you know, being at this for 1,300 years. You know what I mean? Like he almost has like more right to it in a way when you look at it, just when you calculate it that way. But my lived experience is also with Replicant NieR. It's interesting. What do you think about Kaine finding meaning through her devotion to your blinkered tunnel vision journey to save your sister and murder anyone and everyone who stops you? Love that playthrough. B really hammers in how if NieR had slowed down and asked questions and hadn't just gone on a blind revenge journey, things could have been different. I don't know. I don't know if I would characterize it as a blind revenge journey. You know? Like, as far as he knows, his sister was taken. And so he's trying to just like save her, you know? Like when I think blind revenge journey, I do think like something like Last of Us 2. Rather than something like this, which I feel is more, I don't know if I get the sense of like revenge versus like, it feels like Replicant NieR is just searching for justice in a way. He's just looking to get his sister back. As far as he's concerned, she was just kidnapped by the Shadowlord at the end of part 1 of the story, right? So he's just trying to right a wrong. It doesn't feel like this incredibly like mean-spirited, like blind revenge journey, you know? At least it doesn't to me. He got told a couple times that there was more to the shades than they knew, and he always just decided to ignore it and to willfully stay ignorant so he could keep slaughtering shades. It's like, sure. I mean, here's the thing too, is that my character has less perspective than I do. You know what I mean? Like I have more perspective than he does. Like he could be consciously told that. He could be consciously told there's more to them, but he doesn't understand the plight they've been under. He doesn't understand what's been happening to the wolves and sort of like exactly what the challenges they faced. I've seen their perspective now, but my character hasn't, you know? You're both characters, you play as both. I mean, I technically don't play as a Shadowlord. Really. Like I played as that original NieR in the very beginning of the game as a tutorial. And then I walked as that NieR for 20 seconds at the end there. So I don't know, it's interesting. It was a very interesting mental exercise, you know? I guess what I want more than anything is I want more of the Shadowlord side, you know? Like I understand it. You know, like I understand he's been searching for his sister for 1300 years. I even played a bit of that journey at the very, very beginning. So I understand it intellectually. I kind of want to know more about what that journey has been like. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Like what has what has transpired over those 1300 years? What challenges have they faced? What, you know, like I'm kind of, I don't know if I'll even ever get any of that, but I'm just like, I feel like I'm thirsting for that. There's a lot more to the Shadowlord, but I don't remember how much you get told in the remaining routes and how much of what I know is in lore videos. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So there's still a lot more information. Look, I'm in Ending B out of like 5 endings. I'm in like ending number 2 out of like 5 endings. So there's a whole lot more information to get. Like I have twice as much information at the end of this playthrough as I did at the end of the first playthrough. So it's interesting. It's interesting. Let me go back to this one question. What do you think about Kaine finding meaning through her devotion? Oh, you already asked that, technically. It's tricky. Sometimes they tell you in game, and some of it's an ancillary material, lore book stuff. Interesting. I would say you probably don't get a ton more of Shadowlord in the game, but way more in lore videos. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Hold on. Did I save it? I saved it, right? I did. Obtain all the weapons in the game and you'll be able to make one final decision. One final decision? Oh, this is going to get way more. This is going to get way harder. Fuck me. I'm gonna have to make a decision. Oh man. I'm glad I decided to play through it today. Even though it's been an absurdly long stream, like a fucking outrageously long stream. Jesus. Let me see. Not sure what to say here about the next route. There's a little trick to save you a bunch of time. You don't have to worry about it until closer to the end. Oh, okay. Good to know. Good to know. Oh my god, chat. It is dark out. It was bright as hell when we started. That was 9 hours ago. 9 hours ago. So I'll think on this more. I'll definitely have more to say about this next week. I'm still taking it in. I can skip most of Route C. Okay. What does that mean exactly? Like, I don't have to do the fight, like the fights in, you know, like with the shade in the junkyard, or like the junk heap and stuff. Is it stuff like that, or skip the repetition of Route C? You must collect all 32 weapons. I did that before entering the Shadowlord's castle, just before the final dungeon. Create a backup save slot 1. You can then power through the remaining bosses on easy and make the final choice to get ending C. Interesting. So you saying like you just go straight shot to the Shadowlord castle? Interesting. I'm sure there will be more. Let's see. And I'm sure the game will tell me, will give me a hint in terms of some things, like. All right, let's check if there's anybody to raid on Twitch at least. Let's raid into Nightalives. It's been a while. I hung out with him over, like, you know, New York Comic Con and stuff, and over and at Summer Games Fest and whatnot. I was actually talking to his girlfriend the other day about NieR. So we're in like a group chat about gaming stuff. So she knew I was getting up to Ending B. She's like, oh, I'll need to watch it. I don't know if she got a chance to say, yep, so much. So I'll start the raid on Twitch. The next stream will be Thursday, January 9th. I didn't do that correctly. Thursday, January 9th? Thursday, July 9th. Where we will either get to the end of FF7, or FF7. We might do some side stuff on FF8, unless I do that before the actual stream, or we might actually just go straight to the final dungeon of FF8. We'll see how it goes. I would just Google it to get info on exactly how to do this, so save us quite a bit of time. I could also check that guide on Reddit that has some info. But I do have all of the weapons. I even got the achievement for it at the end of Ending B. So I have all the weapons. So I have everything that I need. But thank you all so much for hanging out on this super duper long stream. And I'm going to raid into Nightalize. So have a good night. Thank you for hanging out, and we will see more. We'll see, I guess, Ending C next week. Talk to you later.